The Second Ninja World War in the 38th year of Konoha had just started not long ago, although the war did not burn to Konoha Village, which is known as the strongest ninja village, when the bodies returned to Konoha with the ninjas responsible for supplies. The entire ninja village was suddenly shrouded in nameless fear and sadness, and the heart-wrenching cries continued to echo in Konoha, as if the peace of the past 20 years was just a bubble. At night, in the corner of Konoha, with a joyful cry, the breath of new life broke the haze of deathly silence that shrouded the village. Twins, two boys. In a mansion in the Uchiha clan, a pair of twins were carried to Uchiha Miwa, who had just given birth. Although they were brothers born from the same womb, the two newborns were very different in appearance and demeanor. One of them lay quietly with his eyes closed, not crying or making a fuss, and the other opened his eyes wide, desperately looking around, looking a little flustered. Uchiha Ming gently embraced Uchiha Miwa, who had just given birth, and looked at the two wrinkled little faces in the swaddling clothes, with his face showing no trace of inner joy. "Brother, don't cry or make a fuss. Let's call him Shursui." Miwa heard her husband's words, dragged her weak body and nodded, and then said, "Brother's eyes are constantly turning, as if he has no intention of stopping at all. Why not name him Foam?" The little brother in the swaddling clothes looked around in horror. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control his body as he wished, just like a ghost pressing on the bed. So he had no choice but to keep turning his eyes to look at everything around him. In the little brother's sight, there was a dry little baby lying quietly beside him. In front of him was a man and a woman. The woman had a kind face. The man was firm and gentle, speaking a language that he couldn't understand at all, and looked very happy. The weirdness of himself and the scene in front of him indicated the same answer. Now he is a baby, and the two people in front of him are his parents. In the 39th year of Konoha, like a real newborn, Uchiha Fon gradually learned the language of this world and learned to control his new body. He learned from the communication of people around him that this is a different world, and there is a special existence in this world called ninja. His father is called Uchiha Ming, an ordinary ninja with mediocre qualifications, and his mother is called Uchiha Meha. After graduating from the ninja school, she returned to the clan and did not become a ninja. His brother is called Uchiha Shursui, and he is a twin brother. An ordinary family should not have such a magnificent mansion in the Uchiha clan, but his grandfather is called Uchiha Jing, who was once a hero of Konoha. He also heard a lot of rumors. In this year, the Second Ninja World War finally ended, but Konoha, as the victor, did not ask for any compensation. Many people accused the third generation of Hokage of being sorry for the sacrificed ninja. However, almost no one in the Uchiha clan sacrificed. Some people said that it was because their clan was excluded by the Konoha high-level officials, who were unwilling to trust them and did not let them go to the battlefield. Uchiha Fon was puzzled by all this. He didn't understand why his clan members were so dissatisfied with not being able to go to the battlefield, why his clan members were still well-fed and well-clothed despite being excluded, and why the third Hokage gave up his claims against other ninja villages. But for Uchiha Fon now, none of this mattered because he was only 1 year old. At 1 year old, he didn't hate this world. Compared to his life that ended hastily in the orphanage, this world had parents who loved him, clan members who treated him kindly, and a brother who always accompanied him. Except for the fear and strangeness of arriving in this world for the first time, Uchiha Fon had no dissatisfaction with this world. All he had to do now was to grow up quickly. Konoha, 44th year, Shursui. You have to take good care of your brother in the ninja school. I know. I can do it without you telling me. Uchiha Miwa's voice came from the house, admonishing Uchiha Shursui, who had already gone out, in the eyes of his parents. Although Shursui was born only a few minutes earlier, he was much more reliable than Uchiha Fon. In the face of his mother's admonition, Shursui seemed extremely confident. As brothers who received much attention in the Uchiha clan, there were often teachers who came to their home to teach ninjutsu, but the level of the brothers was not what twins should be. As the elder brother, Uchiha Shursui showed great talent in both basic escape techniques and shuriken techniques, while Uchiha Fon knew nothing about them. Every time he used ninjutsu like his brother, the effect was not satisfactory. Only when his uncle showed him the lightning escape technique. Uchiha Fon followed that man and barely succeeded in using the lightning escape technique. Although his talent was much worse than that of his elder brother Shursui, his parents never blamed Uchiha Fong. In their eyes, although having talent was something to be proud of, if he did not have the talent for ninjutsu, it would also be worth their joy to spend his life safely after graduating from the ninja school. But his parents' unconditional love made Uchiha Feng's desire to prove himself even stronger. On the way to the ninja school, Uchiha Feng expressed his determination to Shui. Although I am far inferior to you now, I will definitely be stronger than you when we graduate from the ninja school. Faced with his brother's declaration of challenging him, Shui did not choose to give in blindly, but raised his head high and responded with the unique pride of the Uchiha clan. I believe you will become very strong, but I will be stronger than you. At the shooting range of the ninja school in Konoha in the 49th year, Uchiha Feng held a kunai in his hand, looking at the target that was only the size of a fingernail in his sight and a layer of sweat soaked on his forehead. Today is the day for the school's planned assessment of kunai throwing. For this day, Uchiha Feng begged Shui to accompany him for a long time to train. In the end, he was finally able to hit the target stably with a kunai at a long distance. But the current situation is very different from the training. Rows of students behind Uchiha Feng are watching him holding a kunai. The serious teacher also stood on the side with a stern face to check his movements. The surrounding attention made Uchiha Feng's legs tremble faintly, and he almost couldn't hold the kunai in his hand. This reminded Uchiha Feng of his problem in his previous life, a bad mentality. But what he didn't know was that the shortcomings of his previous life were treasures for the Uchiha clan. Resisting the tension of being watched by everyone, Uchiha Feng kept comforting himself in his heart. It's okay, just throw the kunai in your hand like in the previous training. Uchiha Feng gradually calmed down, stabilized his body, and prepared to throw the kunai in his hand. Feng, why don't you throw it? The girl's urging voice sounded at the moment when Uchiha Feng exerted his strength. Bang! The kunai flew out of his hand, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and nailed to the big tree 10 meters away from the target. Alas, I failed again. Although he failed, Uchiha Feng, who finally ended his torment, still felt relieved and returned to his position. He complained to Mitarashi Hondo, standing next to him, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't suddenly made a noise to scare me, I would have definitely hit the target." Hondo blushed, but she knew she was in the wrong and didn't intend to admit her mistake. Instead, she explained, "We must be able to eliminate interference in the future if we want to become ninjas. It's impossible for you to shout, 'Be quiet, be quiet.' Uchiha Feng, I'm going to throw away my kunai after going to the battlefield in the future, right?" Uchiha Feng's face became even uglier after hearing this. Seeing that the other party didn't buy what he said, Hondo hurriedly continued to make up for it. "I believe you can definitely hit the target, so I urge you to shoot. How about this? When there is a chance, come to my place and perform for me alone. If you hit the target, I will definitely tell every classmate about it." Looking at Hondo's serious expression, Uchiha Feng, who was hesitating whether to agree to the other party, was interrupted by a cry. "Wow, so accurate, so cool. Shui, how'd he do it?" On the shooting range, Shui held 3 kunai in each hand, and as he raised his wrists, he fired 6 kunai in succession. The first kunai flew straight to the bullseye, but was hit by the second kunai 10 meters in front of the target, and the 2 kunai turned in the air at the same time. Before the 2 kunai could fall, the third kunai had already broken through the air and strung the first 2 kunai together and nailed them to the bullseye. The fourth kunai flew to the tree where Uchiha Feng's kunai was inserted. Under the impact, the kunai in the tree was pulled out alive, and the fifth kunai attacked and forcibly changed the direction of the kunai that fell out of the tree, so that it hit the bullseye at a very thin angle. And the sixth kunai, like the one Uchiha Feng had just thrown, drew an arc in the air and nailed to the same position on the tree. After doing all this, Shui turned around and smiled at Uchiha Feng, as if to say, "If you want to surpass me, you have to work harder." Chapter 2. The Early Graduation Assessment in the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hokage and Amp, Appo's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat amidst a mountain of documents, which were incessantly picked up and set aside. Since the news of the third Kazekage and Amp, Appo's disappearance had emerged from the Sand Village days prior, Sarutobi had dispatched numerous shinobi to investigate the movements of the 4 great ninja villages. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the ninja world, turbulent currents surged, where even the most innocuous actions could ignite the flames of the third great ninja war. After perusing yet another document, Sarutobi casually placed it to his right. only to discover a figure had appeared before him unbeknownst to him. The newcomer knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, his striking golden hair standing out prominently. Noticing how the individual had entered his office without detection, Sarutobi felt no anger. Instead, he praised, "Perhaps you will soon surpass me, Minato." The kneeling figure, Minato Namikaze, lifted his head, maintaining a humble smile. "Please do not say such things, Lord Hokage." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Minato rose, adopting a serious expression as he spoke. "Lord Hokage, the Cloud Village has dispatched an elite team of 50 to the borders of the Sand Country. This operation is not merely for reconnaissance." Sarutobi was not taken aback by Minato and Appo's report. He took a deep drag from his pipe and remarked, "The Cloud Village has always been aggressive. With the Sand Village in disarray, they would not refrain from taking action. Their target may extend beyond just the Sand Village. Minato, the third great ninja war is about to commence." Minato and Appo's expression remained composed, betraying no signs of distress at the impending conflict. "Lord Hokage, what shall our next course of action be?" After a long moment of contemplation, Sarutobi sighed deeply, his face reflecting reluctance as he said, 12 years ago, during the Second Great Ninja War, we suffered heavy casualties in Konoha. To face the upcoming war, our existing shinobi numbers may prove inadequate." After another prolonged silence, he continued, "Let the shinobi who have studied for over 4 years at the academy take their graduation exams early, and summon those who have relinquished their ninja status. We require more manpower." Upon hearing the Hokage and Appo's decision, Minato wore a somewhat reluctant expression, remaining silent. In the ensuing silence, the Hokage spoke first. "Minato, do you believe my actions are misguided?" After careful consideration, Minato replied, "Lord Hokage, your decisions are made for the greater good of Konoha. There is nothing wrong with that." With a determined expression, he added, "However, sending the academy children to the battlefield is premature. Please trust me. As long as I am here, Konoha will not falter." Minato and Appo's resolute demeanor touched Sarutobi, yet as the third Hokage, he could not allow his emotions to cloud his judgment regarding the greater situation. He could not place Konoha in jeopardy based solely on his trust in Minato. "Minato, I trust in your abilities. But I must ensure Konoha and Appo's safety to the greatest extent possible. I can assure you that the students graduating early from the academy will be placed in secure positions unless extraordinary circumstances arise." Accepting the Hokage and Appo's concession, Minato nodded, "Understood. I will inform the academy and continue monitoring the Cloud Village." At the Ninja Academy, on the playground, Uchiha observed the bustling students, puzzled. "Shursui, ISN and Appo's today a theoretical class? Why have we been summoned to the playground? And why are students from other grades here with us?" Shursui shook his head. "I do not know. I have not heard anything about this situation." Before Shursui could elaborate, Akamichi Arta and Appo's voice chimed in from the other side of Uchiha. "Maybe it and Appo's a duel between ninjas of different grades." Silence. A sudden reprimand interrupted their conversation. A fierce-looking ninja stood at the forefront of the crowd, scanning the students of the academy with an intimidating glare. The individual was none other than the principal of the Ninja Academy. "Today, we are holding the graduation assessment for the Ninja Academy. All of you, regardless of your year, may become genin if you pass the exam." The principal and Appo's announcement stirred a considerable commotion among the students. "What? Were we not supposed to study for 6 years? I wonder what the assessment entails. It better not be the shadow clone technique. To have a chance to graduate in just the 4th year? I must be a genius. Please, with your level. Graduation is a far-fetched dream. Be grateful if you don and Appo's embarrass yourself." Faced with the unexpectedly early graduation assessment, the students displayed a myriad of expressions. In the midst of the crowd, Shursui and Appo's face bore a rare look of gravity, but it was clear that his concern was not about the graduation assessment, which he considered trivial. Deep in thought, he turned to Uchiha and Akamichi Arta and whispered, "This exam is unusual. Do not graduate in this assessment." Uchiha and Akamichi Arta exchanged puzzled glances, frowning. Why not? There have been rumors in the village about the third Kazekage and Appo's disappearance. And now the academy is hastily pushing us to graduate. There may be significant upheavals in the ninja world. Graduating now could be perilous. Listening to Shursui and Appo's analysis, Akamichi Arta displayed no sign of fear, confidently asserting, "I am not afraid." She nudged Uchiha with her elbow. "You aren't and Appo's afraid either, right?" Uchiha maintained a calm facade, responding, "Of course, I am not afraid." Though he appeared unfazed on the surface, Uchiha and Appo's heart quaked with trepidation, not of the battlefield, but of failing the graduation assessment, which would indeed be humiliating. Seeing he could not sway his companions, Shursui sighed and remained silent. "Now, I shall announce the assessment items." The principal and Appo's voice resounded once more, and the students instinctively ceased their conversations, directing their attention to the principle. First, body flicker technique. Second, substitution technique. Third, shuriken technique. We will comprehensively score based on your performances, and if anyone feels unprepared, you may leave now. The principal and Amp, Appo's menacing gaze swept across the students, and soon, one student, unable to withstand the pressure, raised his hand. I give up. With the first student conceding, more began to raise their hands and surrender. Eventually, fewer than half of the students remained. Seeing no one else intended to leave, the principal continued. The assessment begins. The examiner, referring to a roster, called each student forward to demonstrate their ninjutsu, and not a single name was crossed off the list. This assessment seemed to have lowered the difficulty. Konoha was in dire need of more shinobi. Noticing the situation, Shursui offered a subtle warning to his companions once more. However, Uchiha F interpreted Shursui and Amp, Appo's caution differently, thinking, lowered difficulty? If I fail this exam, it would be even more embarrassing. Akamichi Arta, upon hearing her name called, Arta confidently stepped forward, executing the ninjutsu as instructed by the examiner with precision and grace. Uchiha Shursui, without any doubt, Shursui passed the assessment with exceptional skill. Observing Arta and Shursui breezing through the exam, Uchiha F felt the weight grow increasingly agonizing. Finally, he heard his name called. Uchiha F. Chapter 3. The Sharingan. As Uchiha Kaze heard his name called, he approached the examiner with measured steps. This was the most significant evaluation he had faced in the decades since arriving in this realm. While the successful completion of the test by his peers might have been a source of encouragement for others, it became a burden for Kaze. The thought of failing was unbearable, particularly the notion of being the sole unsuccessful candidate. As another Uchiha youth stepped forward, the examiner and fellow students could not help but recall Uchiha Shursui, who had effortlessly displayed all his ninjutsu with remarkable precision, especially his body flicker technique, which had left multiple afterimages in its wake. Even the seasoned jonin present acknowledged that they could not replicate such a masterful execution of the technique. With such an impressive precedent, expectations for Kaze surged. Was he not the younger brother of Uchiha Shursui? Anticipation hung in the air. Let us begin. The first technique is the body flicker technique, commanded the examiner. Upon hearing the directive, Kaze lowered his gaze, summoning his chakra and forming the necessary hand seals. Tiger, dog, rat. Suddenly, he felt a lightness beneath his feet. Seizing this sensation, he dashed to the side, but nearly lost control, skidding to a halt just shy of the wall. Despite the initial struggle, no one noticed that his execution of the body flicker technique had covered a greater distance than anticipated, thus appearing flawless in the eyes of his peers. Observing Kaze and Amp, Appo's successful execution of the body flicker technique, the examiner nodded in approval. Next, the substitution technique. This technique, a synthesis of the body flicker and transformation techniques, was considered advanced for students still in the Ninja Academy. Kaze had never succeeded in demonstrating it before his classmates, but under Shursui and Amp, Appo's guidance, he had managed to master it on a few occasions in private. Thus, with the right mindset, he should have been able to perform it without issue. However, the crux of the matter was his inability to maintain composure. Memories of past failures loomed large, and the expectant gazes of the examiner and his classmates only intensified the pressure. With no option to retreat, Kaze, under the weight of expectation, formed the necessary seals: rat, boar, ox, dog, tiger. The next step was to simultaneously move and conceal himself while transforming another object into his likeness to remain in place. His mental image was flawless, yet the heavy burden he bore clouded his execution. The body flicker took flight, leaving behind a piece of wood that remained unchanged for several seconds before finally transforming into a limp version of Kaze. The fragile confidence he had tenuously built was shattered in an instant, and the silence of the examination hall was pierced by what felt like countless mocking jeers that stabbed at Kaze's heart. The examiner, having witnessed the botched substitution technique, sighed softly, shaking his head. Let us proceed to the third evaluation, shuriken technique. As the final assessment approached, Kaze repeatedly reassured himself, stay calm. Others have stumbled with the substitution technique, yet still passed. If I can execute the shuriken technique flawlessly, I too can graduate. He grasped 5 shuriken, the most fundamental throwing weapons in the ninja world, which he had thrown countless times over the past few years, confident that he could accurately hit different targets. He took a deep breath and focused on the distant target, reminding himself to remain composed. Yet, for someone teetering on the brink of despair, maintaining calm was an insurmountable challenge. Under the weight of pressure, the shuriken flew erratically, embedding themselves in various corners of the target range, none striking the intended bullseye. The examiner shook his head, crossing Kaze's name off the list while muttering about how he paled in comparison to the recently departed Uchiha Shursui. Whispers erupted around the arena. Is he truly the brother of Uchiha Shursui? How can he be so weak? Bringing up the rear is bringing up the rear. It's surprising to see even the Uchiha clan has its failures. I doubt the Uchiha are as formidable as they claim. I heard they were kept off the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War. Does he even think he can become a ninja? He might as well head home. The scornful voices reverberated across the open space, and Kaze felt a tumult of emotions threatening to burst forth. Shame, regret, and fury brewed within him. Silence. Unable to bear the ridicule any longer, Mitarashi Anko stood up and confronted the noisy crowd. Who do you think you are to mock him? She seized a 6th grade ninja who had derided Kaze as the weakest link, scolding, "Do you think your cowardice gives you the right to laugh at others?" Holding the classmate firmly, Anko's furious gaze swept across the faces of those who had mocked Kaze, and not a single one dared to respond. All eyes in the arena turned to Anko, including Kaze's. Watching her stand up for him stirred a complex mix of emotions within Kaze: shame, regret, anger, and a newfound sense of gratitude melded together, causing his chakra to grow colder. This intense emotional surge, combined with the chilling chakra, coalesced in Kaze's eyes, repeatedly striking against the barriers unique to the Uchiha clan. Finally, while the attention of the crowd was diverted to Anko, crimson light burst forth from Kaze's eyes, the pattern within his pupils rapidly spinning before settling into the iconic form of 3 Tomo. A sudden chill enveloped everyone present, compelling them to seek the source of this ominous presence, ultimately resting their astonished gazes upon the calm visage of Uchiha Kaze. The examiner, observing the 3 Tomo Sharingan in Kaze's eyes, hesitated for a moment, then, with a thoughtful expression, rewrote Kaze's name on the list, this time adding a question mark beside it, as he sensed the transformation within himself and the icy power surging from within. Kaze recalled a night when he had once again felt defeated by his brother Shursue's remarkable talent. Yet, his father, Uchiha Akira, had spoken to him in a tone more akin to consolation. Remember, emotions are our clan's most potent weapon. The stronger the emotion, the greater the power. From this perspective, Kaze, you possess the most formidable talent. Chapter 4. Orochimaru in the Hokage Tower. The emotional depth of the Uchiha clan serves as the wellspring of their power. The more intense the emotion, the mightier the strength, yet such fervor conceals greater risks. As Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the graduation examination reports from the Ninja Academy, memories of his former teacher, Senju Tobarama, surfaced, particularly his assessment of the Uchiha. Merely a singular examination could unlock a complete 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Kaze, what is the true source of your power? Setting aside the dossier on Uchiha Kaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen then picked up the file on Uchiha Shursui. His ninjutsu proficiency far exceeds that of a Chunin. He possesses the strength of a Jonin. Among the Uchiha, he is regarded as having judgment and composure beyond his years. After reviewing the profiles of the 2 brothers, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled an old acquaintance. He lifted his pipe for a long draw and then turned his gaze skyward, contemplating, "You have 2 exceptionally gifted descendants." After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen refocused, lowered his head, and penned a letter, summoning a member of the Umbu with a directive: deliver this to Orochimaru. The narrow, dark corridor exuded a damp atmosphere, leading to a dimly lit laboratory awash in yellow light. The figure within bore a pallid complexion reminiscent of death, with serpent-like eyes fixated upon a test tube, seemingly oblivious to the Umbu visitor who had just arrived. "Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage has summoned you." The masked Umbu spoke with an emotionless tone, mechanically delivering the command before placing an envelope beside Orochimaru and vanishing without a trace. After a considerable time, Orochimaru set aside his instruments and opened the Hokage and Appo's letter. Reading it swiftly, "The old man truly knows how to keep me occupied. However, these children are indeed intriguing." With that, a smirk crept across Orochimaru and Appo's lips, accompanied by a faint, raspy chuckle. In the Uchiha clan, at the residence of Uchiha Kaze, upon learning that both Kaze and Shursui had successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Mei sat at the dining table, their faces aglow with joy as they beamed at their 2 sons. Compared to Shursui, who awakened his Sharingan last, Uchiha Kaze and Appo's achievement in passing the exam sparked even greater elation. Showering praise upon their equally proud sons, they held nothing back in their commendations. Hearing his parents and Appo's accolades, Uchiha Kaze felt an inner swell of pride, recalling the elders' words that even the most mediocre Uchiha ninja, upon awakening their Sharingan, could easily ascend to Jonin rank. With this thought, a subtle smirk of satisfaction graced Kaze and Appo's face. On the first day at the academy, he had boldly challenged his brother, declaring his intention to surpass him before graduation. Now, on the final day, he had indeed awakened his Sharingan, a feat that, in a sense, positioned him ahead of Shursui. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping at the door interrupted the family and Appo's conversation. Uchiha Kaze rose to answer it, revealing an Umbu ninja clad in a cat mask. The ninja handed Kaze 2 letters and instructed him to deliver one to Uchiha Shursui before swiftly vanishing using the body flicker technique. After passing one letter to Shursui, Uchiha Kaze opened his own. Uchiha Kaze, Mitarashi Anko, Hyuga Mito assigned to Team 3 led by Jonin Orochimaru. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. The revelation that such a mysterious and powerful ninja would be his supervising Jonin filled Kaze with astonishment. Setting the envelope down, Uchiha Kaze cast a proud glance at Uchiha Shisui, confidently declaring, "Shisui, Enko and I have been assigned to Team 3, with Jonin Orochimaru as our leader." Yet, he was met not with the envy he anticipated. Shisui merely raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "I and Amp, Oppos, the been assigned to the Umbu." The Umbu directly under the Hokage? Shisui and Amp, Oppos, nonchalant tone only deepened Kaze and Amp, Oppos, sense of defeat. To enter the Umbu right after graduation was an unprecedented feat in the history of Konoha. Achieving this required not only formidable strength, but also a mature mindset, qualities that had eluded many talented shinobi in the past. Sighing, Kaze lamented another loss. Yet, the fact that he had awakened his Sharingan earlier than Shisui brought him a slight sense of comfort. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more, this time with greater urgency. The visitor was Uchiha Yen, a representative of the new generation of the Uchiha clan. Having awakened his Sharingan in his 20s and risen to Jonin rank, his demeanor exemplified the prideful arrogance often attributed to the Uchiha. "Fugaka-sama has sent me to summon you to the Uchiha Shrine. He wishes to speak with you." After delivering the clan leader and Amp, Oppos' command, Uchiha Yen departed without further ado, muttering about the worthiness of discussing matters with mere children. Kaze and Amp, Oppos' anger flared at the condescending attitude displayed towards him and Shisui. And Amp, Oppos, "I shall teach him a lesson someday," and Amp, Oppos, he resolved silently. In contrast to Kaze and Amp, Oppos' indignation, Shisui appeared unaffected. He turned to his younger brother with a reassuring smile and said, "Don and Amp, Oppos, concern yourself with him. The Sharingan can gradually influence the mindset of the Uchiha. Some may become arrogant and dismissive upon awakening it, but I believe that is a sign of weakness." After a brief pause, Shisui regarded Kaze with seriousness. "I trust you will not be like them. I believe your Sharingan will strengthen your resolve. Let us proceed to the shrine." Shisui and Amp, Oppos' words resonated within Kaze, elevating his brother and Amp, Oppos' stature in his eyes, despite the fact that he had lived a longer life. "I believe your Sharingan will strengthen your resolve." In the Uchiha clan, at the Uchiha Shrine, the tall figure of Uchiha Fugaku strode ahead of Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Shisui. After passing through a hidden door, the brothers followed Fugaku down into the underground space of the shrine. The dim and silent atmosphere of the shrine and Amp, Oppos' subterranean chambers could induce fear. Yet Uchiha Kaze felt no trepidation. Instead, he was enveloped in a sense of warm familiarity. As the trio fully entered the shrine and Amp, Oppos' depths, candles ignited spontaneously, illuminating every corner. Fugaku continued forward, eventually halting before a stone slab. Upon stopping, he turned to the brothers, saying, "The contents of this slab can only be perceived by Uchiha clan members who have awakened their Sharingan. Those who seek greater Uchiha power may uncover even more." Chapter 5. The Eyes Born to Protect. After listening to the clan leader and Amp, Oppos' explanation, Uchiha Kazuki was poised to activate his Sharingan, only to discover a crimson light emanating from Shisui and Amp, Oppos' eyes beside him. Shisui had also awakened his Sharingan. The power of Shisui and Amp, Oppos' Sharingan shattered Kazuki and Amp, Oppos' final psychological defense. Now, facing Shisui, his last semblance of advantage had vanished, for his opponent had awakened the Sharingan unbeknownst to him. Sensing Kazuki and Amp, Oppos' defeat, Shisui refrained from offering any explanations. Understanding that words would only exacerbate his brother and Amp, Oppos' distress, and instead cast an awkward smile. Ahem. Fugaku and Amp, Oppos' light cough interrupted the silent exchange between the brothers. Kazuki withdrew his thoughts and activated his Sharingan, focusing on the stone tablet before him. The visible portion of the tablet clearly bore the inscription, "The power of the kaleidoscope above the Sharingan is nurtured in the death of a loved one." Even though the subsequent content on the stone was obscured and completely illegible, the mere presence of those two lines left Kazuki in shock, while the usually composed Shisui displayed a similar expression of astonishment. The brevity of the words carried an overwhelming amount of information that left the brothers momentarily speechless. Finally, it was Fugaku who broke the silence. "The content of this stone tablet has been questioned by many clan members. They have experienced the loss of loved ones yet gained no power, leading them to believe that the power of the kaleidoscope is a deception, unattainable by ordinary Uchiha." However, Fugaku gazed into Kazuki and Shisui and Amp, Oppos' eyes, which glowed with the same crimson light. "The power of the kaleidoscope has appeared multiple times throughout our clan and Amp, Oppos' history. Thus, some speculate that to attain this power, one must personally take the life of a loved one." With that, Fugaku closed his eyes, regardless. "The power of the kaleidoscope is not something an ordinary Uchiha can acquire. You are the next generation of Uchiha geniuses. Perhaps the answers inscribed on this tablet are for you to verify. Our eyes are born to protect the glory of the Uchiha. The underlying cruelty in the clan leader and Amp, Appo's words sent a chill down Kazuki and Amp, Appo's spine. Although he yearned for greater power, he could not bear the thought of achieving it at the cost of a loved one and Amp, Appo's life. Compared to the ethereal glory of the Uchiha clan, it was the bonds with his family and friends that he truly wished to safeguard. In this moment, facing the imposing figure of the clan leader and the implicit temptations in his words, Kazuki resolved not to falter. His crimson pupils radiated a determined light. What I cherish most are my family and friends, and it is these bonds that I wish to protect with my eyes. Upon hearing Kazuki and Amp, Appo's determination, Shursui stood firmly beside his brother, nodding resolutely. Fugaku and Amp, Appo's expression revealed no trace of joy or anger. After a long moment of contemplation, he nodded, signaling for the brothers to depart. Once they had left, Fugaku remained alone in the vast underground, staring blankly at the stone tablet. Perhaps they could break the fate of our Uchiha clan. The already acknowledged genius, Uchiha Shursui, and Kazuki, who broke convention by unexpectedly awakening his eyes during the graduation exam. What choices will you make? The following morning, at Uchiha Kazuki and Amp, Appo's home. Having experienced a series of events the previous day, Kazuki had gone to bed early. As he slowly opened his eyes to the morning sunlight, he was met not with the warmth of dawn, but with the sight of a large brown snake, its tongue flicking in and out. The unexpected visitor jolted Kazuki awake, and he leapt from his bed, but quickly regained the composure befitting a ninja. The brown snake, noticing him awake, expelled a saliva-drenched note from its mouth, wriggling its way out of Kazuki and Amp, Appo's window. Kazuki picked up the note left by the snake, which read, 9 a.m. Konoha and Amp, Appo's third training ground. Orochimaru. Excited by the message, Kazuki swiftly gathered his belongings and hastily left his home. At 10 a.m., Konoha and Amp, Appo's third training ground. Why Haven and Amp, Appo's they arrived yet? Are we being toyed with? Kazuki, who had arrived at the training ground at 7 a.m., was now losing patience after 3 hours of waiting. Red Bean, beside him, wore a look of resignation. Orochimaru-sensei is one of the legendary three. He might have been delayed by something urgent. That and Amp, Appo's Hinata Mio interjected. Despite being a year younger than the two, she seemed to possess greater insight into Konoha and Amp, Appo's affairs. AJ Nin will not schedule other commitments on their first day. Upon hearing this, Kazuki and Amp, Appo's expression turned even more pained. What if Orochimaru-sensei forgot about us? No sooner had Kazuki spoken than a hoarse voice echoed from behind them. I'm late. Orochimaru approached slowly, wearing a friendly smile that inexplicably sent a chill down Kazuki and Amp, Appo's spine. Learning to wait is fundamental to becoming an exceptional ninja. This is your first lesson. Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's words bore no hint of apology, as if his tardiness was an intentional test. Yet, this was merely a hastily concocted excuse. The true reason for his delay was an engrossing experiment that had completely slipped his mind. Even the flimsiest excuses, when uttered by the legendary Sannin, would likely be accepted. And upon reflection, his explanation had its merits. Thus, after hearing Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's rationale, Kazuki felt a twinge of shame for doubting that Orochimaru could forget about Team 3, feeling he had let down his teacher's good intentions. Noticing that his 3 students harbored no doubts, Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction, internally reflecting on how delightful they were. Graduating from the Ninja Academy merely meant passing their exams. It did not signify that they were true ninjas. To become ninjas of Team 3, you must pass my test. Should you fail, you will need to return to the Ninja Academy and wait a year for the next exam. Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's smile remained unchanged, as if he were merely making a casual greeting. The objective of this assessment is to seize the bells from my hands. With that, he jingled the 2 bells in his grasp. You may attack me by any means necessary. As long as you obtain the bells, you will pass the test. However, there are only 2 bells, which means, at least one of you will return to the Ninja Academy. Do not hold back. Attack me with the resolve to kill. You may cooperate with one another, but in a sense, you are also each other and Amp, Appo's opponents. With that, Orochimaru affixed the 2 bells to his waist, his smile unwavering. Let the test begin. Chapter 6. Understanding. Upon receiving the signal to commence, the 3 individuals remained poised, lowering their centers of gravity in anticipation. In the tense standoff, Hyuga Ray and Amp, Appo's temples throbbed, and the whites of his eyes deepened in intensity. Utilizing his activated Byakugan, he scrutinized the flow of chakra emanating from Orochimaru. Beside him, Uchiha Kaze and Amp, Appo's pupils manifested 3 tomo, keenly observing every subtle movement of Orochimaru. Yet, Orochimaru remained motionless, seemingly unfazed by the 2 formidable ocular techniques of Konoha. Suddenly, Hyuga Ray sensed a chakra presence rapidly approaching from behind Orochimaru. In the next instant, Mitarashi Anko emerged from the shadows, while Kaze found himself confronted by a wooden substitute, a mere replacement technique. Anko, armed with kunai, launched herself at Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's midsection like a released arrow. Kaze contemplated various strategies for Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's potential responses, yet the scene before him shattered his expectations. Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's lower body, seemingly lifeless, slithered to the ground, as if he were a serpent. This reaction caught Anko off guard, leaving her grasping at empty air. Before Orochimaru could rise, Hyuga Ray closed the distance. At that moment, all of Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's chakra pathways lay bare before Ray's vigilant gaze. Seizing the opportunity, Hyuga Ray assumed the stance of the 8 divination 64 palms, thrusting his palms swiftly toward the grounded Orochimaru in an attempt to seal his chakra. However, just as Ray and Amp, Appo's hand was mere inches away, Orochimaru twisted his body with lightning speed, evading the strike, and without warning, pivoted 180 degrees, causing Ray and Amp, Appo's subsequent attack to miss entirely. Even with the insight granted by Kaze and Amp, Appo's Sharingan, Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's bizarre movements eluded comprehension, resembling the fluidity of a serpent rather than a human. Witnessing their close-range assaults effortlessly dodged by Orochimaru, Kaze recalibrated his approach, forming hand seals to unleash lightning release. Lightning net. Electrical currents surged from Kaze and Appo's hands toward Orochimaru. He did not expect this rudimentary technique to subdue him, but aimed to exploit any momentary stiffness induced by the net for their next move. As the lightning net advanced, Orochimaru, now upright, formed hand seals for water release. Water barrier, conjuring a wall of water that thwarted the encroaching electrical assault, rendering Kaze and Amp, Appo's attack ineffective. With a breath, the initial probing had concluded. The trio, having failed to secure a hit, swiftly concealed themselves within the shadows as the water curtain descended. Remarkably, Orochimaru had not moved an inch, his smile unchanged, as if nothing had transpired in the training ground. Without the resolve to eliminate me, you shall not acquire the bells. Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's prowess exceeded anything Kaze and his companions had imagined. Perched upon a tree at the edge of the training ground, Kaze contemplated strategies. Orochimaru's mastery of both physical and ninjutsu far surpassed his own. Even should he relent, seizing the bells from him would be an insurmountable challenge. With only 2 bells available, issues of unequal distribution would inevitably arise within their team. How could they succeed in this trial? No. Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's insistence on there being only 2 bells was likely a ruse, intended to mislead them into competing against one another. Relying solely on individual capabilities against Orochimaru was nearly impossible. Thus, to pass the test, they needed to transcend the constraints imposed by the existence of the 2 bells. As comrades of the 3rd squad, they should cultivate trust rather than engage in conflict. Therefore, the solution to Orochimaru's challenge was unequivocal: cooperation. With this realization, Kaze refrained from immediate action. He would wait for his comrades to align with his thoughts. Time progressed steadily, and as anticipation intensified, Kaze nervously gripped a nearby branch, hoping fervently that their minds would converge. Crack! The sound of the branch snapping echoed sharply in the stillness of the training ground. At that moment, 3 figures surged forth simultaneously from the corners of the training area. Without the need for words, they understood one another's intentions. The closest, Kaze, unleashed the lightning net once more toward Orochimaru. As Orochimaru prepared to form hand seals, Hyuga Ray darted forward, targeting the chakra points on Orochimaru and Appo's hands. Realizing the imminent threat, Orochimaru abandoned his seals, coiling around Hyuga Ray, causing the lightning net to redirect towards him instead. Kaze remained composed, dispelling the lightning net and drawing his kunai to join Anko in a flanking maneuver against Orochimaru. Aware that remaining entangled with Hyuga Ray left him no room to evade, Orochimaru relinquished his hold on Ray and attempted to dart to the side. However, Hyuga Ray had already identified every chakra point on Orochimaru's supple form. In a fleeting moment of relaxation from Orochimaru, Ray prepared to strike. Yet, Orochimaru deftly countered, releasing a swarm of small snakes from his sleeves to intercept Ray's chakra-infused palm. As Ray's attack missed, Kaze completed the hand seals for lightning release. Lightning Beast Tracking Fong, sending a bolt of lightning racing towards Orochimaru. With a graceful leap, Orochimaru evaded the strike, ascending into the air. Anko, having awaited this opportunity, unleashed Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. Though Orochimaru's serpentine agility allowed him to evade most attacks, the immense fireball was not so easily sidestepped. Without hesitation, Orochimaru countered mid-air with Water Release, Water Surge, expelling a torrent of water that neutralized the fireball technique. Enveloping the training ground in a thick mist. Now back on solid ground, Orochimaru attuned himself to the air currents within the fog, awaiting the next onslaught. Strangely, he detected no signs of impending attack. As the mist gradually dissipated, the first thing to materialize in Orochimaru's line of sight was a pair of crimson eyes. Jinjutsu. During Anko's execution of the Great Fireball, Kaze had stealthily converged with Rei, utilizing Rei's Byakugan to lock onto Orochimaru amidst the fog. Seizing the moment as the mist began to clear, Kaze employed the Jinjutsu of his Sharingan. With insufficient defenses, Orochimaru fell prey to the illusion. Though Kaze's ocular power was still nascent, allowing him to maintain control for only a brief second. Yet for Kaze, with two allies by his side, a second was ample. As the second elapsed, Kaze strained to close his eyes, having reached his limit. Anko and Hyuga Rei did not disappoint his expectations, swiftly relieving Orochimaru of the bells from his waist. As the Jinjutsu was dispelled, Orochimaru's form fragmented into countless snakes, scattering in every direction. The real Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, observing his three students with an expression of satisfaction. Without uttering a word, this newly formed trio had successfully completed the test of the three shinobi on their second attempt. You all pass, Orochimaru's approving voice resonated, and the weight on Kaze's heart finally lifted. Moreover, he distinctly felt that the activation of his Sharingan had not only enhanced his perceptual abilities, but also considerably strengthened his chakra. In addressing the newly qualified third squad, Orochimaru outlined the next steps. Gather at the Konoha Gate tonight. We shall proceed to the land of rice paddies to undertake the first mission of the third squad. Having spoken, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Hinata Myohei and Uchiha Shursui, his expression transforming into one of avarice, as if he beheld treasures before him. Winko and Myohei, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be so kind as to provide me with a vial of your blood? Though framed as a request, there was no hint of concession in Orochimaru's tone. He swiftly seized a test tube and drew blood from both Uchiha Wind and Hinata Myohei, revealing a look of satisfaction. After a brief farewell, he departed hastily, as if compelled by pressing matters. Chapter 7. Secrets in the Blood. Orochimaru's laboratory. Having just concluded the examination, Orochimaru swiftly returned to his laboratory with the blood of Uchiha F and Hige Mei Ping, for he needed to verify an answer to a pressing question. Following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, Danzo quietly approached Orochimaru. As the most renowned ninja in Konoha aside from the Hokage, Orochimaru was widely believed to be a candidate for the fourth Hokage, and Danzo shared this sentiment. Danzo expressed a desire for collaboration, hoping that after Orochimaru ascended to Hokage, he could remain concealed in the shadows of Konoha as its root. However, Orochimaru did not fully trust Danzo. As the leader of Root, Danzo had eluded even the full control of the third Hokage, let alone that of Orochimaru, who had yet to become Hokage. Yet, the gift Danzo offered was too enticing for Orochimaru to decline. After the war, he had become acutely aware of the fragility of life. Since then, in addition to pursuing powerful techniques, he had devoted much of his energy to research aimed at enhancing his vitality and lifespan. The very items Danzo provided were what Orochimaru had long coveted: Hashirama cells, symbolizing life force, alongside the secret techniques of life that Root had unearthed over the years. In contrast, Danzo's request was comparatively trivial. He wished Orochimaru's research to succeed, enabling him to transplant Hashirama cells or cultivate a wood-release ninja. The life techniques collected by Root were not particularly complex for Orochimaru, yet the vitality of Hashirama cells far surpassed his expectations. Upon contact with other cellular tissues or human fluids, the cells would swiftly assimilate them, ultimately sprouting into saplings. Over 8 years, Orochimaru had conducted countless experiments on various species and bloodlines, with every attempt resulting in Hashirama cells consuming the samples. By now, only the Hige and Uchiha clans remained untested. After the war, Konoha stabilized once more, making it nearly impossible for Orochimaru to discreetly acquire experimental materials from the reclusive Uchiha and the bloodline-obsessed Hyuga. He had initially intended to seize the opportunity during the next war to obtain their flesh and blood. But a letter of appointment from the third Hokage brought him renewed hope. My dear teacher, I owe you my gratitude, Orochimaru mused. He retrieved a test tube containing Uchiha F's blood, extracting half of it, and dropping it into a petri dish prepared with Hashirama cells. He then repeated the process with Hige Mei Ping's blood. After an agonizing wait, changes began to manifest in both dishes. In the first dish, Uchiha F's blood engaged in a fierce struggle against Hashirama cells, locked in a prolonged tug-of-war of mutual consumption and transformation, seemingly ceaseless and forever refusing to merge. In the second dish, Hashirama cells had completely lost their vitality, lying dormant as mere human cells under the influence of the Hige blood. Uchiha, Hige, truly remarkable. Uchiha F, Hige Mei Ping, I require your assistance further. A dark, raspy chuckle echoed through the laboratory as Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. At the entrance of Konoha, Uchiha F and his companions awaited eagerly. After their collaboration that morning, Hige Mei Ping no longer appeared as reserved as when they first met. She smiled and extended her hand, introducing herself. I am Hige Mei Ping. In response to her goodwill, Uchiha F and Akane reciprocated with their introductions. Although Mei Ping did not overtly mention her status within the Hige clan, Uchiha F surmised she was from the branch family. His understanding of the Uchiha clan allowed him insight into the Hige as well. The main family of Hige, as the rightful heirs, were seldom dispatched on missions outside the village, particularly to other nations. The branch family, on the other hand, served as protectors, bearing the clan's responsibilities in the village by assisting Konoha in various tasks. Thus, it was likely that Mei Ping, assigned to the third team for this mission, belonged to the branch family. Seeing Mei Ping's warm smile, a flicker of sadness crossed Uchiha F's heart. He understood that the distinction between the main and branch families was not merely one of protector and protected. The main family had access to all clan records and could learn every secret technique, while the branch family could only study incomplete Hige ninjutsu. This inherent inequality meant branch family members often risked their lives to protect the main family. More alarmingly, the branch family had no means to reject this inequitable relationship. From a very young age, branch family members bore the caged bird seal, and the main family could decide the fate of those marked in an instant. The children of the branch family were forever bound to their roles, with destiny's cage imprisoning each generation. Since Mei Ping seemed unwilling to bring it up, Uchiha F naturally refrained from exposing her wounds. Memories from his past life filled him with disdain for such inequitable relationships. Yet the current weakness rendered him powerless to change it, forcing him to suppress these thoughts for the time being. After a brief pause, Orochimaru finally arrived at the Konoha gate, addressing the trio about the mission at hand. This task is classified as B rank. The client is the daimyo of the land of Rice, who reported that a band of thieves has recently appeared outside the capital, repeatedly plundering merchants and travelers. They request Konoha to dispatch assistance. This mission involves merely clearing out the thieves. Intelligence suggests no signs of ninjutsu usage, but we cannot dismiss the possibility of concealment. I will not intervene unless unexpected circumstances arise, such as a sudden appearance of several Nin. However, that is highly unlikely. Once we reach the land of Rice, you will act independently. I have my own tasks and will not accompany you at all times. I will send a summoning beast to follow you. It will notify me if any unforeseen dangers occur. With that, a small brown snake slithered out from under Orochimaru's pant leg, vanishing into Uchiha F's sleeve in the blink of an eye, leaving a chilling sensation at his waist. Although a hint of fear lingered within him, Uchiha F had no grounds to refuse Orochimaru's summoning beast, nor could he voice the suggestion of having the snake accompany the two girls. Resigned, he nodded in agreement. Seeing the mix of fear and reluctance on Uchiha F's face, Orochimaru's malicious amusement was satisfied, his expression growing even more cheerful as he rasped, "Let us depart." Chapter 8. The turning tide in the land of rice fields. The corpulent lord surveyed the three-leaf village ninjas who had come to visit, confirming their identities before sinking back into his chair. While he held the strength and reputation of Leaf Village in high regard, the youthful appearances of the three left him feeling uncertain. Fearing to provoke Leaf Village, he hesitantly remarked, "The reputation of Leaf Village has always been reliable, and I personally acknowledge their strength. However, the number of bandits outside the city is considerable, and their movements are cunningly concealed. I wonder if you might require additional assistance from Leaf." The undercurrent of distrust in the Lord's tone did not escape the notice of the three ninjas. Just as Uchiha Kaze pondered how to respond, Akane, sitting beside him, interjected, "There is no need for that. If the Lord does not trust Leaf Village, he can cancel the mission and seek aid from another village. Leaf Village has sent us precisely because they have confidence in our abilities. If you believe in Leaf, simply relay the situation to us." The Lord, perched atop his high seat, recognized the firmness in Akane's voice and, begrudgingly, continued, "According to our intelligence, the bandits have been active in the forest 5 kilometers west of the gate since 2 weeks ago, preying upon merchants traveling to and from the city. If this continues, it is likely that no one will dare to come to this city again." Upon grasping the situation, the trio promptly set off, reaching the outskirts of the western forest in no time. As they stood at the edge of the woods, Hugo Ray stopped Akane, who was about to charge in. "Wait," he cautioned. "While the intel suggests they are mere bandits, this may be a facade or a result of insufficient information. After all, no one has reported engaging with these bandits. The heart of the forest is merely 2 kilometers from here. I can assess the situation." With that, Ray concentrated his chakra, activating his Byakugan. Under its gaze, the bandits' presence became unmistakable. 1, 2. There are a total of 16 individuals. Their chakra signatures are distinctly evident. They are not ordinary people, they are ninjas. We need to retreat. Not quite, little sister, there are 17 of them. Before Ray could finish, a sharp voice echoed from behind the trio. A slender man with a cunning smile had appeared, revealing himself as a lookout for the bandits. With a flick, he ignited a signal flare. Faced with 17 ninjas, the newly graduated trio had little chance of survival. Uchiha Kaze swiftly made a decision. "We must retreat." Yet the slender man had no intention of allowing their escape. With a series of hand seals, he summoned an earthen wall that blocked their path. In mere seconds, The other 16 ninjas had arrived, encircling the trio. The chilling sensation of the summoning snake at Kaze's waist vanished in that moment. The bandits, seemingly unconcerned with the presence of 3 leaf ninjas, began to deliberate. How did leaf ninjas get here? Have we been discovered? Perhaps a Wagakure requested assistance from Leaf Village. Impossible. If a Wagakure did indeed reach out, why would Leaf send a group of children? Is this a mission from the land of rice fields? Perhaps we should let them go. It is better not to make enemies with Leaf. Let them go? Do you think they won't report back? Then there is but one course of action. Eliminate them and change our hideout. The conversations of the Iwagakure ninjas revealed their intention to treat Uchiha Kaze and his companions as mere disposable objects, casually deciding their fates. As Kaze listened intently, he resolved to buy time until Orochimaru arrived. Upon hearing the Iwagakure ninja's deadly resolution, he activated his Sharingan, determined to protect his comrades until Orochimaru's arrival. The stout leader of the Iwagakure ninjas recognized the origins of the 2 pairs of eyes before him. The Hyuga, likely from the branch family, held little value. But that Sharingan could fetch a handsome price on the black market. Kaze, overhearing the disparaging remarks, cast a glance at Hyuga Rei, who remained unfazed. Her expression betraying neither anger nor despair. Was it endurance, indifference, or mere habituation? Yet Kaze had no time for sorrow. As the leading Iwagakure ninja lunged at him with a massive blade, exclaiming, "First, deal with the Sharingan brat." Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, the movements of the Iwagakure ninja were laid bare, but faced with superior physical prowess, Kaze found himself unable to retaliate, barely evading the strike. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Earth Style, Earth Spear. As the leader's attack went wide, the flanking ninjas initiated a coordinated assault. 4 ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals to create the Earth Flow Wall, while 2 others prepared to launch the Earth Spear, aiming to trap the trio within the confines of the walls and finish them off with deadly spikes. The earthen walls rose swiftly around them, and hidden spikes prepared to erupt from the ground. However, in the next moment, one of the Earth Flow walls halted its ascent, revealing a narrow escape route. Jinjutsu. Realizing their intent, Kaze targeted one of the Iwagakure ninjas attempting to reinforce the wall with a Jinjutsu, successfully seizing control just as they struck. Without hesitation, the trio leapt beyond the wall, knowing that remaining in that confined space would be tantamount to awaiting their demise. "Watch your back." Rei's voice rang out, her Byakugan providing a wide field of vision, alerting them to 3 ninjas charging toward them with short blades drawn. Responding to her warning, Akane and Kaze turned, drawing their kunai to clash against the oncoming blades. Yet, with their numbers, the Iwagakure ninjas would not allow their prey to escape. Before they could land, 3 more Iwagakure ninjas surged from the opposite side, their blades aimed directly at the trio's vital points. There was no way to evade. Kaze's rapidly rotating Sharingan captured each of the Iwagakure ninjas' movements. Yet he could devise no countermeasure. Suspended in midair, they felt as though they were fish on a chopping block, destined for slaughter. In a fleeting moment, the trio found themselves cornered. Would they meet their end? In despair, Kaze sensed a surge of chakra gathering nearby. Turning, he beheld Rei exclaiming, "Byakugan." The secret technique forbidden to the branch family was wielded by a girl freshly graduated from the ninja academy. A sudden surge of potent chakra enveloped Rei, the force sending everything nearby flying outward. Kaze, Akane, and the 6 Iwagakure ninjas were hurled from the battlefield by the impact, leaving Rei standing resolutely in place. Yet, surrounding her were 11 vigilant Iwagakure ninjas. Without needing to glance back, Rei's Byakugan afforded her a clear view of every corner of the battlefield. Confronted by encroaching foes, she realized there was no path of retreat. Without hesitation, she shouted to Kaze and Akane, who had been flung outside the encirclement, "Run." As several figures lunged at her, her body was instantly pierced by numerous blades. In the next moment, the leading Iwagakure ninja dove low, akin to an arrow, declaring, "None of you will escape." Boom. A figure descended from the heavens, forcefully driving the Iwagakure ninja into the ground. A voice, laced with fury, echoed across the battlefield. "You shall not escape." Orochimaru has entered the fray. Chapter 9. The kaleidoscope that reverses time. Several daggers were drawn from Hinata Mei's body, and the once supporting figure of Hinata Mei fell to the ground like a withered white flower. The image of Hinata Mei being pierced by the daggers was deeply etched in Uchiha Kaze's mind. All he could see was a sea of crimson, and the incessant howling echoed in his ears. He could neither see nor hear anything clearly, save for the relentless replay of Hinata Mei's collapse in his mind. "She died to save us. I am too weak. My eyes failed to protect anything. I am powerless. No, I refuse to accept this. I cannot let you die. I must not let you perish." A fervent desire surged forth, laden with heavy emotion, nearly tangible in its intensity. "I will not yield. I will save her. I must save her." A chilling chakra erupted from his body, ultimately crystallizing within his left eye, where the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, twisting into a design resembling 8 overlapping petals. The kaleidoscope. At the instant the pattern stabilized in his left eye, a corner of the blood-red haze was torn away, revealing Hinata Mei's form lying on the ground, while the voice in Uchiha Kaze's heart continued unabated. I cannot let you die. I absolutely cannot. In a flash, the scarlet brilliance of his left eye intensified, and a single tear of blood trickled down. Under the gaze of Uchiha Kaze's kaleidoscope Sharingan, the distant figure of Hinata Mei rewound like a tape, rising once more, unscathed, and without a single wound. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded Uchiha Kaze's mind, knowledge of the ability embedded within his left eye. Reverse Destiny. This ability allows him to select a target within his line of sight and revert their physical state to that of 30 seconds prior. It can also be used on oneself. With Hinata Mei's revival, Uchiha Kaze's vision was restored. Orochimaru glided like a specter between various enemies, wielding the Kusanagi sword to claim the lives of one rock shinobi after another. The battlefield was swiftly cleared, leaving only Orochimaru and the 3 members of Team 3 standing. Orochimaru bit his fingertip, summoning a massive serpent that swallowed the unconscious leader of the rock shinobi, destined for interrogation. This exemplified the legendary prowess of the Sannin, a level of strength that ordinary ninjas could scarcely contend with. Having concluded his tasks, Orochimaru redirected his attention to Team 3. Witnessing Uchiha Kaze's extraordinary Sharingan that had resurrected Hinata Mei, the anger he had felt upon his arrival dissipated entirely. His serpent-like pupils glimmered with excitement as they fixated on Uchiha Kaze's Sharingan. Yet, this exhilaration did not linger on Orochimaru's face for long. He soon reverted to his usual cold demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. I apologize for my negligence that placed everyone in danger. The ninjas we just faced were from a Wagakure, and among them, 5 were Jonin and 12 were Chunin. This mission should be classified as S-rank. 5 Jonin. An S-rank mission. Any one of these factors would be enough to astound the 3 freshly graduated ninjas from the academy. However, at that moment, their primary concern lay elsewhere. And Orochimaru was no exception. The vivid memory of Hinata Mei being pierced by multiple daggers was still fresh, and even the sensation of pain lingered, though no wounds could be found upon her inspection. In a whirlwind of confusion, she turned to her companions and inquired, "What is happening to me?" Uchiha Kaze's expression flickered with conflict, but he ultimately spoke. "It is due to the power of my left eye. This is a special ability known as Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The technique that revived you is called Reverse Destiny, allowing me to revert a target state to 30 seconds prior." After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Kaze continued, "The power of the kaleidoscope is a secret of the Uchiha clan, and I hope you will help me keep it concealed." Standing nearby, Orochimaru licked his lips, his excitement barely concealed. "Uchiha Kaze, I can assist in keeping your secret, but you must answer my questions and do me a favor." As he drew closer, he scrutinized Uchiha Kaze's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Uchiha Kaze, when did you acquire this kaleidoscope power? Is this ability inherent to all Uchihas?" Hearing Orochimaru's willingness to keep his secret, Uchiha Kaze responded candidly. "When Mei was pierced by the rock shinobi's blade, I was desperate to save her. Rather than awakening the kaleidoscope's power, it felt more like this ability responded to my wish. As for your other question, from what I understand, few Uchihas possess this power, and I sense that each kaleidoscope harbors a uniquely different strength. And what of your other eye?" Orochimaru began to jot down notes in a booklet. No change occurred. Orochimaru continued his notes, formulating his theory. The kaleidoscope's power may only awaken in one eye, or the other eye's kaleidoscope power may awaken at a different time. Though he had long heard of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, this was Orochimaru's first genuine encounter with its power, and Uchiha Kaze's unique circumstances misled him during this initial meeting. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Uchiha Kaze's explanation reached Hinata Mei's ears, moistening her eyes unexpectedly. As a branch family member, she had never felt her life was valued within the Hyuga clan. To the main family, she was merely a replaceable pawn. And even her parents had conveyed that the lives of the main family held greater importance than their own. Thus, when she had risked her life to escort Uchiha Kaze and Akamatsu from the battlefield, it was a cruel twist of fate. The mark of the caged bird on her forehead and the words of her elders constantly reminded her that she was merely a sacrificial pawn. At the moment she was slain by the rock shinobi, she felt an odd sense of release, as if she had finally fulfilled her purpose and was no longer bound by destiny. However, Uchiha Kaze's words marked the first time she felt her life was acknowledged, no longer viewed merely as a tool. Consequently, she grew to despise the caged bird mark on her forehead even more. If only I could be an ordinary ninja. Regaining her composure, Hinata Mei could no longer suppress her emotions. Her voice trembled as she expressed her gratitude to Uchiha Kaze with a barely perceptible quaver of tears. Uchiha Kaze, taken aback by her quivering voice, accepted her thanks, despite feeling she need not express it. After all, she had been the one to save him and Akamatsu. Unbeknownst to him, her gratitude stemmed not from his last-minute rescue. Meanwhile, Akamatsu, realizing the significance, quickly thanked Hinata Mei and leaned closer to Uchiha Kaze, whispering that Mei's ability to reverse destiny must remain a secret from anyone outside their trio. as such techniques were forbidden for the branch family within the Hyuga clan. Understood. Uchiha Kaze nodded solemnly. After they exchanged the information from earlier, the four prepared to return to Konoha to report. Just as they were about to leave, Orochimaru spoke once more. Kaze, upon returning to Konoha, I will require a vial of your blood. Additionally, be wary of Danzo. Chapter 10. The Secret of the Kaleidoscope. Konoha Village. Upon returning to Konoha, Orochimaru presented a report of his recent mission to the third Hokage. During this briefing, he deliberately concealed information regarding Uchiha Kaze's Mangekyou Sharingan. As for Hinata Rei's return, the members of Team 3 refrained from disclosing this information to him, and naturally, Orochimaru did not report it either. Despite swiftly arriving to assist in the defeat of 17 rock shinobi, the fact that the freshly graduated Team 3 managed to endure against such formidable foes until Orochimaru's arrival caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Orochimaru explained that Hinata Rei had initially detected the ambush from a distance, prompting Team 3 to relay this intelligence to him immediately, which allowed them to delay until his assistance arrived. Even so, their performance was commendable, leading the third Hokage to elevate his assessment of this team in his mind. During the interrogation of the rock shinobi leader, it was revealed that they were rogue shinobi from a Wagakure, disillusioned by the third Tsuchikage's consolidation of power within his own clan, which led them to defect from the village. Their intention was to sow chaos in the Land of Rice and subsequently assist the daimyo of the Land of Rice in resolving the ensuing turmoil, ultimately establishing a new ninja village there. Although this group of rock shinobi failed, their plans piqued Orochimaru's interest. A small nation without its own ninja village could potentially serve as a refuge for him in the future. Rather than aspiring to become the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru now sought greater mastery of ninjutsu and prolonged life. He sensed the constraints Konoha placed upon him and began to prepare for a possible departure from the village one day. This mission report, after undergoing scrutiny by Konoha, was categorized as an S-rank task and archived. The records of the 3 newly graduated students now bore the mark of an S-rank mission, a source of pride for them, particularly for Uchiha Kaze. At the Uchiha residence, Shursui, I have completed an S-rank mission. Uchiha Kaze, having just returned from his successful mission, was enjoying a well-deserved break at home, eagerly awaiting his brother Shursui's return. Upon seeing his brother, who had just come home from a mission with the Umbu, Kaze spoke with an air of triumph. Shursui, who had just entered the house, was not surprised by his brother's boastful tone and replied nonchalantly, I already knew. Having reviewed Kaze's mission report prior to returning home, Shursui was aware of the details and deemed that his younger brother had merely played a minor role. The 17 rock shinobi were dealt with by Orochimaru, and it was Hinata Rei who discovered them. You hardly contributed, did you? Kaze was disheartened by Shursui's reaction, unable to refute his brother's words. He quickly shifted the conversation, saying, You are correct that Orochimaru took care of the rock shinobi, but I did not do nothing during this mission. With that, Kaze's left eye transformed into the pattern of the Mangekyou Sharingan. What is this? The Mangekyou Sharingan? A look of anticipation finally appeared on Shursui's face, which Kaze had been hoping for. The ability of this eye was to reverse time, restoring a designated target to its state 30 seconds prior. But my ocular strength could only sustain this power 3 times within a single day. During this mission, I utilized this eye's ability to save Rei. Kaze proclaimed proudly to Shursui, I have asked Team 3 and Orochimaru-sensei to keep the existence of my Mangekyou a secret, as it is a matter of our Uchiha clan's confidentiality. Kaze, you have truly grown. Shursui spoke with no hint of envy, only immense pride in his brother. I always believed you had great potential, though it had yet to manifest. However, you are more gifted than I had imagined, Kaze. By the way, what is the ability of your other eye? Other eye? What other eye? The atmosphere in the room abruptly turned icy. Shursui had read extensively about Uchiha history and was aware that both eyes of the Mangekyou Sharingan possessed unique abilities. He had only recently learned the method to awaken the eyes. However, he had never encountered a case of only one Mangekyou Sharingan being activated. For Kaze, having just learned of the existence of the Mangekyou, he assumed that only awakening one eye was normal, as he believed he was the sole example. In the midst of this awkwardness, Shursui, observing his bewildered brother who had activated the Mangekyou, could no longer contain himself and spoke first. In Uchiha history, the Mangekyou Sharingan, like the Sharingan, is always recorded as both eyes changing together. There has never been a case like yours. This situation is indeed unique. How did you awaken this Mangekyou Sharingan? Hearing Shursui's words, Kaze felt a twinge of panic and recounted in detail how he awakened his eye. After listening to his brother's explanation, Shursui fell into deep contemplation. In Kaze's account, his awakening was triggered by Hinata Rei's death. However, considering that he had only known Rei for a few days, she could hardly be deemed a close family member. Even if he felt regret, Rei's demise should not have been the catalyst for obtaining the power of the Mangekyou. This led Shursui to wonder even more. Could it be that the conditions for awakening were insufficient, resulting in only one Mangekyou being activated? No, if the conditions were inadequate, how could he have awakened it at all? Was it possible that his strength or chakra was insufficient to support the powers of two Mangeki? Yet for Kaze, his focus was elsewhere. After hearing Shirsue's mention of the records of awakening in Uchiha history, he began to ponder whether it was they who were abnormal or if he was the one who was different. If the Uchiha's powers required intense emotional upheaval to manifest, then why did some clan members, even in the face of a loved one's death, only awaken standard Sharingan? Some even killed their friends without any change in their eyes. Their mental fortitude must have been extraordinarily strong. For him, however, witnessing someone sacrifice themselves to save him, only to be mortally wounded, had been more than enough to create significant emotional turbulence. Unable to reach a conclusion, Shirsue advised Kaze, "Before we clarify the situation with your eyes, do not mention it to anyone, including our fellow Uchiha. Furthermore, do not use the power of the Mangeki lightly." He intended to seek answers to the questions at hand before formulating a plan with Kaze, not wanting his brother to face unknown risks alone. Kaze had always placed immense trust in Shirsue, and promptly nodded in agreement. Orochimaru's laboratory having just completed his report, Orochimaru returned directly to his laboratory, where he laid out the freshly collected blood of Uchiha Kaze, along with the pre-prepared cells of Hashirama. After returning to Konoha, he had extracted a vial of blood from Kaze, intending to conduct another experiment utilizing the blood of one who had awakened the Mangeki. Orochimaru meticulously mixed the blood with the Hashirama cells once more, yet the anticipated fusion did not occur. The reaction remained largely unchanged, with the Uchiha blood and Hashirama cells engaging in a relentless struggle, more intense than before. Had he failed once again? It appeared that the bloodline of the Hyuga clan was necessary for another attempt. He casually placed the failed sample in a corner of the laboratory and began contemplating how to obtain the flesh and blood of the Hyuga clan. Whether he could succeed in reaching the core members of Konoha's foremost clan was uncertain, and even if he managed, ensuring his own safety afterward presented a significant dilemma. Perhaps he would devise a plan once the day of his departure from Konoha arrived. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, subtle changes were quietly occurring in the culture dish in the corner. Chapter 11. Burning Youth. 3 days had elapsed since their return to Konoha, and Uchiha Kazuki, having fully recuperated, felt an unusual restlessness during the seemingly interminable holiday. At last, he stepped out of his home, bewildered by the fact that he, a freshly minted ninja, had inadvertently completed an S-rank mission, earning himself 2 weeks of leave. The novelty of his situation had not yet waned, and he was eager to venture to the mission assignment hall to accept the task. For Konoha had never stated that ninjas on holiday were prohibited from undertaking missions. In a blink, Uchiha Kazuki found himself standing before the mission board, contemplating which task to choose. Just then, a spirited voice resounded from behind him. "You must be Uchiha Kazuki." Turning around, he was greeted by a boy clad in a snug green outfit, sporting an unmistakable mushroom-shaped hairstyle. After confirming the boy's identity, Kazuki was certain he had never encountered him before, as such a distinct feature was hard to forget. "Do you recognize me?" The mushroom-haired boy, upon hearing Kazuki's response, became even more animated. "Of course, you are Orochimaru's student, the prodigious Uchiha Kazuki, who activated the Sharingan and completed an S-rank mission at the tender age of 10. With that, the boy struck a pose, one hand on his hip and the other giving a thumbs up to himself, his face beaming with an exuberant grin. "And I am Might Guy, a genin for a year now, the youthful beast of Konoha, here to challenge you." Faced with the eccentric Might Guy, a typical ninja might have quietly retreated upon hearing such a bold declaration. However, Kazuki's attention was not fixated on that. What intrigued him was that he, who had always been at the bottom of his class in the Ninja Academy, was now being challenged by a senior ninja. With this thought in mind, Kazuki broke into a rare, sunny smile typical of the Uchiha clan and replied, "I accept your challenge. What do you wish to compete in?" Might Guy's cheerful grin remained unchanged as he confidently declared, "I haven't thought of that yet." Many ninjas in Konoha had received challenges from Might Guy, including the notable Shirsue. But apart from Kakashi Hatake, only Uchiha Kazuki had accepted his challenge. Thus, Might Guy had not devised a specific method for the competition. Upon hearing Might Guy's audacious yet vague response, Kazuki felt a twinge of regret. This senior ninja seemed a bit off. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kazuki resolved to stick to his original intent for visiting the mission assignment hall. "How about this, Might Guy? Let us race to complete our tasks." Might Guy's excitement surged as he exclaimed, "As expected of you, Uchiha Kazuki. What an excellent idea. Let us both accept the task and see who finishes first. Only a fair competition can ignite our spirits." Kazuki's lips twitched slightly. He had intended to undertake separate tasks in order to evade Might Guy and complete his mission alone. However, suggesting different tasks now would likely be dismissed as unfair. Reluctantly, he stood beside the exuberant Might Guy at the mission board. Moments later, Might Guy found his target. "All right, this one." Kazuki followed the direction of Might Guy's finger to read the task description. Rank task: assist Mrs. Tanaka in driving wild boars from her fields. Task location: Uchiha Kazuki. Let us set off. Without waiting for Kazuki's response, Might Guy had already grabbed his arm and was sprinting towards the task location. Kazuki, forcefully dragged along, silently lamented. Indeed, holidays are meant for resting at home. Soon, Might Guy had pulled Kazuki to their destination. Although Kazuki had some reservations about this tight-clad ninja, he couldn't deny the astonishment he felt at Might Guy's speed. He silently reflected, one should never underestimate any ninja. Appearances can be deceiving. Regaining his footing, Might Guy surveyed the scene in the fields. That must be our target. Following Might Guy's gaze, Kazuki spotted a colossal wild boar standing nearly 2 meters tall, its body adorned with scars that spoke of many battles. Its low growl resembled that of a beast rather than a mere wild boar. All right, from here on, we are foes. I will defeat this wild boar before you do. With that, Might Guy lowered his stance and charged at the boar, his left foot aimed directly at its head. Kazuki, having activated his Sharingan, scrutinized Might Guy's movements. With his perceptive abilities, he gauged the power behind the kick. Were it to strike him unreservedly, he would likely lose consciousness, let alone against a mere boar. In Kazuki's mind, the wild boar was essentially a defeated foe. After all, it was merely an animal and could not hope to match a ninja's prowess. As Might Guy's flying kick approached, the wild boar lowered its head, not retreating but charging headlong at Might Guy. Kazuki could only sigh inwardly at the animal's lack of intelligence. As Kazuki had anticipated, Might Guy's kick resounded against the boar with a thunderous impact. However, the unexpected occurred. The one sent flying was not the boar, but Might Guy himself. Watching his companions soar through the air, Kazuki couldn't help but question himself. Am I the one lacking in intelligence? As the dust settled, the boar regarded the two intruding ninjas with a hint of disdain. Kazuki could hardly tolerate such an affront. His sensitive nature and the pride of the Uchiha clan could not bear the mockery of a mere wild boar. Without restraint, he drew a kunai and charged at the beast. The boar, now aware of this new adversary, regarded Kazuki with even greater arrogance, its movements slow and dismissive. Kazuki's Sharingan clearly perceived the boar's unguarded posture, and once again, he felt humiliated, an affront most egregious. Though his mindset was affected, Kazuki's movements remained swift. Just as he was about to close in on the boar, the light of his Sharingan flickered, halting the beast's impending counterattack. Using Genjutsu, he seized control of the boar in that fleeting moment, and the next instant, he altered his position mid-air, descending upon the creature from above. No matter how tough your skull, the skin on your neck will never be tougher than a kunai. Forcing me to utilize the Genjutsu of my Sharingan is, in itself, a mark of pride for you, wild boar. In the instant their forms converged, Kazuki thrust his kunai forward. Success. Yet, the kunai did not penetrate as he had hoped. No matter how forcefully he drove it, it failed to pierce the beast's flesh. At that moment, the wild boar broke free from the Genjutsu and sent Kazuki hurtling away. Kazuki arced through the air, crashing into the ground. The 10-year-old prodigy, who had awakened his Sharingan, had been bested by a wild boar. Chapter 12. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. This wild boar possesses an astonishing resistance to illusions. Uchiha Kazuki propped himself up with both hands, extracting his head from the ground. While on the other side, Might Guy had already risen, preparing to initiate a second round of assault. The ferocious beasts of Konoha, your strength has earned my respect. Might Guy crossed his arms before his chest, adopting a poised stance, and continued to face a worthy opponent. One must unleash their full potential without reservation as a mark of respect. Is a wild boar truly a worthy opponent? Freshly emerged from the earth, Uchiha Kazuki felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Might Guy's commendation of the boar. Realizing that being called a genius by someone who had just been annihilated by it was not a source of pride. However, reflecting on his recent defeat at the hooves of this beast, he found no fault in the situation. While Uchiha Kazuki remained perplexed, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Might Guy. First gate, the opening. Open. Second gate, the rest. Open. Third gate, the life. Open. Without needing to form hand seals, the energy emanating from Might Guy intensified several-fold, leaving Uchiha Kazuki bewildered. What kind of technique is this? With the third gate opened, Might Guy propelled himself off the ground like a bullet, sensing that the wild boar braced itself, widening its stance and lowering its center of gravity in preparation for the impending collision. With each powerful thrust of his legs, Might Guy rapidly increased his velocity, soon becoming an indistinguishable blur. All that remained visible was a streak of green lightning racing towards the boar. Boom! Another resounding impact echoed through the field. In his pursuit of ultimate speed, Might Guy did not alter his trajectory. The youthful beast of Konoha collided headfirst with the wild boar. The immense force sent the boar flying several meters, its legs deeply embedded in the soil, leaving a lengthy trail behind. After a brief moment of disadvantage, the wild boar regained its footing, engaging in a fierce contest of strength with Might Guy. Had it been earlier, Uchiha Kazuki would have been certain that the boar would ultimately succumb to Might Guy's overwhelming offensive. Yet, after witnessing the boar's ferocity, he instinctively felt that it would not fall so easily, prompting him to devise a strategy. Observing the stalemate in the field, Uchiha Kazuki gradually arrived at a conclusion. Our objective is to drive the wild boar away, not to defeat it. As long as we can lead it away from this farmland, that will suffice. The boar originally resided in the woods, and its sudden incursion into the fields must have a reason behind it. It is now February, perhaps after enduring a harsh winter. Food scarcity in the woods has compelled the boar to seek sustenance in the fields. This plot has already been ravaged by the boar. So if we can provide sufficient food as bait, it may very well return to the woods. Before long, Uchiha Kazuki procured 80 pounds of sweet potatoes from a nearby merchant. For someone who had just completed an S-rank mission, such a modest quantity posed no financial strain. Upon returning to the field with the sweet potatoes, the wild boar caught the scent, its body suddenly invigorated, and with a swift sidestep, it sent the gate unlocked Might Guy soaring through the air. Might Guy, having been thrown back, steadied himself after a few quick steps. But upon noticing the wild boar charging towards Uchiha Kazuki, he, perplexed, closed the 8 gates and decided to follow. Though the wild boar was terrifyingly formidable in both offense and defense, it lacked speed. Uchiha Kazuki swiftly dodged, ultimately entering the woods. As they chased deep into the forest, Uchiha Kazuki casually discarded the sweet potatoes, and the wild boar ceased its pursuit. Winter had faded 2 weeks prior, and fresh food was beginning to sprout in the woods. Moreover, with the ground strewn with sweet potatoes, Uchiha Kazuki believed the boar had no reason to return to the ravaged farmland. Thus, the D-rank mission, driving away the wild boar, was accomplished. The prodigious Uchiha ninja had triumphed over the beast. Before Uchiha Kazuki could revel in his victory, an excited voice rang from behind. Incredible, Uchiha Kazuki. You truly are the man worthy of being my rival. Although we did not defeat the boar in a direct confrontation, a loss is still a loss. My record against you stands at 0-1. Turning back, he saw Might Guy standing behind him, giving a thumbs up and wearing his signature grin. Upon hearing Might Guy's praise, Uchiha Kazuki felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He discerned that this challenge was not the end, but merely the beginning. Soon enough, Uchiha Kazuki's apprehensions were validated, as Might Guy declared his intent. From this day forth, you shall be my second nemesis. I will surpass you and Kakashi to become the strongest ninja. Having witnessed the 8 gates, Uchiha Kazuki did not feel that Might Guy needed to surpass him. Nevertheless, since he had emerged victorious in their recent encounter, he refrained from disputing Might Guy's claim. Though he felt a pang of regret for falling into a trap of complacency, Uchiha Kazuki sensed Might Guy's sincerity and kindness during their brief interaction. Moreover, the peculiar jutsu that had suddenly enhanced his speed and power piqued his curiosity and admiration. Thus, without much hesitation, Uchiha Kazuki acknowledged Might Guy as his rival. Very well. I accept you as my opponent, but you are currently in a poor state. I do not wish to take advantage of your weakness. Next time, I want to engage in a fair battle. With the Sharingan, Uchiha Kazuki easily discerned that the previous technique had exhausted Might Guy considerably. Although he was eager to test his skills, he opted to postpone their duel for another occasion. Might Guy's smile remained, yet tears streamed down his face, creating a comically contradictory expression of joy and sorrow. This is wonderful. You are the first to acknowledge me as a rival. As for Kakashi, one day, I will earn his recognition too. Despite being similarly dubbed a nemesis by Might Guy, Kakashi had never openly conceded to this notion. Perhaps it was Might Guy's one-sided affection, or perhaps Kakashi's pride rendered him reluctant to acknowledge it. Regardless, Uchiha Kazuki had become the first to recognize Might Guy as a rival, leaving him momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. After a brief silence, curiosity compelled Uchiha Kazuki to inquire about another matter. What was that technique you used during your second attack on the wild boar? Such immense power. How was it achieved? Standing nearby, Might Guy instantly composed himself, donning a proud expression as he replied, This is a secret technique passed down by my father. It is called the 8 Gates of Duinjia. When all 8 gates are opened, one can gain several times the strength of the Hokage. My father instructed me to use this technique to protect Konoha and safeguard those who are dear to me. The recent confrontation with the wild boar had indeed been a mission to uphold Konoha's safety. Thus Might Guy felt no dissonance in his actions. Upon hearing of such a powerful technique, Uchiha Kazuki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can you teach me this technique? Might Guy nodded. When my father taught me, he did not prohibit me from sharing it with others. He said that anyone capable of protecting Konoha deserves the opportunity to learn this technique. As my eternal rival, I would certainly teach you. At this moment, Might Guy displayed a serious demeanor, but he cautioned. However, mastering this technique is far from simple. Chapter 13. The ninjutsu born for Uchiha F. Within each individual and Appo's body lie 8 gates that restrict the flow of chakra. When these gates are opened, chakra surges forth instantaneously, bestowing combat prowess that is exponentially greater than usual. However, the absence of these restrictions results in varying degrees of bodily harm. The damage incurred from opening the first 4 gates can be entirely mitigated once one has mastered the technique. Yet, from the 5th gate onwards, the fatigue inflicted upon the body becomes unavoidable, indicating that even with mastery, this technique will still inflict harm upon the user. The opening of these gates is not without conditions. From the 3rd gate onward, if the body has not been rigorously trained, The act of opening a gate can lead to irreversible death within mere seconds. Only those with a physique robust enough to withstand the damage can discover the method to open the gates through repeated attempts. Therefore, the foundation for learning this technique lies in the extreme conditioning of one's body. Fortunately, according to ancestral records, it is possible to find a method to open the first 7 gates without self-harm through extensive training. However, the 8th gate, known as the Death Gate, guarantees death upon its opening. For other ninjas, the arduous conditions and significant risks associated with mastering this technique render the possibility of complete mastery nearly zero if they did not begin their physical training from a young age. Yet, for Uchiha F, this technique seems tailor-made for him. His left eye possesses a unique ability called Reverse Destiny, which allows him to evade all risks without a formidable physique. Although lacking a body capable of withstanding the resultant damage, his Reverse Destiny can revert his physical state, enabling him to attempt opening the gates repeatedly until he discovers the perfect method. Even with the final Death Gate, under the influence of his ocular technique, he can maximize its potential without suffering harm. Moreover, this technique offers him a significant advantage. As Mato Kai previously stated, the 8 Gates technique does not merely enhance physical attributes, it causes a dramatic surge of chakra in a short period. For other practitioners of the 8 Gates technique, who have solely focused on physical training since childhood, the chakra increase remains confined to their physical form once the gates are opened. However, Uchiha F, not bound to dedicating all his energy to physical training, can leverage this chakra to its fullest extent, with no reason to decline this technique. Uchiha F sought further details from Mato Kai before promptly returning home to prepare for his attempts. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, with his left eye transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern, he attuned himself to the positions of the gates within his body, repeatedly assaulting the prohibitive barriers that lay within. 10 days later, Uchiha F's vacation came to an end. Due to the limitations of his ocular power, he could only attempt the 8 Gates technique 3 times a day. Even without the worry of injuring himself, the toll on his ocular power became unbearable. Moreover, frequent use of the kaleidoscope ability began to diminish his left eye's vision. After consulting with Shursui, he learned that this decline was an inherent flaw of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Excessive use of its powers could lead to gradual blindness. He also discovered from Shursui that the kaleidoscope Sharingan had an ultimate form known as the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha F resolved to seek out the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha clan for insight into obtaining this power, deciding to cease his attempts until he acquired the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Consequently, his progress with the 8 Gates technique halted at the first gate. This morning, shortly after awakening, Uchiha F received alarming news. Kumo had declared war on Suna, prompting Konoha to enter a state of full military readiness. Although the flames of war had yet to reach the Land of Fire, Shusui's warning made it clear that Konoha could be affected at any moment. Numerous reconnaissance missions were surely on the horizon. Thus, he awaited notification from Orochimaru at home. As the sun reached its zenith, a small brown snake slithered into Uchiha F's room. His mission had arrived. Orochimaru's squad, Team 3, had regrouped once more. After 5 days of travel, they had crossed the borders of the Land of Fire and arrived at the Land of Iron, nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. A few days prior, Minato Namikaze had relayed intelligence indicating that Kumo had dispatched a 6-man team moving covertly towards Konoha. Their cautious pace suggested an intention to remain undetected. And notably, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was among them. Thus, even if the surrounding ninjas were unrecognizable, they could not be mere nameless figures. Rumors had circulated about the young Jinchuriki's complete control over the tailed beast. In its fully transformed state, she reportedly possessed strength on par with that of a Kaguya. From Konoha's perspective, allowing a tailed beast to enter the Land of Fire was akin to placing a ticking time bomb at their doorstep. Therefore, their objective was to rendezvous with allies ambushed in the Land of Iron and intercept the Kumo team. According to the records, the only Konoha ninjas stationed in the Land of Iron were Minato and his Team 7. Kumo's combat force comprised the powerful Jinchuriki and 5 elite ninjas, while Konoha's team included only 2 Jonin, 1 Shunin, and 5 Genin, with Orochimaru among them. Upon realizing the disparity in strength between the two sides, Uchiha F was initially astonished, but after some contemplation, he regained his composure. Although Konoha was short-staffed following the Second Shinobi World War, it was unlikely that they would resort to sending Genin to confront elite ninjas in an undeclared war. Thus, the composition of their team must have been a carefully considered decision. Konoha likely held a high degree of confidence in the outcome of this operation. Perhaps, during the actual confrontation, they would only need to observe Orochimaru and Minato display their abilities. Uchiha F's curiosity about Minato's strength deepened, despite the many rumors circulating about him in the village. The fact that Konoha's higher-ups believed they could secure victory relying solely on Minato and Orochimaru against a formidable Jinchuriki and 5 unknown elite ninjas raised questions about the true extent of Minato's power. In silence, Team 3 arrived at their designated rendezvous point for the mission. But the first figure Uchiha F spotted was not the one he had been most eager to see. Minato. F. A lively voice erupted from behind a rock. An Uchiha boy wearing goggles emerged upon seeing Team 3. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be here. Aren't you still in the Ninja Academy? The newcomer was Uchiha Obito. Over a month ago, Team 7, led by the now Chunin Kakashi, had been dispatched to the Land of Iron to covertly monitor Kyumo, so Obito was unaware that his former friend had graduated from the Ninja Academy. As a fellow underachiever, Obito took a liking to Uchiha F and immediately began to greet him warmly. F, little brother, I've completed many missions now, so you should call me senpai? In response to Obito's boasting, Uchiha F remained silent, quietly activating his Sharingan. Obito? Chapter 14. Uchiha Obito, upon witnessing his former peer, Uchiha Kaze, who was once considered the lowest of the low, now having awakened the Sharingan, Obito felt utterly petrified. Obito, how could you have rushed out like that? Have you forgotten what our teacher taught us? You must first confirm the identity of the opponent. Shortly after, Rin Noera, who emerged from the shadows, took on the role of instructing Obito, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a teacher. Standing nearby, Minato Namikaze wore a benevolent smile as he chimed in. Obito, Rin is right. However, it is understandable to be excited upon meeting an old friend. Just be mindful in the future. Compared to Rin, Minato displayed a greater degree of leniency as a mentor. On the other side, a silver-haired youth named Kakashi Hatake scoffed. If you were to be ambushed, I wouldn't come to your rescue. As Obito recovered from his shock, he immediately began to bicker with Kakashi. With a teacher present, I don't need a dead fish like you to save me. After a brief pause, Obito seemed to realize something. Wait, I wouldn't be caught off guard. If anyone were to ambush me, it would surely be your ill-fated predictions that brought it about. Kakashi glared at Obito, huffed, and chose to ignore him. Redirecting his attention back to Uchiha Kaze, Obito queried, the Sharingan? How did you awaken it? Weren't you the one left behind? One genius, Shursui, is not enough. Now even you are no longer at the bottom? After feeling dejected for a moment, Obito steeled his resolve. If even you, the once lagging Kaze, can unlock the Sharingan, then so can I. Just wait. Once my Sharingan awakens, I shall become Hokage. He thought of Rin, adding silently to himself, and then marry her. Hearing her teammate being belittled, Akatsuki couldn't contain herself. What do you mean left behind? Kaze is not at all lagging. Our Team 3 has completed S-rank missions. Hinata Ryo, who had not yet spoken, nodded in agreement. Uchiha Kaze seized the opportunity to retort. What do you mean even you're no longer left behind? I, Uchiha Kaze, am unlike you. I merely concealed my true talent. In reality, I am a bona fide genius. For a fleeting moment, Kaze contemplated revealing his Manjiki Sharingan to Obito, but quickly suppressed the thought. Enough with the pleasantries, a hoarse voice interrupted, belonging to Orochimaru, who turned to Minato and said, let us discuss the plan. As the most esteemed ninja present, Orochimaru naturally took control of the situation. Minato shared, the Cloud Village team comprises 6 members, and our primary objective is to prevent them from entering the Land of Fire. However, aside from the Jinchuriki, we are unaware of the abilities of the others. Should a battle erupt, it may not bode well for us. What is the plan then? Orochimaru inquired with keen interest. They are still an hour away. I will approach them first, attempting to dissuade them from advancing towards our territory. If I fail, I will engage them to gather intelligence before devising our next steps. Minato's words stirred a significant wave of unease within Uchiha Kaze. The notion of facing 6 elite ninjas from the Cloud Village seemed to him devoid of pressure. Orochimaru regarded the young man with curiosity. Although the third Hokage had spoken highly of Minato's trustworthiness, the extent of his capabilities remained to be seen. Very well. Let us proceed according to your plan. After receiving Orochimaru's affirmation, Minato nodded, and in an instant, he vanished. Upon witnessing Minato's sudden disappearance, Kaze couldn't help but ponder. Is that the body flicker technique? It was so swift, I could hardly comprehend it. Even Shursui had never made me feel this way. In a clearing within the Land of Iron, 6 figures were making their way towards the Land of Fire, draped in gray cloaks, their features obscured. Only the young girl at the forefront, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, Waimori, was somewhat discernible. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. It was Minato Namikaze. Flying Thunder God? You are Minato Namikaze? Waimori, as the Jinchuriki, possessed ample means to be aware of other village ninjas and was not entirely ignorant of this technique. In the presence of the Cloud Ninjas, Minato's usual warm smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he issued a warning. If you proceed any further, you will cross into the borders of the Land of Fire. You should understand the implications of a Jinchuriki entering our territory without permission. At this point, Minato was only somewhat renowned within the ninja world, lacking the absolute deterrent power he would later command. Thus, the elite ninjas from the Cloud Village dismissed his warning entirely. One of the ninjas, standing to Waimori's left, slowly lowered his hood, revealing his dark skin and silver hair, declaring, Daika will kill you, and no one will know. Lightning release, lightning prison. Daika formed hand seals, and a circle of light appeared before him. unleashing multiple beams that shot towards Minato in varied trajectories. Minato, unfazed, threw a kunai inscribed with the words ninja love and vanished from sight. The kunai flew swiftly, aimed directly at Waimori. The beams of light, deprived of their target, struck the ground instead. Amidst the dust generated by the lightning release, Minato's kunai soared through the air. Waimori, wary of the unknown weapon, evaded it rather than taking it head-on. At the moment the kunai intersected her figure, Minato reappeared, grasping the kunai in one hand while the other formed a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra, Rasengan. The ninja beside Waimori had anticipated Minato's sudden appearance, and 4 short blades were simultaneously aimed at him. However, Minato was faster. Before the blades could descend, the Rasengan struck Waimori, and in the next instant, Minato vanished once more, reappearing before the 6 cloud ninjas, his cloak untouched by their presence. A grotesque spiral mark was left on Waimori's back, and despite having protected her internal organs with chakra, she sustained significant damage. Yet, such injuries were not fatal for a Jinchuriki capable of fully controlling their tailed beast. Moments later, a thick layer of red chakra enveloped Waimori, rapidly restoring her health. Minato did not intervene to halt Waimori's recovery. Once she had fully healed, he softly inquired, "Do you wish to continue forward?" Chapter 15, Undercurrents Retreat. In a mere instant, the arrogance that once adorned Daika had vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor as he stood protectively in front of the wooden figure, issuing commands to the remaining cloud-hidden ninjas. Within moments, the cloud ninjas had disappeared from sight. However, Watergate was beset by confusion at their abrupt withdrawal. Although he had gained the upper hand in their brief encounter, he had not inflicted any substantial damage upon them. If the other 4 ninjas possessed the strength of elite jonin, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to infiltrate the heart of the Land of Fire, even against Watergate alone. Could it be that the other 4 ninjas were simply too weak? That seemed implausible. How could they send mere ninjas to undertake a perilous mission alongside a Jinchuriki? Perhaps they believed they could not restrain my Flying Thunder God technique, and even if they advanced, I could return with the message first? No, even if I reported back, it would still take time for Konoha to send reinforcements. Unaware of the 3rd squad's arrival, they had every opportunity to penetrate deeper into the Land of Fire and wreak havoc. After dismissing several possibilities, Watergate resolved not to waste any more time and decided to return, intending to discuss his doubts with Orochimaru upon his return. Not long after Watergate departed, before the others could even begin to worry about the potential battle ahead, that familiar yellow figure reappeared, with a face full of concern. Watergate addressed Orochimaru. "The cloud-hidden ninjas engaged me briefly before retreating. Although I momentarily gained the upper hand, their withdrawal was exceedingly peculiar, even considering their potential strength. The 3rd squad, having just witnessed Watergate's prowess, found themselves utterly astonished that he had managed to hold his own against 6 elite jonin, including a figure of the shadow level, and subsequently drive them back. To what extent does the power of buffing Watergate extend?" Orochimaru, seemingly unfazed, replied with a bemused expression, "Indeed, it is quite strange, Watergate. Do you have any conjectures?" "I believe they had every opportunity to break through and cause destruction in Konoha before reinforcements arrived." Watergate laid bare his suspicions, continuing, "I suspect they may merely be a diversion." Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. "The 6-man team dispatched by Cloud Hidden concealed their identities, and during your encounter, only the wind-released ninja employed ninjutsu. Yet the disguise of the wooden figure was insufficient to obscure her identity. Why is that?" Watergate frowned slightly. "They intended for us to discover their motives, to inform us that they were preparing to send a tailed beast team to Konoha. Indeed, the role of that wind-released ninja was the same, to assure you that the team guarding the tailed beast comprised the elite of Cloud Hidden. In matters of battlefield strategy, the seasoned Orochimaru clearly possessed greater experience." He continued, "Thus, their retreat signifies to Konoha that Cloud Hidden's tailed beast destruction plan has failed. When Konoha relaxes its vigilance in this regard, it will present the optimal moment for an attack. Perhaps Cloud Hidden's 8 tails has already infiltrated the Land of Fire." Upon hearing Orochimaru's deductions, Watergate felt a jolt of alarm. After instructing Team 7 to continue monitoring the area, he departed. As for Team 3, although their journey appeared fruitless, their mission could still be deemed a success. Moreover, the current situation in Konoha did not permit them to linger any longer. After a brief farewell, they set off for home. Once they had distanced themselves from Team 7, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed once more. "Mio and Akane, I require your assistance with an experiment. Fear not, it is entirely safe." Although they felt a twinge of unease, the 3 members of Team 3 acquiesced to their teacher's request. Konoha Village, Orochimaru's laboratory. Due to the lack of conflict with Cloud Hidden during this mission, Orochimaru led Team 3 to his laboratory after a brief report, even though they had mentally prepared themselves. The complex scent of decaying flesh mingled with disinfectant proved difficult for Uchiha to endure, and the dim, yellowish lighting only added to the oppressive atmosphere of the room. Following closely behind, Hyuga Mio struggled even more with the environment, nearly retching on several occasions. However, Akane appeared entirely unfazed, as if she had long since acclimated to the ambience. After traversing a narrow corridor, the three members of Team 3 arrived at a room furnished with a small bed. Orochimaru approached the bed and turned to the trio, inquiring, "Are you familiar with the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, Orochimaru continued, "Shinja Hashirama was a remarkably unique ninja, possessing an indomitable vitality capable of healing wounds almost instantaneously, as well as the most powerful bloodline limit known as would release. For years, Konoha has endeavored to uncover the source of his might, ultimately discerning the peculiar properties of his cells. His cells exhibit remarkable vitality, able to replicate rapidly when stimulated, and can even influence other living organisms, transforming their bodily tissues into vast trees. Yet, Konoha has never successfully harnessed this power, until now, as I have stumbled upon a breakthrough." As he spoke, Orochimaru lifted a petri dish and elaborated, "Unlike ordinary cells, which are instantaneously consumed by Hashirama's cells and transformed into trees, Uchiha blood can engage in mutual consumption with Hashirama's cells, while Hyuga blood can suppress the activity of Hashirama's cells, reverting them to their ordinary state." As Orochimaru set the two petri dishes on the table, he caught sight of something that elicited an expression of uncontainable excitement. "No. The Hashirama cells and your blood are gradually merging." Within the dish he held were the blood cells of Uchiha F, who had activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. And amidst their endless mutual consumption, a small portion was fusing at an exceedingly slow rate. Indeed, is the key the Mangekyou Sharingan? No wonder no one has ever achieved this. Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly frenzied as he continued with fervor. "Next, I shall require your assistance with the task. Initially, I intended to inject each of you with Hashirama cells. Regardless of whether danger ensued, Uchiha F, you would utilize your reverse command to restore each of your bodies to their state from 30 seconds prior, thus evading peril." Focusing his gaze on Uchiha F, he continued, "However, the plan has changed. Uchiha F, you need only employ reverse command on Mio and Akane. I require their data. As for you, possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan, I believe your body can gradually acclimate to the consumption of Hashirama's cells, ultimately merging with them. F, you truly are intriguing. I eagerly anticipate the extent of your growth once you possess both the Mangekyou Sharingan and Hashirama cells." Chapter 16, The Cells of Hashirama. Following Orochimaru's instructions, Red Bean was the first to lie down on the bed laden with instruments. As Orochimaru injected the Hashirama cells, a small tree gradually sprouted from the site of injection within mere seconds. Uchiha Kaze swiftly reversed this progress using his ability. Next was Hinata Rei, who experienced no reaction from the injection of the Hashirama cells, not even the slightest discomfort. However, for precautionary measures, Uchiha Kaze reverted Rei to his initial state after several seconds. Finally, it was Uchiha Kaze's turn. Observing the final sample, Orochimaru's fervor was unmistakable. Upon receiving the Hashirama cells, Kaze felt a powerful force surging from the site of injection in his left hand, as if it were alive, incessantly consuming his limb. Almost instinctively, Uchiha Kaze activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, the rapidly spinning tomo struggling to suppress the ferocious Hashirama cells within him. Amidst the tug-of-war with the cells, Kaze sensed his ocular power depleting rapidly, the recent use of his abilities having already drained him significantly. Faced with this overwhelming situation, Kaze realized his remaining ocular power was insufficient for another reversal. Moreover, 30 seconds had already elapsed since the injection of the Hashirama cells. He felt his body stiffening, as if something was about to emerge from within. Am I to perish? Am I destined to become a tree? Kaze sensed that he was closer to death now than when he had been besieged by the rock ninjas. Orochimaru's brow furrowed tighter as he observed Uchiha Kaze's lack of response, sensing the rapid decline of his vitality. Similarly, Rei, noticing the anomaly, activated his Byakugan to assess Kaze's condition, discovering that his chakra was dissipating swiftly, while only his left hand, where the Hashirama cells were injected, was accumulating a substantial amount of chakra, causing him to feel a pang of anxiety. Red Bean, sensing the unease of her companions, also began to worry for Kaze. Regardless of their urgency, the concern of the three could not transform into tangible aid. He was left to rely solely on himself. Uchiha Kaze sat upright on the bed. In the prolonged struggle, the rapidly spinning Mangekyou Sharingan in his tightly shut eyes gradually ceased its motion, slowly settling into the form of 3 tomo. As his ocular power could no longer sustain the strain of the Mangekyou, moments later, the crimson pattern in his pupils faded, reverting to ordinary eyes. Uchiha Kaze's ocular power had been entirely depleted. Am I to be consumed? This sensation is peculiar. In the struggle, Kaze's ocular power was completely exhausted. Yet what followed was not the sensation of being devoured by the Hashirama cells, but rather a warmth descending from his left hand to his left eye. Is it trying to consume my eye? No, I feel my ocular power returning. After depleting Kaze's ocular power, the Hashirama cells began to nourish him, becoming a source of his strength. With this newfound vitality, the pattern of the Mangekyou reappeared in Kaze's left eye. As his ocular power restored, his body gradually calmed, and Uchiha Kaze opened his eyes once more. As soon as he did, Hinata Rei rushed forward and embraced him, only to realize something was amiss and quickly released him. Witnessing the nearly complete dissipation of Kaze's chakra, Rei, being of the Hyuga clan, understood all too well what it signified in that instant. She feared Kaze was about to depart from her forever. Overwhelmed by emotion, she instinctively held him, but soon recognized her actions as odd and swiftly stepped aside. The youthful Hinata Rei did not comprehend the implications of her behavior, perplexed by why she had acted in such a manner. What is happening to me? Red Bean, observing the scene, smirked slightly, her expression somewhat peculiar. To Orochimaru, the trio seemed merely like children, their interactions mere childish antics. His focus remained on Uchiha Kaze's condition. Kaze, how does your body feel? Having narrowly escaped death, Uchiha Kaze felt no fatigue. Rather, he sensed a powerful force within him steadily growing. After the Hashirama cells consumed his ocular power, he had felt his life slipping away, but thereafter, the cells actively nourished his eyes, restoring his ocular power. As if they sought to merge with him. Orochimaru's long years of research had finally borne fruit in Uchiha Kaze. His eyes filled with a mix of ecstasy and greed. The power of the Uchiha is indeed alluring. It was not that Orochimaru did not covet the Uchiha strength, but rather that he understood he could not fully wield the Sharingan without the Uchiha bloodline. Forcibly implanting the Sharingan would likely yield detrimental results for him. Yet, Kaze's success ignited Orochimaru's desire to develop a technique, one that could usurp another's body. Only with such a technique could he steal the Uchiha strength and merge with the Hashirama cells to become a formidable being. Nonetheless, even if he succeeded in creating this technique, Orochimaru had no intention of seizing Kaze's body. After all, the Uchiha clan was vast, teeming with prodigious ninjas. And Kaze did not strike him as the pinnacle of talent among them. There were many Uchiha ninjas to choose from. And before his obsession with power overrode his last vestiges of conscience, he did not wish to turn against his own disciple. Once he had composed himself, Orochimaru continued. The Hashirama cells you received are merely a portion. Once they have fully integrated with your body, I will inject you with additional Hashirama cells. With that, he dismissed the trio from the laboratory, intending to further analyze the data obtained from this experiment and the technique for body possession. As Uchiha Kaze exited the laboratory, he took stock of his physical state. Previously, due to excessive strain on his eyes, his left eye had experienced a slight decline in vision. However, under the nurturing of the Hashirama cells, he felt his sight gradually improving. Yet, while the Hashirama cells aided in restoring his ocular power, they continued to suppress it, leading him to believe that his ocular power could only support the use of his reversal technique once a day for now. Perhaps as he slowly integrated with the Hashirama cells, this limitation would gradually diminish. Kaze felt confident that once he fully assimilated the current portion of the Hashirama cells, his ocular power would exceed the previous limit of 3 uses of the reversal technique. After leaving the laboratory, the trio engaged in light conversation, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Let us go for barbecue, Red Bean suggested after they had walked a short distance, unaffected by the unpleasant odor from the laboratory. Consider it a reward for successfully completing our mission. However, Uchiha Kaze and Rei showed signs of reluctance, the stench from the laboratory leaving them with little appetite. Just as they pondered how to decline, a sudden, urgent alarm pierced the air in Konoha, the harbinger of impending war. Chapter 17. The Third Great Ninja War. In the late February of the 49th year of Konoha, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, was discovered by Minato Namikaze while infiltrating the Land of Fire alone. In a moment of desperation, Killer Bee transformed into his tailed beast, causing chaos and thus managed to escape. Fortunately, due to the necessity of concealing his whereabouts, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki advanced slowly and did not penetrate deep into the Land of Fire, preventing significant damage. In March of the 49th year, after his return to Kumogakure, Killer Bee and Appo's escape was used as a pretext by Kumogakure to declare war on Konoha. Simultaneously, they also declared war on Iwagakure. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War officially commenced. The onset of war disrupted the original plans of Team 3. The third Hokage honored his promise to Minato Namikaze by placing the newly graduated ninjas in secure positions. With the exception of Uchiha Shursui, Team 3 was stationed at a lookout near Konoha, rotating duties with a logistics team. Unless Konoha suffered a series of defeats, their position was relatively safe. Should the Konoha front line ever retreat to this location, Team 3 would not be assigned to guard this lookout. As a member of the Umbu, Shursui could not remain in the safety of the rear indefinitely. He was dispatched to the Land of Water to monitor the movements of Kirigakure alongside an Umbu team. Although only the 4 great ninja villages were embroiled in war, Kirigakure remained vigilant, knowing they could potentially benefit from the chaos. Yet this area was still comparatively safer than the front line. Previously stationed in the Land of Iron, Team 7 undoubtedly found themselves thrust into the heart of battle. However, as Kumogakure simultaneously engaged with the 3 great ninja villages, and with Minato's presence, the pressure on the front line was manageable, with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin achieving numerous commendable feats. By December of the 49th year, Kumogakure ninjas suffered setbacks on the battlefield in the Land of Earth. To cover the retreat of his ninjas, the Third Raikage single-handedly held off all pursuing ninjas from Iwagakure. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. On the battlefield in Sunagakure, the previously leaderless Sunagakure ninjas rallied under the appearance of Raza, successfully repelling waves of attacks from Kumogakure. In the Konoha battlefield, thanks to Minato's presence, the forces of Kumogakure, led by the son of the Third Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, failed to advance even an inch. In January of the 50th year, driven by their long-standing desire for Konoha's abundant resources, Iwagakure declared war on Konoha after repelling the Kumogakure ninjas. Concurrently, Kirigakure ninjas initiated their movements, deciding to dispatch vanguard forces to infiltrate Konoha. Initially intending to withdraw from the Konoha battlefield, Kumogakure, upon witnessing Konoha being besieged from multiple fronts, recalled their ninjas from the Sunagakure battlefield and committed all their forces to Konoha, while simultaneously preparing to launch another surprise attack on Iwagakure. With the war concluded in Sunagakure, they opted for rest and recovery, refraining from further involvement. By February of the 50th year, the situation for Konoha grew increasingly dire. Orochimaru, stationed in Konoha, alongside Jiraiya, who was returning from travels, headed to the Iwagakure battlefield to command the response, while the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, personally went to the front line to engage in battle. On the Kumogakure battlefield, with all their forces concentrated here, under the pressure of the Eight Tails and the Two Tails, Minato's ninja forces no longer maintained their previous composure. Additionally, with the Iwagakure battlefield experiencing consistent setbacks, Minato resolved to revise their battle strategy and take the initiative. On the Kirigakure front, faced with several elite squads dispatched by the Mizukage, Konoha's distribution of forces proved inadequate, forcing them to send a contingent of lower-ranked ninjas for support, including Might Guy's team, Team 3, and other ninjas like Might Due, with the directive to delay, ensure their own safety, and await reinforcement from the remaining ninjas. In March of the 50th year, in the eastern region of the Land of Fire, Azuki, hiding in the woods, stretched and complained. "We have been waiting here for 2 weeks, yet not a single figure has appeared. It is normal not to see anyone. The eastern coastline of the Land of Fire is too extensive, and it is difficult to pinpoint the landing site of the Kirigakure ninjas. We merely need to ensure that this area we are monitoring remains unvisited," replied Hyuga Rei, who was taking the lead in this surveillance mission while observing the surroundings. After a while, Rei felt her Byakugan was nearing its limit, and Azuki, having developed a bond with her, summoned several small snakes to disperse around them. Although these summoned snakes were not as effective as the Byakugan in terms of surveillance, they alleviated some pressure during Rei's rest. Orochimaru believed that Azuki, who possessed no bloodline limit, was more suited to learning his ninjutsu, and Azuki did not disappoint his expectations, displaying remarkable talent in snake-style techniques mastered by Orochimaru. "Honestly, I hope our team encounters the Kirigakure ninjas," stated Uchiha Kaze, who had absorbed more than half of the cells of Hashirama within him. He was now capable of utilizing the reanimation technique 4 times and could effortlessly open the third gate of the 8 gates. He felt that if other lower-ranked ninja teams faced the Kirigakure, who had at least Jounin-level strength, even if they managed to send out a signal for help, their survival would be uncertain. However, Kaze also recognized the flaw in his reasoning and reassured his 2 companions, "Do not worry, I will protect you." Azuki, however, did not seem appreciative of Kaze's words, "Who needs your protection?" Having learned Orochimaru's secret techniques, Azuki felt confident enough to believe she could escape even from Jounin-level opponents. Conversely, Hyuga Rei, whose strength far exceeded that of ordinary lower-ranked ninjas, did not dismiss Kaze's goodwill. Looking earnestly into Kaze's eyes, she said, "Thank you, Brother Kaze." As Team 3 grew more familiar with each other, their manner of address evolved, with the younger Hyuga Rei naturally calling the 2 older members Brother Kaze and Sister Azuki. Kaze had grown accustomed to their contrasting attitudes and offered an awkward smile after their responses. As several hours passed, the sky gradually darkened. Just as Team 3 was preparing to change shifts and begin their nighttime watch, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the surroundings. When dispatched to the eastern Land of Fire, Konoha had provided them with intel on the Kirigakure ninjas, and the ominous fog that had now appeared was clearly not a natural phenomenon. Undoubtedly, this fog, with visibility reduced to mere centimeters, was a product of Kirigakure's water release. The Kirigakure technique required no communication, and the 3, well-prepared, assumed defensive stances. Standing back to back, the now-recovered Hyuga Rei activated her Byakugan and quickly pinpointed the enemy's direction. "Wind. Straight ahead." No sooner had she uttered the words than a long blade appeared in Uchiha Kaze's line of sight. Thanks to Rei's warning and the insight from his Sharingan, Kaze reacted instantly, raising his kunai to block the strike. However, in the next moment, the assailant shifted, delivering a kick that sent the signal flare flying from Kaze's grasp. With their escape route severed, they had no choice but to engage in direct combat. Chapter 18. The 4th Hokage. Once the enemy was rendered incapable of calling for aid, the stealthy ninja vanished into the mist once more. Yet, the dense fog did little to obscure the vision of the Byakugan. Hinata Miyohira swiftly assessed the situation, discerning 3 figures clad in masks, members of the Umbu from the hidden mist. Based on their appearances, he identified them as Zabuza Momochi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Madarumi, notorious figures documented in the records of Konoha. Upon hearing their names, the trio from Konoha recalled the abilities attributed to these adversaries. Zabuza was adept in the mist jutsu and assassination techniques. Kisame possessed an immense chakra reserve and excelled in large-scale water release. Mei, being a member of the Hozuki clan, wielded the secret water transformation technique and was proficient in genjutsu and taijutsu. With their intelligence confirmed, Uchiha Kaze and Miyohira instinctively shielded Akane. striving to buy her time to perform the wind release and disperse the fog. Although Miyohira had the Byakugan, the limited visibility for the other two in the fog severely hampered their combat effectiveness. However, the Mist Ninjas would not allow Akane the opportunity to execute her jutsu unchallenged. Zabuza and Mei lunged forward in a coordinated assault. Incoming! Miyohira's warning had scarcely escaped his lips when Zabuza's long blade was already upon him, to protect Akane behind him. Miyohira, having clearly discerned Zabuza's form, did not evade but instead intercepted the strike with his gentle fist, redirecting the blow. He then pressed forward, targeting Zabuza's chakra points. Simultaneously, Mei approached Uchiha Kaze, her left hand swollen to several times its normal size, aimed at his face. In the oppressive mist, Kaze was compelled to raise his arms defensively. Had he been an ordinary Jinin, facing a fist amplified by the water transformation technique would have led to a swift demise. Yet, Kaze's physique had been augmented by the cells of Hashirama. Although he had only received a fraction of the dosage, the formidable enhancement allowed him to withstand the blow. In Mei's moment of confusion, Kaze fortified himself with a hint of lightning chakra, paralyzing her and preventing her from transforming into liquid. The disparity in information left Mei at a disadvantage, as she was unaware of Kaze's enhanced resilience, while Kaze was keenly aware of Mei's vulnerability. Thus, he swiftly took control of the situation. In another skirmish nearby, Miyohira had just infused his chakra into Zabuza's body through the 8 trigrams 32 palms when Zabuza transformed into a puddle, an apparent water clone. A sense of dread surged through Miyohira. Akane was in peril. A shadow loomed beside her, raising a long blade. Fortunately, Miyohira's Byakugan deterred Zabuza from approaching too closely. By luring Miyohira away from Akane, Zabuza lost the optimal moment to strike. This delay allowed Akane to finally unleash her wind release, clearing the mist. Uchiha Kaze, witnessing Zabuza poised to attack Akane, swiftly turned and blocked the descending blade with a kunai. However, Kaze's distraction allowed Mei to momentarily escape his grasp. Retreating to join Zabuza and Kisame. Within the mist, Kisame had completed his hand signs and proclaimed, "Water release, water shark bomb," just as the fog cleared. For water sharks leapt from Kisame, hurtling towards Team 3. Akane extended her right hand, summoning 4 brown snakes from her sleeves, which charged towards the water sharks. Upon colliding, the 4 water sharks shattered into droplets, yet each droplet reformed into miniature sharks, coalescing into a vast, cornerless net that surged toward them. While the hidden mist assault lacked any blind spots, Konoha's defenses were equally impenetrable. Miyohira darted forward, positioning himself before his comrades, his chakra erupting from every chakra point. Hakshkaten. The multitude of water sharks collided with the rotating defense, transforming into a downpour of raindrops upon impact. In the ensuing chaos, Zabuza's figure vanished from his location. But ordinary sneak attacks could not evade the watchful Byakugan. As Miyohira prepared to counter, a familiar voice echoed from the side. "It ends here, Zabuza." Utilizing the cover of his earlier defense, Kaze had left a shadow clone behind while concealing his true self nearby. At the moment Zabuza disappeared, Kaze activated the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, propelling himself at incredible speed to confront Kisame, caught off guard while controlling the water sharks. Kisame was ill-prepared for the sudden onslaught of Kaze's Sharingan Genjutsu. Even in its ordinary state, the Sharingan possessed formidable control, further amplified by the enhancements from Hashirama's cells. In an instant, Kisame was ensnared. Meanwhile, Mei, having just been struck by Kaze's lightning, was still slightly incapacitated. In her haste to confront him, she too fell victim to the control of Kaze's lightning jutsu. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had turned, leaving only Zabuza standing against the two from Konoha. Realizing the futility of the situation, Zabuza chose to abandon his comrades and retreat. Kaze, observing Zabuza's unhesitating withdrawal, inquired of the remaining 2, "Is this how the hidden mist operates?" Kisame huffed in response, his eyes filled with resentment. Subsequently, Akane summoned 2 colossal serpents to transport the captured mist ninjas back to Konoha. Following this route, no further incursions from the hidden mist occurred. In the year 50 of the Leaf, in April, the hidden mist dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen to ambush Konoha. They were intercepted by Might Guy's team, buried along the coast of the Land of Fire. In their moment of crisis, Guy's father arrived, opening the 8th gate, the Death Gate. Ultimately, 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen perished while 3 managed to escape, and Might Guy also lost his life upon opening the Death Gate. In June of the same year, the Kumo forces, suffering defeat from Minato's aggressive tactics, sought peace with Konoha while plotting a stealthy attack on IWA. In an effort to hasten the end of the war, Konoha relinquished their claims for reparations. By July, at the IWA front, the 3rd Suchikage, Anoki, commanded a fierce offensive, prompting Orochimaru and Jiraiya to deliberate on whether to request assistance from Konoha. Just as they wavered, news of victory from the Kumo front arrived, with Minato leading reinforcements to the IWA battlefield. In August, with Minato's arrival, Konoha began to turn the tide, pushing their lines forward. Meanwhile, Kumo dispatched several teams to launch surprise attacks on the IWA village in retaliation for the 3rd Raikage's death. By September, with Konoha gaining the upper hand, Minato led Team 7 to the Kamizuke Bridge to destroy Iwa's supply routes. This operation successfully severed Iwa's last lifeline, though Uchiha Obito, a ch nin from Konoha, sacrificed himself during the mission, handing his Sharingan to his friend Kakashi before his demise. Shortly thereafter, the Hidden Mist, having previously declared surrender, attempted to launch a surprise attack on Konoha using Rin no Era. However, their endeavor was thwarted by Kakashi, resulting in Rin's tragic sacrifice. In pursuit of peace, Konoha chose not to seek retribution. Several days later, the beleaguered IWA shinobi surrendered to Konoha, which, under the steadfast insistence of the third Hokage, relinquished its claims for reparations as the victors. Thus, the war reached its conclusion, with the majority of the shinobi returning to Konoha, and the captured Konoha ninjas finally making their way home. However, the unending series of conflicts incited public discontent. The victorious side's repeated renunciation of claims drew considerable ire from the populace. Consequently, the third Hokage resigned from his esteemed position. In October of the 50th year of Konoha, the question of who would ascend to the role of the fourth Hokage fell between Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. Minato, having garnered substantial support from the villagers due to his pivotal contributions in the Third Shinobi World War, found himself in a favorable position. Conversely, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had also played a significant role in both the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, thus earning the backing of numerous shinobi. Despite Danzo's fervent efforts to champion Orochimaru for the fourth Hokage position, Minato, buoyed by greater public support and the personal endorsement of the third Hokage, ultimately emerged victorious. The contest for Hokage concluded with Minato Namikaze being appointed as the fourth Hokage. Old man, I shall make you regret this. Chapter 19, The Prelude to Defection in the Hidden Leaf Village, within Orochimaru's laboratory. He clutched a piece of stationery with such fervor that his fingers sank deeply into his flesh. The once calm and eerie features contorted into a visage of rage and madness. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato, are they truly worthy of your trust? He could relinquish his position as Hokage, but he could not abide Hiruzen's overt favoritism towards Minato, nor could he tolerate being belittled by his former mentor. Old man, I shall make you regret this. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Memorial Stone, a month had passed since the war. A duration far too lengthy for the village leaders, ample time to honor the fallen shinobi and usher in a new Hokage. Yet for the ordinary ninjas of Konoha, a month felt painfully brief. How could they possibly come to terms with the loss of loved ones and the farewell to friends in such a fleeting span? Hinata Mei-ping stood before her parents' graves, her pallid face devoid of expression, a mask of fatigue or perhaps numbness. In the wake of the war, the counteroffensive from Iwagakure had claimed her last remaining kin on the battlefield. For the Hinata clan, the death of a branch family member was merely an addition to the tally of casualties. One less would simply be replaced by another. However, for Mei-ping, this loss represented her final tie to the Hinata lineage. Had it not been for her remarkable talent exhibited since childhood, she might never have gained admission to the Ninja Academy or perhaps would have been carelessly assigned to any random team of shinobi, tasked with missions that could lead to her demise, only to have another member of the Hinata clan take her place, a fate that awaited the branch families. Uchiha Kaze stood behind Mei-ping, yearning to offer comfort, yet uncertain of how to begin. Ill-timed words of consolation could easily deepen her wounds. After the war, Team 3 had been promoted to CH Nin due to their accomplishments on the battlefield, but with that news came the devastating tidings of Mei-ping's parents' demise. Now a CH Nin, Mei-ping awaited her parents' return in vain. Since then, she had spent most of her time at the Memorial Stone, vigilantly watching over her parents' graves. Concerned for her, Uchiha Kaze and Akamichi had taken turns keeping her company, yet both were at a loss for words. One had lost parents in childhood, while the other still had theirs alive, neither knowing how to console her, only able to silently stand by her side. Will I one day be like them? Mei-ping murmured, gazing at the stone engraved with her parents' names, as if speaking to herself or inquiring of Uchiha Kaze. As long as I live, that day shall never arrive. Witnessing the cruelty of the battlefield, Uchiha Kaze was acutely aware of his own frailty, yet he still yearned to protect everyone around him, even at the cost of his own life. Thank you. Mei-ping remained turned away from Uchiha Kaze, her tranquil voice betraying no hint of joy or anger. Unlike her previous determination to grow stronger for her family's pride, Uchiha Kaze began to loathe his own weakness once more. If only he were a bit stronger. Perhaps he could respond with certainty, perhaps he could have the confidence to safeguard those around him. In silence, Uchiha Kaze stayed by Mei-ping's side until the sun dipped below the horizon. The sounds of weeping nearby gradually faded, and beneath the moonlight, Orochimaru, cloaked in a hooded robe, approached the two and said, Mei-ping, Kaze, come with me. In Orochimaru's secret laboratory, Uchiha Kaze and Mei-ping followed him inside, where Akamichi awaited them. Facing the reunited Team 3, Orochimaru began, I am leaving Konoha. The sudden announcement left everyone in stunned silence. Akamichi, the first to regain composure, tentatively inquired, does Orochimaru-sensei have a mission that requires him to leave? Though they longed for a reassuring answer, the strange atmosphere instilled a sense of foreboding. Orochimaru did not respond, merely smiled faintly and continued, I have gathered you here to bestow upon you a final gift. Akamichi, I have developed a power known as the Curse Seal. Upon activation, it provides a continuous flow of formidable chakra, perfectly complementing the snake techniques I taught you. I entrust this power to you. Mei-ping. Yesterday, I infiltrated the main estate of the Hinata clan and eliminated a clan member. I managed to acquire a copy of the Hinata clan's secret scrolls. And I shall provide you with a copy. Not only will it enable you to learn ninjutsu, but it may also present an opportunity to unravel the caged bird seal. Orochimaru's assault on the Hinata clan had been a premeditated act, yet for Mei Ping's sake, he had risked infiltrating the main estate to obtain the scroll. Fearing repercussions for his students, he had refrained from taking the original scroll, opting instead to create 2 copies. Kaze, I will inject your body with the remaining Hashirama cells. Once you fully absorb them, you may attain would release abilities comparable to the first Hokage and remarkable vitality. However, you must be wary of Danzo. He has also implanted Sharingan and Hashirama cells, but his abilities are limited to ordinary Sharingan and incomplete would release. Should he discover your secret, he may take action against you. Upon hearing that Danzo possessed Sharingan, Uchiha Kaze quickly surmised that he likely acquired it from fallen Uchiha clan members on the battlefield. Though filled with rage, he felt powerless. Without granting the trio an opportunity to respond, Orochimaru continued, do not reject this power. Your circumstances will become increasingly perilous after I depart. Before tomorrow night, you must each report to the village's higher-ups regarding my recent peculiar behavior, indicating that I may defect. Especially you two, Uchiha Kaze and Hinata Meiping. Kaze, you have never been trusted by the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan. And with the added suspicion of your teacher's defection, you will face even greater scrutiny. Meiping, as a member of the branch family. You understand all too well what it means that your former teacher has slain a member of the main family. The main family's coldness towards the branch family is something I believe you comprehend more than I do. Rest assured, they will not be able to hold me. With that, amidst the sorrow of parting, Orochimaru bestowed his final gifts upon the 3. In silence, no one spoke further. After completing the handover, Orochimaru spoke again. If one day you two leave Konoha, do not seek me out. I have developed a technique for immortality called the Impure World Reincarnation, which allows me to inhabit the bodies of others and perpetually reincarnate. However, during this ceaseless cycle, one's heart grows increasingly cold. Orochimaru chuckled to himself inwardly, never having anticipated that the self-proclaimed heartless man could become even more devoid of compassion. If, in the future, you were to seek me out, I might not be able to resist occupying your bodies, especially yours, Uchiha Kaze. 2 days later, Orochimaru defected. None from Team 3 reported in advance. Consequently, Team 3 faced suspicion and was disbanded. Akamichi, having learned Orochimaru's secret techniques, was assigned to the Umbu, but her assignment to the fringes of Umbu was primarily for surveillance. Hinata Meiping was no longer trusted by the main family. She was expelled from the clan's territory and tasked with executing the most perilous missions for Konoha in place of the other branch families. Uchiha Kaze, suspected by the village higher-ups, was forbidden from undertaking missions and placed under house arrest. Chapter 20, Commitment October 10th, 51st year of Konoha for the past year, Uchiha Kaze. Confined to his home due to Orochimaru's escape, engaged in 3 daily pursuits. First, awaiting the integration of Hashirama's cells. Second, honing the 8 gates technique through the power of reverse fate. And third, delving into the Hyuga clan's text in search of a method to unravel the caged bird seal. He yearned for strength to protect those dear to him. On this particular evening, as he immersed himself in the study of the caged bird seal, he sensed an unusual atmosphere within the Uchiha compound. Why were they here? Was there an urgent matter tonight? Kaze detected the presence of Umbu operatives surveilling the Uchiha territory and quickly concealed his book. This night marked the birth of Kushina Uzumaki, the 4th Hokage's wife. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the day of her delivery was when the seal on her was weakest. Coincidentally, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possessed the ability to control tailed beasts. To ensure the safety of both Konoha and Kushina, the Umbu had preemptively concentrated their monitoring efforts on the Uchiha clan. After some time, a tremendous commotion erupted in the village. Peering out the window, Kaze beheld a colossal beast, its 9 tails and mountainous form nearly eclipsing the moon. With a mere flick of its massive paw, rows of houses were reduced to rubble. Strangely, Kaze could distinctly see the pattern of the Sharingan within the creature's eyes, a symbol of the Uchiha clan's ocular prowess at work. As the number of Umbu within the compound increased, the murmurs of discontent among the clan members grew louder. Some sought to assist in controlling the beast to prove the Uchiha's innocence, but all such appeals were rebuffed by the Umbu, leading to a standoff between the Uchiha and the Umbu. Moments later, the Sharingan pattern in the beast's eyes abruptly vanished, replaced by the slitted pupils of a fox. Shortly thereafter, the creature vanished, followed by a thunderous noise from outside the village. Eventually, the sound subsided, and the Umbu left a small contingent to maintain surveillance before retreating. The Uchiha compound returned to its ordinary state. The next day, Kaze learned that the Nine Tails had gone berserk the previous night, possibly under the influence of the Sharingan. The 4th Hokage and his wife perished in the chaos, and their newborn son, named Naruto Uzumaki, became the new Jinchuriki. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resumed his position as acting Hokage. As Orochimaru's former apprentice, Kaze faced skepticism from the higher-ups led by Danzo, who insisted that Kaze surrender his Sharingan to clear his name. However, under the plea of Uchiha Shursui, the 3rd Hokage rejected this demand, though he intensified the scrutiny on Kaze. From that day forth, a small team was assigned to monitor the Uchiha compound. This team not only included a member stationed at the homes of the clan, but also one assigned to watch Kaze closely, under continuous surveillance. Kaze dared not utilize the powers of his Mangekyou Sharingan, putting his training in the 8 gates on hold. Fortunately, he had already mastered the opening of the 4th gate. But his research on the caged bird seal was similarly stalled. He had only grasped the principles behind its formation, still far from finding a way to unravel it. With many constraints imposed upon him, Kaze resigned himself to focusing entirely on assimilating the Hashirama cells within his body. January, 52nd year of Konoha Hinata Rei. Returning briefly to Konoha from a mission, awaited her next assignment after completing her report. There was nothing left for her to cherish in the Hyuga clan. Even her parents' residence had been reclaimed by the main family. To the main branch, Rei was as good as disowned, merely awaiting notification of her death to send another branch ninja in her place. Thus, she found herself lodging at an inn in Konoha and decided to visit an old teammate. The Umbu monitoring Kaze's home recognized the visitor as another former apprentice of Orochimaru and consulted the team leader on whether to listen in. The leader sighed and replied, "Forget it. Captain Shirsue's brother is merely seeing a friend. Besides, Lord Third instructed us not to make things difficult for Kaze. Just report their meeting. It's impossible to hide from Byakugan." Hastening to the door upon hearing a knock, Kaze quickly recognized the familiar presence of Hinata Rei. Having spent much time away on missions, Rei had grown accustomed to maintaining an icy demeanor. Yet, upon seeing Kaze, she instinctively broke into a warm smile. "Kaze. It's been so long." Over the years, Rei had naturally addressed him as Kaze and II along with Kurenaine for the older sister figure, amidst the gloom of his own existence. Kaze felt his spirits lift, responding with a genuine smile. "It's been a while, Rei." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kaze invited her into his home to continue their conversation. Rei's silence over the past year erupted at that moment. After Orochimaru's sensei left the village, I was assigned to a 10-person team. We were dispatched to the eastern region of the Fire Country to eliminate rogue ninjas fleeing from the Water Country. Despite the dangers, I proved my worth by accomplishing our objectives, thanks to the secret techniques Orochimaru's sensei bestowed upon me. Otherwise, I might have faced peril several times. Rei recounted her past year's experiences with a smile, transforming her struggles into a narrative worthy of sharing with a friend. Yet, Kaze felt a pang of empathy witnessing her cheerful facade. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to gently caress Rei's cheek, feeling the warmth of his touch. Rei's suppressed sorrow surged forth, and all her grievances erupted in tears. "I missed you all. I miss you, Kurenai, and Orochimaru-sensei. I wish we could be together." Listening to Rei's heartfelt outpouring, Kaze's heart ached even more, his eyes moistening with unshed tears. How he longed for his former teammates and wished to help Rei and Kurenai escape their suffering. Yet, he felt too weak to protect them. Even if he could flee with them, his parents and brother remained in Konoha, and he felt utterly powerless. As the cries within the room gradually quieted, Kaze's resolve began to solidify. He gazed into Rei's eyes, his expression unwavering as he proclaimed, "I will become strong enough to shatter the fate of the caged bird. I will lead everyone away from Konoha to start anew. We will be together again. Do you believe in me?" Yes. Chapter 21. The death of Shursui in the 58th year of Konoha. For the past few years, Uchiha Kazuki, living under constant surveillance, found no opportunity to cultivate the 8 gates using his Mangekyou Sharingan's power, nor to study the caged bird seal. He could only silently assimilate the Hashirama cells within him. 6 months prior, he sensed that he was on the verge of complete fusion with the Hashirama cells, yet the final barrier remained insurmountable. Hinata Myohei and Akado would occasionally visit, but due to Konoha's arrangements, such chances were scarce. The only person Kazuki frequently encountered, aside from his parents, was Uchiha Shursui. Not long ago, Shursui returned home with a sorrowful expression. He had a comrade with whom he had executed missions since joining the Umbu. Yet this companion had perished in their last mission due to a confrontation with the enemy, prompting Shursui to awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan. Yesterday, Shursui and Kazuki spoke of the increasingly tense relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. At present, Konoha had lost the 4th Hokage and Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade were wandering, leaving only the aging 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo as the village's remaining elite. Both were gradually succumbing to age, with Danzo having not fought for quite some time. Many within the Uchiha clan believed that Konoha lacked the strength to contend with them. The Uchiha clan had divided into 2 factions, the moderates, who advocated for a Uchiha member to ascend to Hokage in the next election, and the radicals, who deemed that Hiruzen's age warranted an immediate coup to seize the Hokage position. After learning of Shursui's awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan, the radical faction began to gain the upper hand. They sought to leverage Shursui's power to instigate a coup. Convinced that the elderly 3rd Hokage could not possibly defeat the Uchiha clan, endowed with such formidable abilities. However, the Uchiha's machinations did not elude Konoha's Umbu. The higher-ups were already aware of the Uchiha's treasonous intentions and prepared to quash their coup in its infancy. In light of this situation, Shursui shared his plan with Kazuki. The ability awakened by Shursui's Mangekyou Sharingan was named Kodo Amatsukami. It could invisibly alter the thoughts of others, leading them to rationalize the implanted ideas, thus achieving control over their minds. Shursui intended to thwart Konoha's purge by persuading the village's leadership to allow him to use his Mangeki ability to change the radical faction's mindset. Hoping to resolve the conflict through peaceful means, Kazuki urged Shursui not to reveal his power to Konoha's upper echelons, yet in a bid to avert conflict. Shursui insisted on attempting it. Ultimately, Kazuki cautioned Shursui to remain vigilant of Danzo. After Shursui departed that afternoon, Kazuki felt an unsettling anxiety brewing within him. As he waited, night fell, and a note fluttered onto the windowsill. It was a letter from Shursui. The note contained only a terse line, Nanha River, come quickly. Upon reading the letter, Kazuki's heart raced with anxiety. Shursui had never summoned him outside the clan's territory in all these years. The peculiar nature of the letter, coupled with Shursui's prior encounter with Danzo, intensified Kazuki's unease. Without hesitation, he employed Genjutsu to incapacitate the watching Umbu. For the ordinary Umbu stood no chance against the current Kazuki. At Nanha River, on the edge of a cliff, Kazuki soon arrived at Nanha Bridge, accompanied by Itachi, Shursui's close friend. Yet, he had no time to ponder Itachi's presence, for Shursui's right eye lay closed, blood streaming from it. And Kazuki discerned the emptiness within. Shursui's right eye was gone, and his worst fears had come to pass. As the two approached, Shursui bore no expression of pain. Only a resolute countenance. The Uchiha's could no longer be halted. Should Konoha descend into civil war, foreign nations would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, igniting the fourth great ninja war. Kazuki, you were right. My plan has failed. Danzo does not believe I lost my right eye. He only trusts himself and wishes to protect the village in his own way. After awakening my Mangeki, I examined the Uchiha stone tablet, which revealed that to obtain the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, one must fuse with the Mangeki of a loved one. I am sorry, Kazuki, I could not safeguard your other eye. If I return to the Uchiha clan, both Konoha's leadership and our clansmen will act immediately. Danzo would not accept my return. Nor would the Uchiha. To buy some time, I must die today. With that, Shursui placed his left hand over his left Mangeki Sharingan, resolutely tearing it from his eye and handing it to Kazuki. Forgive me, Kazuki, I could not protect you. But you have grown to a height where you no longer need my protection. I am immensely proud of you. Itachi, you are my only trusted friend in the village. I regret leaving you with nothing. Kazuki, I believe you will protect all those important to you, just as you promised. Myohei and Ikado have not taken on excessively dangerous missions under my guidance. After my death, please safeguard them, as well as our parents. Itachi, I trust you to accomplish what I cannot. I apologize for leaving this mess in your hands. Kazuki, I know your abilities can bring me back. Please do not do so. This is my choice and the final opportunity for both the Uchiha and Konoha. You cannot stop me. I can only delay for a moment. But I believe you can protect the village and uphold the Uchiha name. With those words, Shursui's body fell backward, plunging into the river below the cliff. Itachi gazed at his fallen dear friend, his pupils twisting into the shape of three interlocking blades. Meanwhile, Kazuki clutched Shursui's eye, a swell of regret flooding his mind. The feeling of helplessness resurfacing. Watching Shursui's descent, he could reverse Shursui's body but could not alter his heart. I can protect nothing. The power to reverse everything could not undo my brother's death. The strength to guard all ultimately failed to protect those around me? If mere protection cannot safeguard them, then let there be destruction. The power to annihilate everything. The cold chakra resonated with Kazuki's desire, etching a similar mark into his right eye. The left eye to protect all, the right eye to obliterate all. And at that moment, the Hashirama cells within Kazuki were fully assimilated. Chapter 22. Uchiha Shursui. This chapter is Shursui's autobiography. Feel free to skip it if it does not appeal to you. I will provide more updates today. My name is Uchiha Shursui. From the moment I gained consciousness, countless individuals have proclaimed me a rare prodigy, the hope of the Uchiha clan. Yet, in contrast to these titles, I find greater joy in hearing my younger brother call me brother, even though he seldom does so. My brother's name is Uchiha F, and he was born merely minutes after me. Since his arrival into this world, he has always been by my side. Unlike me, he is often described as naive, sensitive, and frail. However, in our private moments, he frequently asserts that one day he will prove himself and become a source of pride for our parents. Each time I hear him express these thoughts, I urge him to relinquish such notions, not because I doubt his potential, but because I understand that proving oneself in the shinobi world often entails peril. I am aware that even if he never becomes a ninja, he will still be a source of pride for our parents. One day, at the age of 6, I took my brother to the ninja academy for the first time. That day, he proudly declared his intention to surpass me. I, more than anyone, yearned for him to achieve that, yet in the face of his challenge, perhaps due to the Uchiha blood coursing through my veins or perhaps to motivate him, I asserted that I would be stronger. At the academy, everyone regarded me as the most outstanding student. Even the teachers suggested that I might become the finest graduate. Yet in my heart, I knew that Uchiha F would eventually grow into a superior ninja. Children without parents are often ostracized by their peers. Shortly after starting school, a girl named Akane was cornered by older students. I witnessed my brother, Uchiha F, resolutely stand in front of her, despite his trembling legs. He declared that he would protect those around him. The village elder, known as the Hokage, commands great respect, and I share that sentiment. During his speeches at the Ninja Academy, he often spoke of the will of fire. stating that the ninjas of Konoha would always burn themselves for the sake of the next generation, illuminating the village. However, compared to his rhetoric of the will of fire, I yearned for a life with my family. I did not wish for others to burn for me, nor did I want to sacrifice myself. I desired my parents and brother to witness my existence without the burden of my self-immolation. The Uchiha surname seems to be less than favorable in the village. One night, after training in the woods with my brother until midnight, we encountered a towering man who proclaimed that the blood debt of the Uchiha must be repaid with our lives. Faced with this adult ninja, I quickly fell to defeat, but time and again, a figure stood before me, shielding me from the onslaught of his fists. At the age of 9, I awakened my Sharingan. That night, I carried my unconscious brother home, resolving to grow stronger, for in the shinobi world, only by becoming more powerful could I protect everyone. By the age of 10, my brother and I, both having awakened our Sharingan, visited the Uchiha shrine. The imposing clan leader stood before us, declaring that the Uchiha's greater power must be birthed from the death of loved ones. He also stated that our eyes were born to protect the Uchiha's glory. Faced with his commanding declaration, I struggled to breathe, yet once again, my brother stood in front of me, asserting that he wished to use his eyes to protect me rather than the clan's glory. He desired to safeguard those who mattered most. I realized he had grown stronger than I. In time, my brother awakened the powers of the Mangekyou Sharingan before I did. Yet despite possessing immense strength, he did not descend into the cold-heartedness or madness depicted in the texts, even with powers surpassing mine. He willingly heeded my counsel to conceal his strength within the village. Later, Orochimaru defected, and the Nine Tails ran amok. My brother's position in the village became perilous. Fortunately, my role in the Umbu allowed me to temporarily ensure his safety, but I understood that this was far from sufficient. Within the Umbu, there was a girl named Tsukitsuki, who always greeted me with exuberance, as if we were destined to share such intimacy. From the day I entered the Umbu, we executed missions together, and gradually, I became accustomed to her warmth. No matter how perilous the missions, she would always charge to the forefront, as though life were the most expendable of treasures. Aligning with the essence of the will of fire, she cherished the serene moments of night, gazing at the moon. Thus, during our missions, she would often request the night watch. One night, unable to sleep, I sought her out, yet she was not her usual vibrant self. Her gaze towards the moon bore a hint of sadness, and she began to recount her story as if speaking to herself. Before her last departure, Tsukitsuki's parents had told her that they would return upon the 12th full moon. However, when the 12th full moon arrived, it was a sorrowful stranger at her door, bearing 2 small boxes that contained her parents' cherished memories. As the third Hokage had articulated regarding the will of fire, the deaths of parents illuminate the village. Yet they could not illuminate Tsukitsuki. Subsequently, Tsukitsuki applied to join the Umbu. Faced with this pitiful child, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reluctant to place her in further danger. Yet her resolve triumphed over his counsel. Unburdened by attachments, Tsukitsuki always charged into battle. In the moment her kunai clashed with the enemy's blade, she was unaware of which weapon she hoped would strike first. Under the full moon's light, Tsukitsuki wept in my arms for what felt like an eternity. She declared that once this mission concluded, she would no longer be a ninja, believing her parents would want her to live as an ordinary person. Yet, during that mission, it was the enemy's blade that first struck the target. At 18, I awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Recently, the voices of rebellion within the clan have grown louder, and those who fancied themselves concealed have become exposed under Konoha's watchful gaze. I understood that even with my Mangekyou powers, relying solely on the Uchiha clan would not suffice to contend with Konoha. The depth of Konoha's foundation far surpassed what these clan members could fathom. The outcome of a coup would only lead to mutual destruction, leaving an opening for other nations to exploit. Fortunately, the ability embedded within my eyes is known as Kodo Amatsukami. With its power, I might be able to quell the ambitions of my clan. I conversed with my brother for an extended period, and just as I had once urged him, he now advised me against revealing my capabilities within Konoha's upper echelons. Perhaps he has matured and become more composed than I. Yet, at this moment, I could conceive of no better course of action. I felt my Sharingan clouding my thoughts with chilling rigidity, rendering me increasingly obstinate and deaf to others' opinions. I proceeded to confront Konoha's upper ranks, unveiling my abilities and articulating my plans. As my brother had feared, Konoha's leaders could not tolerate the existence of such a perilous dojutsu within the Uchiha clan. They sought to possess this power for themselves. Ultimately, Danzo struck against me. In my hubris, he successfully ambushed me using his Anami, seizing one of my eyes. With one of my eyes lost, relying solely on the other Mangekyou, my Kodo Amatsukami was insufficient to extinguish the flames of the coup. I had failed. Forgive me, Itachi, for leaving you with this mess. If I were to return to the clan, it would surely incite an immediate coup. Only my death could afford the last opportunity. I am sorry, I could not safeguard my eyes for you. I am sorry, You have become a stronger ninja than I, yet in my arrogance, I ultimately failed to trust you. I am sorry, Like Tsukitsuki's parents, I can illuminate the village, yet I could not illuminate you. Perhaps the will of fire is not merely the hope of the Hokage for Konoha's ninjas, but rather the reluctant choices made by generations of ninjas within the village. Chapter 23, Itachi's resolution. The image of Shursui resolutely leaping from the cliff incessantly replayed in Uchiha Fugaku's mind. The overwhelming sorrow and fury rendered him nearly incapable of thought. It was only after several days that he gradually regained his composure, contemplating how to fulfill Shirsui's dying wish and avenge his elder brother. He stored away Shirsui's eyes, deciding not to wield this power until he personally exacted revenge on Danzo. Before confronting Danzo, there was another task he needed to undertake. As per Shirsui's last request, to protect the village and uphold the honor of the Uchiha name, to prevent unnecessary conflict arising from his death. Shirsui had preemptively sent a letter back to the Uchiha clan, in which he stated that he had chosen to destroy his own eyes and drown himself due to exhaustion from his missions. However, upon reading this letter, the Uchiha clansmen were stirred into considerable discord. Most could not believe that the usually optimistic Shirsui would suddenly take his own life. Some believed that the higher-ups in Konoha had driven Shirsui to his demise, while others pointed fingers at Itachi, who had mysteriously vanished alongside Shirsui during the gathering that night. Ninjas began to seek out Itachi for an explanation. Although Shirsui's death delayed the Uchiha coup, it could not extinguish the burning ambition that had already ignited. Clan leader Fugaku sought to utilize Itachi, who had been placed in the Umbu, to gather intelligence from Konoha's higher-ups. While the Konoha leadership aimed to employ Itachi to quash the seeds of rebellion, Itachi recalled Shirsui's words before his death. He was determined to prevent civil war, to protect the village, and to safeguard the Uchiha name. He could not allow the Uchiha to be branded as traitors and perish in civil strife. Nor could he wait idly for Konoha to be infiltrated by foreign nations amidst internal discord. As the coup loomed near, he found himself at a loss for solutions. Under the immense pressure, his thoughts began to twist, and a mad plan emerged in his mind. With this mindset, Itachi knocked on the door of Uchiha Fugaku's home. "I intend to eliminate all Uchiha clan members," he declared calmly upon entering Fugaku's room, revealing his most audacious idea. "Only my brother and Shirsui's family shall remain. I need your assistance." Fugaku gazed at Itachi, whose serene visage increasingly appeared distorted and deranged in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he refused Itachi's proposal. "I refuse." Staring intently at Fugaku, Itachi's pupils transformed into the pattern of a kaleidoscope. "How do you plan to fulfill Shirsui's dying wish? How will you protect the village while safeguarding the Uchiha name?" In response to Itachi's inquiries, Fugaku articulated his own solution. "We must evacuate them from the village and settle them outside." Itachi shook his head. "What does it mean to protect the Uchiha name if the entire clan becomes traitors to Konoha? Moreover, how can you ensure that the Uchiha won't seek revenge on Konoha? Igniting war once more?" Itachi's relentless questioning left Fugaku at a loss for words. Yet he steadfastly refused to allow such a fate to unfold. Meeting Itachi's gaze, Fugaku's pupils morphed into a kaleidoscopic pattern as he responded. "If Shirsui were alive, he would never permit you to do such a thing. I know Shirsui better than anyone." Seeing that he could not sway Fugaku, Itachi stood to leave, coldly stating as he approached the door, "Konoha has a root team monitoring you. Do not attempt to spread any information." To Itachi's departing figure, Fugaku resolutely proclaimed, "I will absolutely stop you." After Itachi's departure, Fugaku pondered strategies within the confines of his room, understanding that the resolute Itachi would not grant him much time. The known adversaries in this endeavor included Itachi and the root operatives surveilling him, while the unknown foes comprised the remaining root members and potentially the Umbu of Konoha. As for Konoha's higher-ups, Fugaku believed that their concern for reputation would prevent them from intervening directly. Konoha's root had little knowledge of him, at most. They knew through Itachi that he possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. The abilities concealed within his eyes, along with the cells of Hashirama and his Eight Gates technique, remained unknown to them, providing a potential avenue to victory. Fugaku's objectives for this operation were twofold. Firstly, to protect as many clan members as possible. Secondly, to evacuate Mio and Akane, along with the Uchiha clan, from Konoha. Regarding the first objective, if he were to face only Itachi and a few members of Root, Fugaku felt confident in preserving all clan members. Thus, the challenge lay in the second objective. Once he defected from Konoha, Mio and Akane would find themselves in even greater peril without Shirsui's protection. Following the failure of the genocide plan, Konoha's higher-ups would not allow the Uchiha clan to remain, nor would they permit a mass defection from the village. Mio was currently on a mission in the Land of Wind, west of Konoha. Fugaku planned to secretly write her a letter, urging her to discreetly leave her team and rendezvous in the Land of Bears, situated between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. As for Akane, on the day of Fugaku's operation, she, as a member of the Umbu, would likely be assigned to monitor the Uchiha clan's territory. If he created sufficient commotion, they would surely take notice. However, when it came to the numerous members of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku found himself devoid of a flawless solution. The first plan involved exposing himself to shield the Uchiha clan members as they quietly departed. The flaw in this approach was that a direct escape would be too conspicuous. Even if hidden well, there remained a risk of discovery. If detected, Konoha's elite, led by the third Hokage, might strike under the pretext of exterminating traitors. At that point, Fugaku would face not just Itachi, but the entirety of Konoha. The second plan entailed preventing Itachi from acting and allowing the Uchiha clan to remain within the village. Yet this approach failed to address the root of the problem. Civil war would inevitably erupt, leaving Shirsui's wishes unfulfilled. The third plan involved staging the Uchiha clan's deaths, subsequently using his Mangeki Sharingan to rescue them before discreetly exiting the village. The issue with this plan was that Fugaku's ocular power was insufficient. Even with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, he could manage a maximum of 10 uses of the reversal of death technique, which would save too few clan members. The second plan was immediately dismissed, while the third plan entailed too many sacrifices. Furthermore, should he exhaust his ocular power, he would be rendered defenseless against Konoha's ensuing pursuit. In a moment of hesitation, Fugaku ultimately chose the first plan. He desired to take a gamble, to create enough of a disturbance, hoping that Konoha would not notice the departing Uchiha clan members. If misfortune struck and they were discovered, the power concealed within his right eye might yet carve a path through the bloodshed. As night fell, the Uchiha territory was quieter than usual. Fugaku understood that Itachi was about to set his plan into motion. Chapter 24, The Night of Annihilation. Beneath the moonlight, Uchiha Kaze stepped out of his home, strolling as if it were merely an ordinary night. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a masked root ninja leapt down from the rooftop. Addressing him, Lord Uchiha Kaze, I kindly ask that you refrain from venturing out tonight. Lord Danzo has assured that as long as you remain quietly at home, you will be safe. In response to the root ninja's well-meaning warning, Uchiha Kaze returned the sentiment. I also assure you that as long as the 6 of you do not hinder me, you shall remain unharmed. The clandestine nature of the root was no longer a secret to Uchiha Kaze. With that, the crimson light flickered in his eyes, and the ninja before him appeared to lose focus. Simultaneously, 5 figures emerged from the shadows behind him and launched an attack. Under the onslaught, Uchiha Kaze transformed into a cloud of smoke, shadow clone technique. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, one of the root ninjas pressed his palm to the ground. Purple insects swiftly covering the nearby area, a technique of the Kumo clan, the insect release. Understanding the danger of these poisonous insects, Uchiha Kaze revealed his form and unleashed a lightning net upon the ground, driving the swarm away. The root ninja withdrew the insects, intending to wait until they had developed resistance to electricity before launching another assault. However, Uchiha Kaze was unwilling to delay any longer. A powerful gust of energy erupted from him as he opened the 4th gate, the injury gate. Despite years of inactivity and practicing the 8 gates technique, he had managed to open the 4th gate during the nearly year-long turmoil following Orochimaru's defection during the Nine-Tails incident. Now adept in the opening technique, he no longer inflicted harm upon his body. Instead, it merely drained his chakra rapidly. Yet, for someone infused with Hashirama cells, such a short-term opening posed no issue. Eliminating these root ninjas would take merely half a minute. With the 4th gate activated, Uchiha Kaze moved like a specter. 2 root ninjas barely had time to blink before he ensnared them in close-range genjutsu, while the remaining 3 were easily subdued with his taijutsu. In the blink of an eye, the battle concluded. Uchiha Kaze deactivated the 8 gates, preparing to track down Itachi. He aimed to intervene before his opponent could strike. As he prepared to depart, a coarse voice resonated behind him. Impressive moves. I did not expect such capable ninjas among the Uchiha's younger generation. Uchiha Kaze turned to see a man adorned with a tiger-patterned mask, his wild hair cascading freely, with a small opening in the mask revealing a singular blood-red eye characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Observing Uchiha Kaze, the masked figure continued, return to your room. You possess remarkable eyes, and I would prefer not to kill you here. The condescending tone of the masked man filled Uchiha Kaze with confusion, prompting him to inquire, who are you? Uchiha Madara. After stating his name, the masked man made no further move, seemingly waiting for a response from Kaze. Regrettably, Uchiha Kaze's knowledge of history was lacking, and he held only a vague impression of the name. However, recognizing that this individual belonged to the Uchiha clan, he thought perhaps he could recruit him as an ally and said, Itachi plans to destroy the Uchiha clan. You. Before Kaze could finish, the masked man interrupted. I intend to do so as well. Though the moment Madara appeared, Uchiha Kaze felt an unsettling premonition. He had not anticipated that Itachi could find an unexpected ally in Kaze, especially one who seemed to be a senior Uchiha. This unforeseen powerful adversary was not within Uchiha Kaze's calculations, but nothing would deter him from executing his plans. He aimed to swiftly eliminate the ninja before him. Having just opened the 8 gates, he could not do so again immediately. To break through, he needed to defeat Madara without the 8 gates aid. Resolute, Uchiha Kaze drew a kunai and charged forward, yet even as the kunai neared the man's throat, there was no sign of evasion from Madara. Faced with this unusual behavior, Kaze's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan. He intended to secure a backup plan, attacking with Genjutsu alongside his physical assault. The kunai struck Madara's body, yet Kaze felt no resistance, as if cutting through air. Immediately after, Kaze's form, like the kunai, passed through Madara's body. At that moment, Madara turned to Kaze, resting a hand on his shoulder, and instantly, a powerful suction drew Kaze toward Madara's right eye, distorting his form as if to penetrate it. In a critical moment, Kaze swiftly turned, the kaleidoscopic light flashing in his left eye. He unleashed a reverse command upon Madara. As the ocular technique took effect, Madara's left hand again passed through Kaze's shoulder as if it were insubstantial, and the overwhelming pull ceased, allowing Kaze to create distance. Have you nullified my technique? Madara pondered, examining his left hand as if questioning himself. After a pause, he concluded with a negative answer. No, you reverted my body state to that of some time ago. Madara sensed the change in his body, After Kaze's ocular power activated, the chakra he had used for Kamui returned along with it, and if Kaze's technique nullified his own, the duration of his intangibility would be reset, yet it had not done so. Thus, Madara contemplated a countermeasure. If Kaze's ocular technique truly reverted his body state, he might be able to attack while restoring his body to the moment he activated Kamui while still solid. If he could manipulate the time of this reversion at will, the threat posed by Kaze's technique would be significant. As Kaze distanced himself, he too analyzed his opponent. Madara possessed the ability to become intangible. Yet his hand had been solid during the previous attack. Moreover, Kaze's Jinjutsu seemed entirely ineffective against him. He possessed at least the level of ocular power akin to the Mangekyou Sharingan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kaze formulated a strategy and lunged forward. Having analyzed the situation, Madara withdrew the Uchiha fan, needing only to hold Kaze at bay. Despite his confusion upon seeing the massive fan, Kaze charged forward without hesitation. In his heart, he held unwavering confidence in victory. Gripping the fan, Madara assumed a tangible form, ready to utilize its absolute defense to block Kaze's assault. As Kaze approached, Madara's form shifted back to intangibility upon Kaze's activation of the reverse command, allowing Kaze to pass effortlessly through both the fan and Madara's body, reaching behind him. Yet, Madara remained unfazed. Since Kaze had used his ocular technique to render his body intangible, his attacks could not strike true. However, Kaze's capabilities extended beyond this, arriving behind Madara. He swiftly pivoted, the crimson glow of the Mangekyou Sharingan igniting in his right eye. The eye destined to obliterate all, its power triggered. Chapter 25, The Right Eye of Destruction. Uchiha Kazuki gazed at the masked man who had turned back, uttering the words Mingmiet as the radiance of his right eye intensified, seemingly poised to consume all. Has my technique vanished? Under the influence of Uchiha Kazuki's ocular technique, the phasing effect brought forth by the masked man's Kamui dissipated once more. Before he could react or contemplate, Uchiha Kazuki's kunai had already struck toward the masked man. The masked man, unable to invoke his technique in time, could only awkwardly attempt to evade the blow by sidestepping. However, this meager maneuver could not evade the meticulously planned assault of Uchiha Kazuki. The kunai cleaved down from the masked man's right shoulder, penetrating deeply into his left chest cavity, halting just shy of his heart. In that fleeting moment, the masked man channeled chakra to conjure a wooden barrier beside his heart, staving off Uchiha Kazuki's kunai. Upon realizing that Kamui had vanished, the masked man had intended to activate it once more. But the fatigue emanating from his right eye revealed that his Kamui had not simply disappeared, but had been entirely depleted. The instant he failed to activate Kamui, his defeat was sealed. Uchiha Kazuki's Mingmiet had drained the masked man's Kamui. Mingmiet, a technique that renders the end of all existence into nothingness while amplifying the consumption of chakra for the target casting it. The eye power consumed by this ocular technique correlates with the techniques it affects. The previous encounter had completely exhausted the remaining Kamui of the masked man, while Uchiha Kazuki had expended nearly one-fifth of his own eye power. Though he appeared victorious, his own consumption was not insignificant either. While Mingmiet nullified ninjutsu, it also magnified the caster's expenditure. Now, the masked man's chakra depletion was akin to having exhausted Kamui multiple times consecutively, leaving him nearly incapable of continuing the fight. The severed left arm and the ghastly wound upon his left chest bore testament to the masked man's defeat. Retreating to a distance, he glared at Uchiha Kazuki, vowing, "You possess commendable eyes, but next time, I shall kill you." With that, spiraling waves of air coalesced around his right eye, and in the blink of an eye, his form vanished into a vortex centered on that very eye. The masked man's threats were not mere bluster. Had he foreseen Uchiha Kazuki's ocular technique, he would have devised an alternative strategy after depleting his Kamui, rather than attempting to activate it yet again and suffer immediate defeat. The battle might have lingered longer. Yet, Uchiha Kazuki held a trump card unknown to the masked man at this juncture. Although the confrontation concluded swiftly, the cumulative duration of both skirmishes had inevitably delayed Uchiha Kazuki for several precious minutes, a period that was not inconsequential for Uchiha Itachi. Just as Uchiha Kazuki prepared to rise and seek Itachi, the latter appeared before him unbidden. Uchiha Itachi's expression bore no joy or sorrow, only a profound weariness that belied his age. As he addressed Uchiha Kazuki, "It is over, Uchiha Kazuki. To prevent any missteps from my allies, I acted preemptively against the radicals within our clan. Had you been obstructed, I would have proceeded with my plan to eliminate everyone. However, if even he cannot impede you, I am powerless to halt your actions. Now, all the radicals, including the clan leader, have perished." Uchiha Itachi recounted the death of his kin with an icy detachment, even stating the fact that he had slain his own father, the clan leader. With calm acceptance, "My agreement with Konoha was that the massacre tonight would be executed by me and my allies, leaving them unengaged, with the stipulation that they refrain from entering Uchiha territory for the first 20 minutes of the operation." The higher-ups of Konoha were reluctant to stain their hands with blood, and the allies Itachi had summoned wished to remain unseen during his actions. Thus, this agreement was reached, though Itachi concealed one crucial detail regarding his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi closed his eyes, as though finding a measure of relief, and continued, "Aside from the radicals, the remaining clansmen lack significant prowess. The Uchiha rebellion has concluded. With only a few minutes remaining before Konoha dispatched individuals into Uchiha territory, he urged, if you can manage it, take them away. As for Sasuke, let him remain in the village. With that, Itachi turned to head toward the entrance of Uchiha territory, intending to await his brother's return, where he would undertake one final task before departing. Faced with such an outcome, Uchiha Kazuki felt both anger and helplessness. Striking at Itachi now would yield no fruit. Instead, his priority was to gather the surviving Uchiha before Konoha's shinobi entered the clan's grounds. 10 minutes later, the remaining Uchiha awaited within the Uchiha shrine. And as Uchiha Kazuki ushered in the final clan member, he prepared to disclose his plans. Typically, Uchiha clan members who awakened their Sharingan would adopt more aggressive dispositions, making the radicals exterminated by Uchiha Itachi the most gifted ninjas within the clan. Conversely, the surviving ninjas were largely mediocre individuals who had yet to awaken their Sharingan, with many not even attaining the status of shinobi. If these survivors were to learn that the massacre was tacitly approved by Konoha's higher-ups, even their feeble strength would drive them to seek vengeance against Konoha. However, such an endeavor would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, prompting Uchiha Kazuki to resolve to conceal this information temporarily, as he needed to safeguard the remaining clansmen. Having made his decision, Uchiha Kazuki spoke, to suppress the Uchiha coup. Uchiha Itachi, who possessed knowledge of the circumstances, chose to sacrifice the Uchiha people to avert civil strife within Konoha. I sought to intervene, but it was too late. Now, the only survivors within the clan are you. His words stirred a commotion among the audience, with survivors expressing grief, anger, and even a desire for vengeance against Uchiha Itachi, despite their own inadequacies. In an effort to quell their unrest, Uchiha Kazuki continued, the deaths of numerous clansmen tonight will inevitably provoke an investigation from Konoha. Coupled with Itachi's actions, the previous notions of rebellion within our clan will be hard to conceal. Additionally, Uchiha Itachi has only retreated for the time being. Perhaps once he has recuperated, he will strike again. Remaining in Konoha is tantamount to awaiting our doom. Observing the despair in the eyes of his clansmen, Uchiha Kazuki asserted, thus, our choice is singular. We must flee Konoha. 3 minutes later, he instructed, you will head to the northern part of the clan's land. I will create a distraction to draw the attention of Konoha's shinobi. After you escape Konoha from the north, proceed westward. I will swiftly follow. Do not worry about me. With that, Uchiha Kazuki's eyes transformed into the mesmerizing patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan. For the Uchiha clan, even those who had never heard of it could not resist the compelling allure of those eyes. Chapter 26. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the shadows at the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Kaze concealed himself as he quietly calculated the passage of time. After approximately 3 minutes, he stepped out from the corner, standing boldly at the clan's entrance illuminated by the moonlight. Addressing the empty ground before him, Uchiha Kaze declared, Third Hokage, I wish to depart from Konoha. The ambushed Umbu ninjas surrounding him were taken aback. This turn of events had not been anticipated. They were stationed here to monitor any unusual occurrences in the vicinity, yet Uchiha Kaze's actions surpassed their expectations. However, they refrained from acting impulsively, awaiting orders from their respective leaders. Uchiha Kaze understood that merely this act would not capture the attention of all the Umbu ninjas. He needed to unveil another trump card would release. He aimed to attract their focus with the jutsu most valued by Konoha. With hands forming the snake seal, Uchiha Kaze invoked would release, with dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon erupted from the ground, spiraling into the sky above the Uchiha territory. Gazing at the still vacant ground, Uchiha Kaze continued, Shursui, Mio, Akira, and the humiliation endured by the Uchiha clan. I shall repay Konoha in full. At this moment, Uchiha Kaze did not genuinely desire to wreak havoc upon Konoha. His intentions were twofold. Firstly, he sought to draw Konoha's attention, compelling them to dispatch all Umbu to confront him, thus granting the Uchiha clan an opportunity to escape. Secondly, he aimed to signal to Akira among the Umbu, urging her to join him. Should Uchiha Kaze leave, Akira's situation in Konoha would become even more perilous. The Umbu responded to Uchiha Kaze's provocation with action, lightning release, 16-pillar binding technique. Multiple Umbu simultaneously formed hand seals, and 16 electrified stone pillars surged from the ground, aiming directly at the wooden dragon in the sky. Concurrently, a massive summoned turtle descended from above, bearing down upon the wooden dragon. Faced with the simultaneous onslaught from all directions, the wooden dragon twisted its tail, shattering all 16 stone pillars, while the descending turtle was caught in its jaws, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a figure leaped into the air, landing atop the wooden dragon, gathering dazzling lightning in his hands, emitting a tremendous noise as he raced along the dragon's body toward Uchiha Kaze. The powerful lightning left marks along the dragon's form, and within the masked figure's left eye was the pattern of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kaze was no stranger to this individual. As he often conversed with Shursui, the assailant was none other than the Umbu squad leader, Kakashi Hitaki. In the face of Kakashi's ambush, Uchiha Kaze dared not underestimate him. His eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan, activating Kodo Amatsukami. Kakashi's lightning vanished instantaneously, and an inexplicable fatigue overcame him, preventing him from reacting in time to avoid Uchiha Kaze's strike. He retaliated with a kick, sending the wooden dragon crashing down, while two figures soared out to catch Kakashi, returning to the ground safely. Almost simultaneously, another figure emerged, but the brown snake that slithered from her sleeve made Uchiha Kaze realize she was not an enemy. With the gaze of all the Umbu upon her, this figure approached Uchiha Kaze in a fierce manner, but halted just before him, removing her mask to reveal none other than Akira Mitarashi. After several failed attempts at offense, the Umbu refrained from further aggression. The combined ninjutsu of many ninjas and Kakashi's special technique had proven ineffective. Acting recklessly would not be wise. So their course of action was to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Uchiha Kaze, too, saw no reason to strike. His goal was to attract as many Konoha ninjas as possible, and he awaited the arrival of more. As the standoff continued, reinforcements from the Umbu arrived, accompanied by root ninjas and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Danzo Shimura, he dared not reveal himself before Uchiha Kaze, who viewed him as an enemy. Having just undergone the transplantation of Shirsue's eyes. Addressing the approaching third Hokage, Uchiha Kaze spoke first. Hokage-sama, my brother has been slain, my clan members murdered, and my former comrades have suffered greatly. Give me a reason not to harm Konoha. Standing on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hunched with age, no longer bore the resolute demeanor of his youth. He lifted his gaze toward Uchiha Kaze, who stood atop the wooden dragon, and said, Kaze, I have made many mistakes in the past. I am sorry for you, for the Uchiha, and for your Team 3. However, the people of Konoha are innocent. A hint of sorrow appeared in Sarutobi's weathered eyes as he continued, Kaze, I have always watched over you. You are a kind child who has risked your life many times for Konoha. Like your brother and grandfather, you are a great ninja of Konoha. My cowardice and hesitation have pushed you, Shursui, Akira, and Mio into danger. My fear of war has led the Uchiha clan to this dire situation. A flicker of determination arose in Sarutobi's weary eyes, reminiscent of his youth. Kaze, I hope my death can earn your forgiveness. I will instruct the Umbu not to follow me, allowing me to leave Konoha alone. You may seal my chakra in advance with a sealing technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to ensure Konoha's safety with his life, without the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god. If a battle were to erupt in the village between him and Uchiha Kaze, even in victory, the destruction wrought by Uchiha Kaze, wielding would release in the Manjiki Sharingan, would rival that of the Nine Tails incident. Moreover, he felt a deep sense of guilt toward the Uchiha clan and particularly toward his former comrade, Uchiha Kagami. Within the village he governed, the grandsons of his erstwhile allies had suffered grievously, one forced to death by Konoha's higher-ups, and the other confined for years. Facing the threat of clan annihilation, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not feel sorrow? He even pondered how he would explain his actions to Uchiha Kagami in the afterlife, a man who had devoted himself entirely to the village. Upon hearing the Hokage's resolution, the Umbu were astonished, and several ninjas rushed forward to dissuade him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was resolute. He pushed aside the advancing ninjas and stepped forward. This is for Konoha, and for myself. Do not let me die in regret. Where Konoha flourishes, so too shall the flames of life endure. The future of Konoha rests in your hands. After my death, seek Jiraiya and persuade him to return and assume the role of Hokage. Having conveyed his final arrangements, Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited Uchiha Kaze's response. Despite harboring resentment, much of Uchiha Kaze's anger was directed toward Danzo. He had never intended to force the third Hokage to his end, nor did he genuinely wish to annihilate Konoha. Not rushing to reply, Uchiha Kaze waited as time passed during their standoff, feigning hesitation as he estimated that the Uchiha clan had likely covered a considerable distance. He finally spoke. I have no interest in your life. Your death will not change anything. I only wish to protect those close to me. So I have but one demand. I want to take my parents, along with Mio and Akira, out of Konoha, and from this day forth, Konoha is not to entangle us again. Upon hearing Uchiha Kaze's ultimatum, tears welled in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he gazed upon the face of one who would go to any lengths to protect those he cherished. Once again, he was reminded of his dear friend, Uchiha Kagami. To the third Hokage, Uchiha Kaze's seemingly coercive demand was, in truth, a concession, and he had no reason to refuse. After the Konoha ninjas retreated, Uchiha Kaze departed the village through the main gate with Akira, and upon confirming that they were not being followed, they hastened to catch up with the Uchiha clan members who had already headed west. Their destination, the Land of Bears. Chapter 27, the beginning, recap. If you are starting from the first chapter, you may skip this. The Uchiha Wind possesses the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan, namely Reverse Fate and Abyssal Obliteration. Reverse Fate allows one to rewind a target's physical state to 30 seconds prior, while Abyssal Obliteration hastens the inevitable end of existence. Orochimaru has implanted Hashirama cells into Uchiha Wind, and Guy has imparted the 8 Gates technique to him, utilizing the ocular technique of Reverse Fate with his left eye. Uchiha Wind trains in the 8 Gates. Uchiha Wind's elder brother is Uchiha Shursui, and his companions from Team 3 are Hige Reihei and Mitarashi Anko, with Orochimaru as their guiding jonin. Following Orochimaru's defection, Team 3 faces deep suspicion, making normal life difficult for the trio, leading them to contemplate fleeing from Konoha. Years later, Danzo ambushes Shursui and seizes his right eye. Before his demise, Shursui entrusts one of his eyes to Uchiha Wind, imploring him and Itachi to protect Konoha and the Uchiha clan. On the night of the massacre, Uchiha Wind intended to thwart Itachi's actions, but was suddenly interrupted by the masked man. The radical faction of the Uchiha clan is annihilated by Itachi, yet through Uchiha Wind's efforts, some clan members survive, ultimately fleeing to the land of bears together. The main text begins here. Uchiha Wind and his companions enter the land of grass from the western part of the land of fire, subsequently preparing to enter the land of bears from the eastern edge of the land of earth. In stark contrast to the bountiful land of fire, the main city of the land of bears is merely a small town. This diminutive nation features a long, narrow terrain, with a weak ninja village known as Star Ninja Village in the east, while the main city is established centrally. The country is adorned with dense forests, particularly in its undeveloped western region, which is almost entirely cloaked in trees. Moreover, the eastern section is obstructed by the toxic Hell Valley, which deters foreign ninjas from entering. To gain access to the land of bears, one must either take a lengthy detour from other directions or daringly traverse Hell Valley. Naturally, Uchiha Wind, capable of using wood release, opts for the latter route. Ever since departing from Konoha, Uchiha Wind has been diligently contemplating how to fulfill his next two objectives. First, to ensure the safety of Reihei, Anko, and the remaining clan members. Second, to exact revenge on Danzo. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi has assured him that the hunt will cease, the roots of Konoha may not heed the Hokage's words, particularly since Danzo, upon learning of Wind's Mangeki Sharingan and would release abilities, is likely to pursue him with fervor. Furthermore, with the third Hokage aging, even if Danzo refrains from acting out of fear of Hiruzen's authority, it is inevitable that he will hunt Wind once the third retires. Next is the resettlement of the Uchiha clan members. The number of survivors is not insignificant. Yet in the current tumultuous ninja world, they remain perilously vulnerable. The elderly and infirm among the Uchiha require time to cultivate their strength. Should the major ninja villages discover that there are still surviving Uchiha, catastrophe will undoubtedly ensue. Thus, their whereabouts must be concealed until their own strength can grow. Lastly, there is the matter of vengeance against Danzo. Renowned for his insidious cunning, even Orochimaru harbors trepidations towards him. Danzo is fundamentally cowardly, often lurking in the shadows of Konoha. To confront him directly and decapitate him, while under the protection of the elite from the roots, is nearly impossible for Uchiha Wind, who is alone. Therefore, a plan is essential, a long-term strategy that can safeguard everyone while developing a power capable of rivaling that of Konoha. Lost in thought, Uchiha Wind gradually approaches Hell Valley. Suddenly, a figure rushes in, interrupting his reverie. It is Hige Reihei. After receiving a letter from Uchiha Wind, Reihei has left her team to await him at the designated location. Since hearing of the Uchiha clan's annihilation while purchasing provisions in a nearby town 2 days prior, she has been engulfed in anxiety, yet her heart steadfastly believes that Uchiha Wind will arrive as promised. Reihei trusts that Uchiha Wind will honor the commitment made years ago. At last, while waiting, her Byakugan allows her to spot him first. Unable to contain her joy, she rushes towards him. The sudden movement incites a moment of caution in Uchiha Wind, but he quickly realizes that the approaching figure is none other than Reihei. His defense is lower. A smile graces his face as he watches her sprint towards him. Reihei leaps into Uchiha Wind's arms. Now an adult, Uchiha Wind stands a head taller than Reihei, rendering the moment akin to her crashing into him. The force causes Uchiha Wind to take a step back, and he gently ruffles Reihei's hair, as if to convey that all has come to an end. In response, Reihei lifts her head from his chest, revealing a smile that radiates the innocence of a girl, rather than a seasoned ninja accustomed to peril. However, the physical differences between their matured forms render the once familiar motions imbued with a novel sensation. After a moment, Reihei, sensing something amiss, quickly releases her embrace, her cheeks flushed, mirroring Uchiha Wind's own embarrassment. Meanwhile, Anko, observing the entire exchange, appears somewhat sullen. As she contemplates how to address the situation, Reihei performs a similar gesture towards her, enveloping her in a warm and reassuring hug that dispels any lingering discomfort. With warmth illuminating her features, Reihei greets her long-absent teammate. It's been a while, Anko. Unlike Uchiha Wind, who has been perpetually confined at home, Anko's whereabouts are far more elusive. Each time Reihei returns to Konoha after a mission, she finds it challenging to see Anko, thus harboring a deep longing for her. The momentary unease in Anko's heart dissipates with the embrace. After exchanging pleasantries, she turns to Uchiha Wind. Aren't you here to discuss something important? It is rare for Anko to refer to him by his full name, indicating that she still holds some residual grievances. Yet Uchiha Wind pays little heed to such sentiments, instead silently thanking Anko for her kind reminder. He nods and guides both women aside, beginning to unveil his plans to ensure everyone's safety in the current ninja world. The strength of a ninja village is indispensable. Only by developing a formidable force can we hope to establish a foothold in this realm. But there are two significant challenges to creating a ninja village, he continues. Reihei, her face adorned with confusion, inquires, what challenges? The first is the threat from external forces. The 5 great nations will not idly observe the emergence of a new ninja village, especially if Konoha discovers it. The presence of Uchiha within their ranks would undoubtedly provoke their actions. Therefore, I have chosen the western part of the Land of Bears as the future location for our ninja village. This region is naturally fortified, preventing external ninjas from encroaching freely. The dense western jungles remain largely abandoned, with the sole threat stemming from the Eastern Star Ninja Village. However, this village is not particularly strong. As long as we avoid its scrutiny, we can secretly bolster our strength before gradually establishing our ninja village. Enko nods in understanding. So, hasn't he that resolved the issue? Sighing, Uchiha Wind elaborates. The problem is that I cannot remain in the Land of Bears. The powers I possess, both Wood Release and the Manjiki Sharingan, are coveted by Konoha. If I were to vanish for an extended period or stay in one location, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Sooner or later, they would uncover the remnants of the Uchiha in the Land of Bears. Although they have promised not to act against us, the Uchiha clan members do not fall within the scope of their assurances. Thus, I cannot linger in the Land of Bears. I must leave traces of my presence across the world to divert Konoha's attention, much like an ordinary wandering ninja. However, while the Uchiha survivors number a fair amount, they are predominantly the elderly and infirm. It is nearly impossible for them to develop secretly on their own. Someone must remain here to guide them in gradually establishing the ninja village. I will stay. Having long resided in the shadows, Akadama evidently possessed greater experience in such matters. Thus, she willingly undertook the task. Observing this, Uchiha Kazumi produced a puppet and remarked, "This puppet, crafted from Wood Release, will serve as a safeguard. Should you encounter peril, destroy it immediately. I shall return without delay upon receiving word. Your safety is of utmost importance." After imparting these instructions, Uchiha Kazumi continued. The second issue is that even upon establishing the ninja village, our military strength remains insufficient. Despite the eventual maturation of the younger Uchiha, our combat capabilities will still be lacking. We must venture forth in search of reliable allies. He then elaborated, "While I leave my mark across the world, I will seek out potential and trustworthy ninjas to join our village." Upon hearing Uchiha Kazumi's plan, Myohei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I can assist you. My Byakugan allows me to perceive the chakra responses within a person, enabling me to assess their ninja potential." "Thank you, Myohei," Uchiha Kazumi nodded, accepting her offer. "Shortly, I shall utilize Wood Release to construct a bridge to aid your passage across the Hell Valley. Once you have crossed, I will dismantle it to prevent any remaining ninjas from following." With all matters addressed, Akadama, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Where are you headed now?" "To the Water Country, the nation furthest from the Bear Country among the 5 great nations." Chapter 28. The sea does not welcome me. After departing from the borders of the Land of Bears, Uchiha Kazuki and Reihei have been meticulously concealing their whereabouts, wishing to keep their connection to the Land of Bears hidden from Konoha. Only when they are sufficiently distanced from the Land of Bears are they willing to reveal their location to Konoha. After more than a month, they finally traversed the Land of Fire and set foot in new territory, the Land of Hot Water, intending to take a boat from there to the Land of Water. A dense mist enveloped the entire town. For a nation renowned for its hot springs, it could be said that the night was not merely illuminated. Rather, it was during the night that the town truly thrived. Shortly after entering the city, a person approached them and said, "You two appear to be guests from the Land of Fire. Since you've arrived in our Land of Hot Water, I assume you are eager to experience our most distinctive hot springs. Why not visit our Yunjong Spring? I assure you, it will be worth every coin." Kazuki and Reihei initially intended to find an inn for the night, without any plans for a hot spring experience. However, the enticing description proved hard to resist. The hot springs of the Land of Hot Water were already famous throughout the ninja world, and it seemed unreasonable not to indulge while there. Hesitating, they found themselves at a loss for words. Noticing their silence, the eager salesperson stepped closer and lowered his voice, whispering, "At Yunjong Spring, we also have rooms for overnight stays, complete with private hot springs. You may rest comfortably there." Upon hearing about the availability of overnight accommodations at Yunjong Spring, Kazuki felt there was no longer any reason to decline. He promptly agreed, saying, "Then please arrange it for us." Meanwhile, Reihei, who had been listening to their conversation, felt her mind wandering, her cheeks flushed with color. Her thoughts were consumed by the notion of a private hot spring. She had not anticipated such proactive behavior from the salesperson. However, Kazuki's next words shattered her fantasies. "Let us book 2 rooms." Kazuki Sharingan could not discern the thoughts of the young woman. The salesperson, taken aback by Kazuki's request, recognized it was not his place to inquire further and silently led them inside. After paying and receiving their keys, the two planned to change their clothes before heading to the public hot spring. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, a male figure suddenly burst forth from the women's bath behind them. Why was this man emerging from a female bathing area? The unusual scene compelled Kazuki and Reihei to pause and observe. The man fell face first to the ground, and several figures in bathrobes emerged from the women's bath, hurling accusations at him. "Pervert! Deviant! How dare you spy in the women's bath? You claim it was for research? Someone, catch this pervert!" The prone figure, enduring the insults, hesitated to raise his head, Only when several burly men approached to apprehend him did he shield his face and dash out the door. At that moment, Kazuki began to piece together the situation, recognizing the figure as strikingly familiar, reminiscent of Jiraiya, a former acquaintance of his late teacher, Orochimaru. He turned to Reihei and asked, "Don't you think that pervert-esque silhouette resembles Jiraiya-sensei?" Reihei turned her face away and replied curtly, "I don't know." With that, she left Kazuki standing there and walked ahead to their room. Kazuki was perplexed by her sudden mood shift, unable to comprehend her feelings, and dared not inquire further, trailing behind her back to their respective rooms. After changing, Kazuki knocked on Reihei's door, waiting for her to join him for the public hot spring. A moment later, Reihei emerged, donned in a bathrobe but still sulking as she walked ahead, seemingly disinterested in conversing with the man behind her. As they reached the lobby, they heard a boisterous voice. Jiraiya was seated there, his unmistakable white hair identical to that of the earlier pervert, though now dressed differently. Spotting them first, Jiraiya, as if anticipating their arrival, exclaimed, "What a coincidence to encounter you both on my first visit here." He emphasized the word first with particular weight, and his posture in the lobby suggested he was not there merely for the hot springs, but rather waiting for someone. His fidgeting hands betrayed his nervousness. Seeing Jiraiya's exaggerated attempt to appear relaxed, Reihei couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she replied, "What a coincidence indeed, Jiraiya-sama." Kazuki, understanding the context, also smiled and greeted him warmly. "It has been a while, Jiraiya-sama." Amidst their laughter, Jiraiya grew increasingly embarrassed, his face reddening as he sought to change the subject. "By the way, what brings you to the land of hot water? Are you here to experience the hot springs? And where is Akane? Why isn't she with you?" Kazuki and Reihei, both students of Orochimaru, had encountered Jiraiya on multiple occasions during their time in the village, so they were not strangers to him. The third Hokage had informed Jiraiya of the events surrounding the Uchiha clan's tragedy, advising him to avoid perceiving Kazuki and his companions as rogue ninjas, but to investigate their movements and intentions if encountered. Given Kazuki's unique abilities and identity, Konoha could not afford to overlook him. After hearing about the trio's plight, Jiraiya felt a deep sense of sympathy. Abandoned by Orochimaru, suspected by Konoha, they either faced perilous missions or lived under constant surveillance. One had lost his parents at a young age, another had lost hers in war, and the last had met with the tragic fate of annihilation. Yet, Jiraiya's position prevented him from taking overly familiar actions. He could only provide discreet support. However, he had not anticipated their meeting would be so awkward. Jiraiya had initially intended to flee the scene when he bolted from the establishment, but he could not suppress his urge to see them. Once friendly with Kazuki, Jiraiya had been somewhat harmless, with only a hint of arrogance and lechery. Yet now, as a Konoha ninja, their roles had shifted, and he felt a need for caution. Thus he concealed certain truths, stating, "In the past years, I have been confined to my home, with no opportunity to experience the outside world. Reihei has been similarly tasked, with little chance to enjoy an ordinary life. Therefore, we wish to explore this world and see what the ninja world has become." As for Akane, she expressed that the outside ninja world is far too perilous. Having spent years in the Umbu, she chose to find a quiet place to live with my parents. Kazuki's words were genuine, devoid of falsehood. He and Reihei indeed sought a respite from their previous lives, and Akane's pursuit of a tranquil existence was equally true. Thus, his expression bore no hint of the anxiety typically associated with deceit. Upon hearing Kazuki's words, Jiraiya felt an even greater pang of compassion. The land of hot water lies adjacent to the land of fire. While Hokage-sama does not wish to harm you, I fear there may be others in Konoha who would seek to do you harm, given your overt presence. Jiraiya's concerns were not unfounded. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had issued orders against pursuing Kazuki and his companions, others, led by Danzo, had already prepared to act in the shadows. My original purpose for being here was to capture Orochimaru, yet I cannot stand by and watch you in danger. Before I leave the land of hot water, I will ensure your safety. Once I depart, please take care to remain inconspicuous and avoid lingering near Konoha. Jiraiya's advice was sincerely meant, though unbeknownst to him. Revealing their whereabouts was a deliberate choice by Kazuki. Though he was reluctant to have the Leaf Village ninja accompany him, Uchiha Wind found no reason to decline. Moreover, having Jiraiya by his side might delay his pursuit of Orochimaru. Thus, he acquiesced. "Very well, I shall also reside here." Upon receiving affirmation, Jiraiya boisterously summoned the innkeeper, exclaiming, "Please, arrange a room for me." "I am sorry, esteemed guest, but we are fully booked today," the innkeeper replied awkwardly. Just as Jiraiya was grappling with his predicament, the voice of Myohei resonated. "Fear not, Lord Jiraiya, for we have secured 2 rooms." Chapter 29. Moonlit night. How could this be? Hinata Mio leaned against the windowsill, gazing at the moonlit sky, lost in doubt. She had anticipated that Jiraiya's arrival would allow her to share a room with Uchiha Kaze. Yet, she was taken aback when Uchiha Kaze openly invited Jiraiya to reside in the same chamber. Under this enchanting night sky, it was Uchiha Kaze and Jiraiya who found solitude in the hot spring inn. Mio stared at the moon, her mind racing with disbelief, questioning whether the fault lay with her or with him. Amidst her confusion, a sudden knock on the door shattered the tranquility of the moonlit night, causing her heart to race once more. With a flutter of nervousness, she opened the door. In the dim light of night, Uchiha Kaze's already handsome features appeared soft and gentle under the moon's glow. Mio slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kaze's first words disrupted the romantic atmosphere. Let me tell you, Jiraiya snores quite loudly. In this tiny room, I can hardly sleep. I was about to knock to see if you were awake, but I didn't expect you to actually be unable to sleep, too. Were you disturbed by Jiraiya's snoring as well? Mio listened intently to Uchiha Kaze's mundane complaints, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. She found his animated expressions utterly endearing. After a lengthy monologue without a response, Uchiha Kaze appeared slightly deflated. You're not listening, are you? Mio's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she smiled and replied. Of course I am. After a brief moment of complaint, Uchiha Kaze recalled the purpose of his visit. Right? I came to check on the caged bird seal. Uchiha Kaze had not forgotten his promise, but the journey had been fraught with hardships and concealment, leaving him little opportunity to fulfill it. Since leaving Konoha, the caged bird seal had ceased to bewilder Mio. Though it occasionally resurfaced in her thoughts, it brought her only a fleeting discomfort, and thus, she felt no urgency regarding it. Following Uchiha Kaze's instructions, Mio activated her Byakugan. Upon examination, Uchiha Kaze's suspicions were partially validated. The Hinata clan's secret text indicated that the formation of the caged bird seal was related to yin-yang release, linking it to the Byakugan. When the recipient of the seal dies, or has their eyes removed, the caged bird seal automatically destroys the Byakugan. Moreover, the caged bird connects not only to the Byakugan but also to the brain, allowing the main family to control the seal, inducing excruciating pain in the branch family. Given that the caged bird was associated with yin-yang release, Uchiha Kaze speculated that the energy source of the seal might originate from within the body, and severing this connection could potentially lift the seal entirely. As he had conjectured, the caged bird seal was linked to the recipient's heart, yet severing this connection proved to be no simple task. Upon further scrutiny, Uchiha Kaze observed that the seal and heart did not appear to have a parasitic relationship, but rather seemed to function as a singular entity, as if the seal were governing the rhythm of the heart. If this connection were severed, the heart would cease to beat. Uchiha Kaze's ocular abilities were rendered ineffective against this dilemma. If he were to destroy the seal before restoring the heart, the reverse command of his left eye would likely restore the seal simultaneously, and the potency of his right eye's oblivion was uncertain, even if he could successfully activate it. The moment the seal faced annihilation would coincide with the heart's final beat. Currently, Uchiha Kaze felt utterly powerless, yet he glimpsed a faint glimmer of hope. I cannot temporarily lift the seal, but I sense that if I were to master yin-yang release, there might be a turning point. Uchiha Kaze believed that mastering yin-yang release could provide an opportunity to sever this connection without harming the heart, or perhaps to recreate a heart after the connection was severed, or even to reinvigorate the heart. However, these remained mere conjectures until he could validate them through mastery of yin-yang release. Yes, I believe in you. Mio did not feel disheartened by this setback, for even with the seal upon her, she no longer perceived herself as a caged bird. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kaze felt somewhat defeated, but with no other recourse, he bid her farewell. All right, I must return to sleep. I'll wake Jiraiya shortly, and once we fall asleep, he can rest. Sleep well. Good night. Okay, Mio felt thoroughly satisfied with the evening. The following morning, both Uchiha Kaze and Mio appeared refreshed, while Jiraiya, on the other hand, looked somewhat haggard, evidently due to being awakened by Uchiha Kaze, resulting in insufficient rest the previous night. To delay Jiraiya's departure for Orochimaru's sake, Uchiha Kaze and Mio lingered, enjoying their time in the renowned hot spring of this small nation for several days. By the end, Jiraiya began to feel an urgency to move on. Despite his promise to ensure their safety until leaving the land of hot water, he desired to remain until Uchiha Kaze's departure. During this time, he contemplated urging the two to leave the perilous land of hot water, but witnessing Uchiha Kaze and Mio's joyous expressions made him hesitate. For two children who had never experienced the joys of travel, it would be cruel to force them to depart abruptly. Thus, Jiraiya reluctantly continued to gather material in this hot spring town, feeling somewhat coerced. One day, Jiraiya found himself in a corner, collecting data from a hole he had secretly dug the previous night. Ah, is that not Lord Jiraiya of Konoha? What brings you here, squatting in this spot? Upon being discovered, Jiraiya turned to see a woman with chestnut red hair and a graceful figure. As a wandering ninja, he recognized her as Terumi Mei, the recently prominent figure from the Hidden Mist Village, rumored to be a potential successor for the title of Mizukichi. Jiraiya inwardly lamented his misfortune, realizing that his reputation in the land of water might soon be tarnished, wishing he had left this place of turmoil sooner. With no other choice, he forced a response. Yes. There are reports of a dangerous rogue ninja in the land of hot water, and Konoha has sent me to investigate. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Ha 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 ha. Terumi Mei, twirling her hair, adopted a more serious demeanor. Konoha received this news so swiftly? However, this matter pertains to our internal affairs in the land of water. I kindly ask you not to interfere, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya hadn't anticipated that his casual fabrication would inadvertently align with the truth. For the sake of his reputation in the land of water, he immediately acquiesced. After sending Jiraiya on his way, Terumi Mei pondered the situation. Logically, Konoha should not have received news of the rogue ninja so swiftly, especially since that rogue had only just entered the land of hot water the previous day. Jiraiya could not have known about it in advance from Konoha. Moreover, his seemingly effortless agreement to her request raised her suspicions. Could it be that the rogue ninja he mentioned was someone else? Recently, it seemed a ninja from Konoha had escaped, an Uchiha skilled and would release. If he were to lend his assistance, perhaps it could be accomplished. Chapter 30. The request of Terumi Mei once again caught in the act of peeping. Jiraiya swiftly sought out Uchiha Kaze and Mio for a brief exchange before bidding them farewell. He felt it prudent to vacate this place rife with turmoil. After seeing Jiraiya off, Uchiha Kaze and Mio also deemed it unnecessary to linger in the land of hot water and resolved to depart. They made their way to the dock, preparing to board a vessel bound for the land of water. As they traversed the dock, Uchiha Kaze abruptly halted, a frown creasing his brow as he inquired, Mio, do you sense an unusual chill in the air? Mio nodded in agreement. Yes, the temperature has plummeted significantly. Following the source of the cold, Mio spotted a ragged child huddled in a corner. Noticing Mio's gaze, the child lifted her head, revealing sunken cheeks caked with dirt and eyes filled with a despondency far beyond her years, stirring a pang of compassion within Mio. Compelled by her sympathy, Mio approached and crouched down to inquire about the child's origins, family, or name, but the child merely shook her head vacantly. Only when Mio asked if she wished for something to eat did a glimmer of hope flicker in her eyes, and she nodded in affirmation. After escorting her to a nearby restaurant, the child, who slowly regained some vitality, eventually spoke, My name is Bai. I have no family and no home. While Bai was eating, Mio discreetly activated her Byakugan to assess the child's chakra, astonished to discover that she possessed a chakra level rivaling that of a Seichnin. An extraordinary find for one on the brink of starvation. After conferring with Uchiha Kaze, Mio proposed, Bai, would you like to accompany us? Faced with Mio's invitation, Bai had no reason to refuse. Seeking potential ninjas was one of their objectives on this journey, and even if Bai lacked ninja talents, Uchiha Kaze and Mio were willing to offer her shelter in the Hidden Bear Village. However, Bai's filthy appearance was clearly unsuitable for immediate travel, prompting them to first take her for a bath. Upon locating the nearest hot spring, Mio led Bai into the women's section, leaving Uchiha Kaze in the lobby. As Uchiha Kaze settled down, two ninjas adorned with the Mist Village forehead protector approached him. The first, a striking figure with orange hair and an elegant blue dress, was followed closely by a one-eyed companion wearing an eye patch. The orange-haired woman casually took a seat beside Uchiha Kaze, tilting her head to observe him. Indeed, there are many handsome Uchiha around. Having deliberately exposed his whereabouts in recent days, Uchiha Kaze was not surprised by the attention of other ninjas. Yet the sudden compliment left him momentarily speechless. Noticing his discomfort, the orange-haired woman chuckled lightly and continued, It's a pity you aren't my type. I prefer more mature men. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Terumi Mei, and this is Ao. We are ninjas from the Mist Village. Although Uchiha Kaze had never heard of these two, he held a poor impression of the Mist Village, associating it with bloodshed and violence. What business do you have with me? He inquired. Terumi Mei leaned in closer and whispered in Uchiha Kaze's ear. You are a rogue ninja who has fled from Konoha, and eventually, you will find yourself in peril due to their pursuit. If you assist me, I can guarantee your safety on behalf of the Mist. Intrigued, Uchiha Kaze asked, How may I assist you? Although he was not concerned about Konoha's pursuit, he was curious about the nature of her request. Instead of answering directly, Terumi Mei shifted the conversation to a recent event. A coup occurred in the Mist Village a few days ago. Led by a faction dissatisfied with the blood mist policies under Zabuza, they sought to overthrow the regime and establish a new order. However, the fourth Mizukage single-handedly quashed the uprising, forcing Zabuza and several others to defect and become rogue ninjas fleeing to the land of hot water. Uchiha Kaze shook his head. So you wish for me to help capture these rogue ninjas? I lack sufficient knowledge about them to be of any assistance. Do not concern yourself with the rogue ninjas. I need you for something else, Terumi Mei replied with an air of nonchalance. Though their coup was suppressed before the fourth Mizukage intervened, the Six Tails Jinchuriki went berserk due to their actions. I would like to request your help in resealing the Six Tails. Terumi Mei's peculiar request piqued Uchiha Kaze's interest. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously ventured, You, too, must harbor discontent toward the blood mist policies. Do you not? The sudden inquiry caught Terumi Mei off guard, though she maintained her composure. Speculating carelessly can come at a price for a ninja, she remarked. Uchiha Kaze continued unhurriedly. Since you have come to the land of hot water, it is evident that you received orders to pursue the rogue ninjas. Yet, amidst your mission, you are preoccupied with the rampaging Six Tails, even taking the time to seek my assistance. Clearly, you do not wish to pursue the rogue ninjas. Terumi may scoff lightly. As a former Konoha ninja, you understand the significance of tailed beasts to a village. It is only natural for me, as a mist ninja, to prioritize the rampaging tailed beast over the insignificant rogue ninjas. However, that alone does not suffice as a reason for my suspicion, Uchiha Kaze remarked playfully. The issue lies in your request for my assistance. The fourth Mizukage, as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, along with the Mist Ninjas, would certainly have the capability to suppress the Six Tails. Yet, knowing the location of the Six Tails, you chose not to seek their help. This indicates your desire to monopolize the power of the Six Tails. Faced with Uchiha Kaze's deduction, Terumi did not express anger. You are quite astute. I enjoy collaborating with intelligent individuals. Are you not concerned that I might inform the Mist of your rebellious inclinations? Uchiha Kaze countered. Do you believe the Mist would trust a rogue ninja from Konoha over their own elite jonin? Terumi dismiss the notion, sensing the potential for collaboration in Uchiha Kaze's demeanor. In addition to the Mist's protection, I can offer you further rewards. Having only witnessed the power of tailed beasts during the Nine Tails incident years ago, Uchiha Kaze recognized the formidable destructive capability of the Nine Tails. Although he could not hope to match that level of devastation, he knew that his Sharingan and wood release were effective means to suppress tailed beasts. Thus, subduing the rampaging Six Tails was not beyond his reach. Ultimately, the target was a tailed beast, and Uchiha Kaze sought sufficiently enticing rewards. You likely wish to capture the Six Tails to harness its power against the Three Tails, yet any Jinchuriki of the Six Tails requires time to fully control the beast. Instead, if I assist you in suppressing the Three Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage, we could bring a swifter end to the Blood Mist regime. However, I have no interest in the Mist's protection. I require the Six Tails as my reward. Uchiha Kaze was in dire need of strength to fortify his ninja village, and the power of a tailed beast was undoubtedly the most immediate solution. Terumi raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly reluctant to acquiesce. That is unacceptable. Even with your assistance in suppressing the Three Tails, engaging the Blood Mist in warfare would inevitably result in significant casualties. Should the fourth Mizukage fall, the Mist would lose the Three Tails. If I were to grant you the Six Tails as well, the weakened Mist would be vulnerable to invasion by other ninja villages. Anticipating that Terumi would not easily agree to his demands, Uchiha Kaze saw an opportunity to leverage the situation further. He raised two fingers, articulating his true objective. Chapter 31. The Land of Water. I shall assist you in capturing the Six Tails and subsequently suppressing the Three Tails during the impending coup. Since you assert that the Three Tails will inevitably vanish after the coup's conclusion, you must divulge to me the method of extracting the tailed beasts. I will devise a means to procure the Three Tails from the fourth Mizukage, while the Six Tails shall be left for Kirigakure. Additionally, I require all documents pertaining to Inyang release from Kirigakure. Uchiha Kaze's terms were exceedingly sincere. Terumi's reluctance to relinquish the Six Tails stemmed from her fear of Kirigakure's vulnerability post-coup. Now, not only had he pledged to aid in capturing the Six Tails, but he also promised to contend against the fourth Mizukage during the coup. This arrangement would not only preserve Kirigakure's tailed beasts, but also mitigate losses on the battlefield. Furthermore, Uchiha Kaze's involvement would enable the coup to commence sooner, sparing the village from the ravages of the Blood Mist policy. Terumi had never intended to reclaim the Three Tails. Defeating the fourth Mizukage to achieve the coup was already a formidable challenge, let alone extracting the tailed beast while he still lived. Thus, there was little reason to refuse. Very well, I accept your terms. Though Terumi harbored reservations about the man before her, the mere promise of assistance in capturing the Six Tails was a significant gain. Not to mention the support against the fourth Mizukage during the coup. The rewards Uchiha Kaze sought were to be fulfilled only after the coup's success. To demonstrate her sincerity, Terumi added, if the coup does not commence soon, I will find a way to compensate you for capturing the Six Tails. Should the coup succeed but you fail to extract the Three Tails, I will do my utmost to offer you compensation through other means. With her promise secured, Uchiha Kaze smiled. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Terumi nodded. Once you set foot on the soil of the Land of Water and allow some time to pass, I shall reach out to you. Rising, Terumi remarked with a smile, I retract my previous statement. I now find young men far more charming. Moments later, two sets of footsteps approached from behind. Hinata, Rei, and Haku, who had just finished cleansing themselves. Uchiha Kaze turned to see the previously dirty child now clad in a kimono, his delicate features resembling those of a charming young scion, albeit somewhat gaunt. Has someone been looking for you? Rei inquired as she and Haku approached Uchiha Kaze. Yes, a ninja from Kirigakure visited me earlier, Uchiha Kaze confirmed with a nod. How did you know? A sly smile graced Rei's face. I could smell it. But what business does Kirigakure have with you? To capture the Six Tails, Uchiha Kaze replied, his smile unwavering. After Uchiha Kaze recounted the details, Rei's concern deepened. Isn't that a bit too dangerous? Rising, Uchiha Kaze gently patted Rei's head, his tone imbued with confidence. I assure you, I am far more reliable than you imagine. Amidst the thick fog, a medium-sized passenger ship docked at the western port of the Land of Water. A robust middle-aged man disembarked, placing a wooden plank upon the soil of the Land of Water. Uchiha Kaze and his companions followed the crowd off the ship. The Land of Water, surrounded by the sea, was perpetually shrouded in mist, with innumerable ports. Uchiha Kaze felt a surge of curiosity about how Terumi Mei would navigate the vastness of ports to locate him. Although revealing his whereabouts was one of his intentions for this journey, as a participant in Kirigakure's coup, it was prudent to temporarily conceal his presence. As for Konoha, with Jiraiya's report, he need not worry about them discovering his whereabouts in the Land of Bears for some time. As dusk descended, the trio, lacking a specific destination, decided to seek a nearby inn for respite. The inn they found was a considerable distance from Kirigakure, and Uchiha Kaze resolved to draw closer to the village over the next few days while awaiting news. After checking in, night fell. Uchiha Kaze prepared to sleep alone in his room when he noticed that the fog outside had thickened abnormally. Is this the mist technique? Uchiha Kaze recognized it as a common jutsu used by Kirigakure to obscure one and Oppo's movements. Indeed, came a crisp female voice from within the fog. You are true to your word, arriving promptly. The visibility within the dense fog was severely limited, revealing only a meter ahead. Uchiha Kaze focused and spotted Terumi Mei, clad in a blue strapless dress. Just as he was about to inquire about the details, the door to his room was kicked open. As the unusual fog had begun to rise, Rei, having activated her Byakugan, noticed an intruder in the adjacent room and promptly rushed to Uchiha Kaze's side. The mist technique could not obscure the Hyuga's vision. Rei perceived a powerful chakra presence within the intruder, one nearing the strength of the third Hokage. Without hesitation, she kicked open the door and positioned herself protectively in front of Uchiha Kaze, creating a barrier between him and the unexpected Terumi Mei. Pointing at the intruder, Terumi Mei wore a teasing expression as she asked Uchiha Kaze, "Is this your girlfriend?" At this question, Rei's face flushed crimson as she realized she might have misunderstood the situation. Uchiha Kaze, smiling, patted Rei's head and reassured her, "It's all right. She is not an enemy. She is the Kirigakure ninja who previously commissioned me, named Terumi Mei. Unexpectedly, you have a Byakugan user with you. Should we avoid discussing our mission in her presence?" Terumi Mei refrained from pressing further, as her purpose was serious. Uchiha Kaze shook his head. No need to hold back. We can speak freely. Understanding the context, Rei retreated to Uchiha Kaze's side and listened intently to their conversation. Terumi Mei began outlining their plan. After the Six Tails went berserk, it headed east. The Blood Mist faction, eager to quell the coup, neglected to track its movements. However, I dispatched ninjas to secretly follow it. Discovering that the Six Tails ultimately settled on a small island in the eastern part of the Land of Water, the Blood Mist faction is currently searching for the Six Tails, so we must act swiftly to seal it before they can find it. So, you mean we depart tonight? Terumi Mei confirmed. Rei stepped forward, stating, I want to go too. No, Uchiha Kaze firmly rejected Rei's request. The techniques of the Hyuga clan are ineffective against tailed beasts of such magnitude. It would be far too dangerous for you to accompany us. You must remain here to look after Haku. Your safety is paramount. Though reluctant, Rei recognized the truth in Uchiha Kaze's words. The majority of the Hyuga clan's techniques would indeed prove futile against tailed beasts. Insisting on accompanying him could render her a liability. With a heavy heart, she acquiesced to stay behind and care for Haku. In that moment, she recalled the final techniques detailed at the end of the Hinata scroll. Previously hindered by the cage bird curse seal, she had been unable to learn them. However, if the seal were to be lifted in the future, mastering those techniques might enable her to assist Uchiha Kaze in battles against tailed beasts. Chapter 32. The Six Tails with unwavering determination. On the following noon, Uchiha Kaze and Terumi Mei traversed the Land of Water and arrived at the sea on the other side. Ahead lay the small island where the tailed beast was said to reside, as indicated by Terumi Mei. The ninjas dispatched by her had long awaited their arrival. As Uchiha Kaze gazed upon the island, he spotted a slender boy with a mop of white hair, his neck wrapped in several layers of bandages. Upon approaching, Terumi Mei introduced the two, Kisame Hashigaki, a prodigious ninja of the Hashigaki clan, proficient in wielding the 7 ninja swords of the mist. A few days prior, he was sent here to monitor the Six Tails, with the aim of sealing the beast within him. Uchiha Kaze, a rogue ninja from Konoha, possessing the power of the Manjiki Sharingan and wood release, has come at my behest to assist us in sealing the tailed beast. I am not a rogue ninja, Uchiha Kaze retorted. However, if you choose to believe that, I am not particularly concerned. Having concluded their brief pleasantries, the trio prepared to venture into the island. They resolved that Uchiha Kaze would first suppress the Six Tails, and when the opportunity arose and the beast was rendered incapable of resistance, Terumi Mei would then proceed to seal it within Kisame's body. The small island was encircled by mountains, forming a natural pit in its center. The moment Uchiha Kaze's toes grazed the island's soil, a fierce roar erupted from the depths of the pit, sounding a warning to the intruders. For an ordinary ninja, such a thunderous growl might suffice as a reason to retreat, but for Uchiha Kaze, it served only to reveal his presence. Ascending the nearest peak, he followed the source of the sound and beheld a colossal slug adorned with 6 milky white tails. It was indeed the 6 tails. The 6 tails, entrenched in the depths of the pit, sensed the gaze upon it and turned its attention to Uchiha Kaze. At the moment their eyes met, his pupils transformed into the form of the Manjiki Sharingan, and utilizing its power, he delved into the depths of the beast's inner world. The entire space was shrouded in a dim, yellow light, with immense trees breaking through the stone floor, while the once mighty cage that had imprisoned the tailed beast lay in ruins. "Your little Uchiha is rather impolite," a somewhat sharp male voice echoed, sounding more like that of a gaunt man than a colossal beast. Following the voice, Uchiha Kaze observed a figure nearly eclipsing his entire field of vision, behind which lay an unconscious middle-aged ninja. Detecting no malice in the 6 Tails voice, Uchiha Kaze spoke. 6 Tails, someone requires your power. At her request, I need to seal you within another's body. I have a name, but alas, it seems you humans are all the same, the 6 Tails sighed. You wish to exploit my power, yet you seek to confine me eternally. How selfish of you. Selfish humans, if you think you can do it, come and try. I will kill you. I will kill you. The 6 Tails erupted in a furious rage, overwhelming Uchiha Kaze with a deluge of corrosive acid that expelled him from its inner realm. Emerging from the inner world, Uchiha Kaze formed hand seals and summoned a wood dragon, while the 6 Tails unleashed a torrent of acid, rapidly flooding the pit. Uchiha Kaze hovered above the acidic sea atop his wood dragon, contemplating how to compel the 6 Tails to reveal itself. Suddenly, several dark chakra spheres shot forth from the acid. Tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Kaze hastily maneuvered the wood dragon to evade, yet ultimately, he was struck by one, causing an explosion that shattered the dragon into 2. Reluctantly, he abandoned the creature and retreated to the nearest peak. Engaging the 6 Tails hidden beneath the acidic sea was clearly unwise, and even if he were to subdue it, sealing it within Kisame would be impossible. However, if the objective were the surrounding mountains, destroying one could allow the acid to flow into the ocean. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kaze lacked the jutsu capable of obliterating a mountain. Yet amidst his contemplation, a solution began to form. Uchiha Kaze once more formed the hand seals for the snake sign, sending 2 wood dragons soaring above the acidic sea. One plunged into the acid in search of the 6 Tails, while the other hovered above, awaiting an opportune moment. Moments later, the surface of the acid erupted in massive waves as one wood dragon emerged, clinching a tailed beast bomb, while the other intercepted several tailed beast bombs shot from the depths. Although one wood dragon was destroyed, the other charged toward the nearest mountain with the tailed beast bomb in its maw. With a resounding crash, a gap appeared in the mountain range, and the acid cascaded through, spilling into the sea. Observing the impending loss of its acidic refuge, the 6 Tails attempted to escape into the ocean along with the flowing acid. Uchiha Kaze, anticipating the 6 Tails' intentions, formed hand seals, would release, binding pillars. Sturdy wooden pillars sprouted from the gap, isolating the 6 Tails from the ocean. Moments later, as the acid drained away, the 6 Tails let out an enraged roar, shrouding its eyes in a layer of milky, viscous substance to obscure its vision. Trying to prevent my genjutsu? Uchiha Kaze noted the 6 Tails' defense, realizing that merely relying on the Sharingan would not suffice to subdue it. However, he was aware that his wood release could counter the tailed beast. Once more, he formed hand seals. 2 wood dragons surged forth as Uchiha Kaze activated his left eye to reverse the depletion of chakra caused by summoning the 2 dragons, then formed seals again to release another pair. Estimating his current chakra reserves, he recognized that controlling 4 wood dragons was his limit, leaving him puzzled. According to his mentor Orochimaru, if his physique were indeed comparable to Hashirama's, his chakra reserves should not be so meager. Although he could replenish chakra through the expenditure of ocular power, the total amount of chakra still constrained the scale of his techniques. For instance, he could not perform the first Hokage's wood clone technique, and could only control 4 wood dragons simultaneously. Once the coup in the Land of Water concluded, he would need to investigate the underlying reasons. Should Danzo learn of Uchiha Kaze's thoughts, he would likely faint on the spot, given Danzo's current level of wood release. Even creating a giant tree would be a monumental feat. Casting aside distractions, Uchiha Kaze concentrated on commanding the wood dragons. The 6 Tails, obscured from sight, could only passively resist against the onslaught of 4 wood dragons. However, being a tailed beast, it proved challenging to suppress entirely. Kisame Hashigaki watched the struggle between the 6 Tails and the wood dragons, discreetly inquiring of Terumi Mei, in a battle between you and it, who would emerge victorious. Chapter 33. The newlyweds in the midst of the fierce struggle between the wood dragon and the 6 Tails. Terumi Mei contemplated the odds in her heart. If it came down to a life or death battle, I might have a 40% chance of victory. Although she acknowledged that she was significantly less skilled than Uchiha Fugaku when it came to dealing with tailed beasts, her bloodline limit provided her with a distinct advantage in combat. The abilities of lava release and boil release could serve as lethal weapons against the physical form of a ninja, which was the source of her confidence. While victory was not guaranteed, neither would it be an easy win for her opponent. Kisame Hashigaki's eyes were filled with concern. Can he truly be trusted? What if he intends to claim the Six Tails for himself? In Kisame's mind, the rogue ninja from Konoha had little credibility. He might merely wish to exploit Terumi Mei to locate the Six Tails. Terumi Mei shared similar apprehensions. Yes, I have considered this issue, which is why I arranged for Ao to be nearby. If Uchiha Fugaku truly wishes to seize the Six Tails for himself, Ao will respond to my signal and report back to Kirigakure. Even if the coup must be delayed, we cannot allow the Six Tails to fall into the hands of foreign ninjas. Terumi Mei had already devised a plausible explanation for when Kirigakure's forces arrived. She could assert that she had discovered a rogue ninja from Konoha infiltrating the Land of Water, and that she had followed him to ensure the safety of Kirigakure, only to find that he had entered the village to capture the Six Tails. Kisame nodded, redirecting his focus back to the battlefield. The Six Tails was ensnared tightly by 4 wood dragons, its movements growing increasingly feeble until it finally ceased its struggles. Observing this, Terumi Mei hastily approached Kisame, unfurling a pre-prepared scroll. From the scroll, several black sigils shot forth and adhered themselves to the body of the Six Tails. Moments later, a middle-aged ninja was expelled from the massive form of the tailed beast, successfully separating the Jinchuriki from the beast. As the Jinchuriki was separated, the Six Tails attempted to rise and resist, but was swiftly subdued again by the wood dragons. Subsequently, Terumi Mei inscribed a sealing technique on Kisame's abdomen, and at the moment of completion, the technique expanded into a vast water prison, ensnaring the utterly defenseless Six Tails and gradually drawing it into Kisame's body. With the sealing of the Six Tails successfully accomplished, both Terumi Mei and Kisame let out a sigh of relief. Uchiha men are indeed quite reliable, Terumi Mei remarked. Moving closer to Uchiha Fugaku, with your assistance, I feel assured that this operation will surely succeed. Her praise for Uchiha Fugaku was natural, a stark contrast to her earlier doubts about the rogue ninja from Konoha. However, Uchiha Fugaku was more concerned about when he would receive his final reward. When does the last operation commence, and how shall I contact you? You need not worry about that. As she spoke, Terumi Mei produced a prepared identification. With this, you can smoothly enter Kirigakure without raising any suspicions. Go to a inn called Red Mist in the northern part of the village. They will assist you upon seeing your identification. Regardless of whether the operation begins within a month, I will reach out to you. Of course, unless I am dead. Terumi Mei's smile remained unwavering, as if she found humor even in the prospect of her own mortality. Uchiha Fugaku accepted the identification, which contained 3 documents, one for himself and the others for Hinata Miya and Haku. After nodding in acknowledgement, Uchiha Fugaku departed from the small island, for Miya was still waiting at the inn. Plans had changed. After Uchiha Fugaku left, Terumi Mei shared the new strategy with Kisame. We no longer need to wait for you to fully master the power of the Six Tails. Kisame appeared puzzled. Is Uchiha Fugaku coming to assist us? No. Capturing the Six Tails is one matter, but how could we allow an outsider to interfere with Kirigakure's coup? Especially one who is a rogue ninja? Terumi Mei shook her head. He has demonstrated his credibility today, and every additional day we wait means more suffering for Kirigakure's ninjas. Moreover, when you will fully grasp the power of the Six Tails remains uncertain. Kisame found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to counter Terumi Mei's assertions. She continued, in this coup, your role is to observe Uchiha Fugaku as he confronts the 4th Mizukichi, and once he triumphs, assist him in sealing the 3 tails. Afterwards, I will claim that you defeated the 4th Mizukichi. Terumi Mei dispatched Kisame to Uchiha Fugaku not only to supervise him, but also to convey a misleading message to the outside world once the coup concluded. Kirigakure would appear to have complete control over the power of the Six Tails, while aiding Uchiha Fugaku in sealing the 3 tails would merely be an ancillary task. One day later, Uchiha Fugaku returned to the inn with the identification, recounting the events of the Six Tails' capture to Miya. Upon hearing the tale, Miya examined the identification in her hand, a glimmer of excitement reflecting in her eyes. 3 days later, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Miya and Haku, arrived at the gates of Kirigakure. Are we truly to proceed in this manner? Uchiha Fugaku felt somewhat awkward, as Miya was currently linked to his arm. We are married. After all, we should at least appear affectionate. Miya's expression was one of pride, her demeanor exceptionally cheerful. I, a small girl, am willing to endure some discomfort to play along with you. What more could you ask? Uchiha Fugaku scratched his head with his free hand. I'm not complaining. I just feel that even married couples need not act in such a way. Many couples walk separately, after all. Miya tightened her hold on Uchiha Fugaku's arm, insisting, this is all your fault. The marriage date on your identification is set for a month ago, so as newlyweds, we must be a bit more intimate. Right, dear Ahem? Uchiha Fugaku's face flushed crimson, hastily interrupting Miya before she could continue. Time to check the identification. Noticing Uchiha Fugaku's reaction, Mia's expression grew even more triumphant as she approached the gatekeeper ninja, presenting their identification. At this moment, Mia had transformed her eyes to appear ordinary. The gatekeeper scrutinized their identification, examining them from head to toe, responding to the ninja's gaze. Mia rose to her toes, leaning slightly to bring her face closer to Uchiha Fugaku's, casting a radiant smile at the gatekeeper, boldly displaying their affection. The gatekeeper felt increasingly exasperated. Dealing with annoying tasks during the day was one thing, but now he was unexpectedly bombarded with such displays of affection. Eager to end the encounter, he quickly inspected the identification, found no issues, and signaled for them to enter with their little niece Haku. I told you to follow my instructions, didn't I? Miss Hinata Mia was in high spirits today. Chapter 34. The Woman in Red in the misty village of Kiri at the Red Mist Inn. Uchiha Kaze received the identification presented by the inn clerk. As he awaited the clerk's operations, he instinctively turned his head to observe the establishment. He noticed a woman entering the inn. Approaching the front desk, she placed several banknotes on the counter and stated, "Boss, I would like to book a room." The clerk, engrossed in checking Kaze's identification, nodded and gestured for her to wait. The woman, clad in a striking red outfit, was indeed a rare sight in a village predominantly adorned in shades of blue. Such conspicuous attire would typically draw more than a passing glance. However, Uchiha Kaze refrained from scrutinizing her closely. After receiving the key from the clerk, he led his companions, Reihei and Shiro, towards their room on the upper floor. Kaze felt it prudent to maintain a low profile as a potentially dangerous individual in a foreign land, avoiding unnecessary attention at least for the duration of the month. Upon entering the room, they found it to be a family suite, which was expected. For a newlywed couple, reserving 2 rooms might raise suspicions. While Reihei eagerly dashed towards the large bed, Shiro lingered at the door, nervously rubbing her wrist. Noticing her unease, Kaze crouched down to offer reassurance. Do not be anxious. Think of it as your home. However, upon hearing his words, Shiro's expression darkened. For a child without a home, Kaze's attempt at comfort only evoked painful memories. Realizing his misstep, Kaze quickly clarified, I did not mean it that way. I meant to say you should consider us as family, without feeling constrained. Family, mother. The sorrow on Shiro's face deepened, clearly indicating that Kaze was not adept at comforting children. At some point, Reihei had moved to the side and gently tapped Kaze's head, addressing Shiro, do not heed his nonsense. He can be a bit peculiar at times. She then pointed to her own head and continued, we will teach you some ninjutsu while we protect you. One day, you will need to protect us. For a child who lacked security, instilling a sense of value in her existence might be the best form of solace. In response to Reihei's words, Shiro nodded firmly. Strengthening herself to protect the two before her became her foremost goal since birth. After settling in, Reihei recalled the conspicuous woman at the inn's front desk and inquired of Kaze, do you remember the woman in the lobby? The one in red. Kaze nodded yes. Her attire is indeed uncommon in Kiri, but I did not observe her closely. Reihei frowned slightly. It is odd. I did not either. Normally, I would have glanced at her more, but at that moment, I felt it was best not to look. Kaze shared her confusion. I felt the same way. It seemed wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Yet, upon reflection, we ought to have been more vigilant in this unfamiliar shinobi village. Sensing something amiss, Reihei activated her Byakugan, hoping to trace the woman in red, but despite her thorough observation, the woman was nowhere to be found. Never mind. Even if there is something unusual, we cannot act on it now. It is best for us to remain inconspicuous in Kiri, Kaze reassured her. Yet, even as he spoke those words, he could not shake the feeling of uncertainty. Was it mere coincidence, or did the woman in red possess some unique ability? In a secluded room on the 3rd floor of the Red Mist Inn, the woman in red, with an alluring figure, sat at a table, delicately sipping from her teacup. With a subtle smile playing on her lips, she remarked, Miss Byakugan, it is quite impolite to spy on others, you know. In the Kiri village. At the Mizukage building, the damp climate of the land of water rarely saw the sun. The 4th Mizukage, Yakura, sat with his back to the window, rendering his expression difficult to discern. Standing opposite him, Terumi May bowed her head slightly as she reported the failure of their recent mission. I apologize, Mizukage. Before Ao and I could intercept the rogue ninjas, they had already fled to the land of fire. To prevent an escalation of conflict, I refrained from pursuing them further into fire country. The shadows in the room obscured Yakura's expression, but even from his silhouette, it was evident that he nodded in acknowledgement of her report. A somewhat youthful voice then spoke, never mind them. In today's shinobi world, ninjas of their caliber, possessing enough strength and status to attract the attention of the villages, yet lacking the ability to protect themselves, will inevitably perish without the protection of the 5 great nations. If she had not witnessed it firsthand, Terumi May would have found it hard to believe that the legendary 4th Mizukage, known for his decisive and ruthless nature, could have a visage akin to that of a harmless child, accompanied by a youthful voice. Yakura continued, you have a new mission now. Take Ao with you to search for the whereabouts of the 6 tails. Ao's Byakugan may assist us in locating it. Once you find the 6 tails, Confirm the status of its Jinchuriki and report back to me. Although the recent coup attempt had failed, the disappearance of the Six Tails was undoubtedly a significant loss for the Mist Village. The prolonged absence of the Six Tails Jinchuriki caused Yakura considerable agitation. He was eager to locate the beast to ensure the strength of Kiri. After dispatching several teams with no results, he summoned Terumi Mei back early to lead AO in the search for the Six Tails. Yakura's orders were a crucial part of Terumi Mei's plan. Luring the Mizukage out of the Mist Village with the missing Six Tails was undoubtedly the best leverage. If Kaze could ambush and delay the Mizukage, Terumi Mei could then orchestrate the coup with the remaining shinobi in the village. With the loss of both the Three Tails and the Six Tails, Terumi Mei doubted the Blood Mist faction would possess sufficient strength to thwart the coup. Thus, the greatest variable in this situation was Uchiha Kaze. Although he had demonstrated his reliability, there remained the possibility that he could turn against them in the face of the fourth Mizukage. Furthermore, even if Kaze honored his commitment, what could he truly accomplish against such a formidable Jinchuriki? The strength of the Three Tails, in perfect synchronization with the fourth Mizukage, far surpassed that of the Six Tails in its berserk state. If Kaze could not hold out long enough or failed to sufficiently deplete Yakura's strength, the situation could swiftly reverse upon the Mizukage's return to the village. In response to this uncertainty, Terumi Mei took precautions by sending the Ghost Lantern Full Moon to follow Uchiha Kaze. Only once the battle commenced would the coup within the Mist Village begin. Should Kaze betray them, Full Moon would reveal his identity as the Six Tails Jinchuriki, sacrificing himself as a wanted rogue ninja to preserve the majority of their coup's strength, awaiting a more opportune moment in the future. As for whether Uchiha Kaze could hold off Yakura, Terumi Mei could only choose to trust him. For her, this was a gamble that bore the fate of the Mist Village, yet one that she felt compelled to undertake. Chapter 35. Kogetsu Yagura. Upon receiving the mission to locate the Six Tails, Terumi Mei ostensibly traversed various locations in search of its traces, while covertly establishing contact with rebellious ninjas. 2 weeks later, at the Red Mist Inn in the hidden Mist Village, White meticulously crafted 2 ice figures, which were unmistakably representations of Uchiha F and Hige Rei. Over the past fortnight, under their tutelage, White had mastered the art of chakra control, her prodigious talent and diligent effort allowing her to surpass her peers at an astonishing rate. More surprisingly, White possessed the bloodline limit of ice release. The inexplicable chill felt upon their first encounter stemmed from this very ability, and the ice figures in her hands were a testament to her newfound skill. With a tight grip on the ice figures, White nervously presented them to Uchiha F and Rei, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet their eyes. These are exquisitely crafted. I truly appreciate them, Rei praised, with Uchiha F nodding in agreement. This elicited a rare smile from White. Suddenly, a puddle of water seeped into the corner of the room. Uchiha F was the first to sense the anomaly. Why is there suddenly water in the room? This chakra presence, is it a ninja? In response to the alert, Rei activated his Byakugan to scrutinize the puddle. Under their watchful eyes, the water gradually coalesced into a silhouette with arms raised. Hello. The figure, still in the process of solidifying, greeted them with a voice that belonged to none other than the subordinate of Terumi Mei, Kirigakure's J-Nin, H. Zuki Mangetsu. Uchiha F's expression was tinged with disdain, clearly unimpressed by the surprise H. Zuki had orchestrated. However, H. Zuki, undeterred by F's apparent contempt, beamed as he addressed them, Lord Uchiha F, Lord Hige Rei. The operation is about to commence, and I am here to brief you on the details. After hearing Terumi Mei's plan, H. Zuki realized that his fate was firmly in Uchiha F's hands. Whether he would become a traitor from the hidden mist or ascend to a higher echelon depended entirely on F's whims. Regretting his earlier aloofness during their first encounter, H. Zuki sought to leave a favorable impression this time, though F's expression indicated that he had already failed. Regarding H. Zuki's attempts at flattery, Uchiha F mused on how the seemingly ordinary young man from their last meeting had transformed into this obsequious figure. Yet, recognizing the urgency of their discussion, he gestured toward a chair, saying, Please, have a seat, let us converse. No need. You and Lord Rei should sit while I stand. H. Zuki replied, straightening further. Uchiha F, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries, directly inquired, What do you require of me? It's not just you we need, but also Lord Rei's assistance. H. Zuki replied, his tone tinged with awkwardness. Rest assured, Terumi Mei has promised to provide additional compensation for Lord Rei. Rei interjected, Just say what you need. H. Zuki nodded eagerly. First, I will lead Lord Uchiha F to the Pool of Heaven to set up an ambush. Once the fourth Mizukage, Kogetsu Yagura, appears, we will strike. I possess the secret sealing techniques of the hidden mist, which will aid you in sealing the Three Tails. If we intend to lure Yagura using the Six Tails information, my involvement is indispensable. Merely reporting to Terumi Mei will not suffice to prompt the third Mizukage to act. Only the presence of genuine Six Tails chakra within the Pool of Heaven will convince Yagura of its authenticity. H. Zuki raised his voice slightly when mentioning the sealing of the Three Tails, fearing that Uchiha F might discern that his true intent was surveillance. What do you need me to do? Rei asked. Please, do not rush, Lord Ray, Zuki replied with a smile. Once Terumi May receives the signal for our action, she will initiate a purge of the Blood Mist faction within the village. However, we must remain vigilant regarding the Blood Mist trump card. It is rumored that a sealing array exists beneath the Mizuki's building, the activation of which is known only to the Blood Mist. We are uncertain of what is sealed within, yet it is something the Mizuki greatly fears. Should any Blood Mist members manage to activate this seal, it could become a significant variable. Thus, we hope to rely on Lord Ray's Byakugan to guard that seal and prevent the Blood Mist from approaching. Uchiha F expressed his concern. This is too dangerous. We should send someone else. Terumi May assured that 4 elite Jonin would accompany Lord Ray. Zuki understood that even with the protection of several elite Jonin, this mission remained perilous. The ferocity of the Blood Mist counterattack prior to their complete destruction was unpredictable. Therefore, he added, Terumi May has assured that the compensation she offers will be satisfactory to Lord Ray. Uchiha F recognized the danger involved. No, it's still too risky. Ray comforted him with a smile. Brother F, I may be far more reliable now than you anticipate. Both Uchiha F and Ray were concerned for each other's safety. If their confrontation with Yagura did not yield a decisive victor, then an earlier conclusion to the battle would diminish the peril Uchiha F faced. Rei's determination to pursue her path was something Uchiha F could never thwart, just as he could not intervene during the attack from the Rock Ninja years ago. 2 days later, at the Pool of Heaven, Uchiha F lay in ambush at the water's edge, awaiting the arrival of the Mizuki. It was his first encounter with a perfect Jinchuriki, and naturally, he felt a degree of anxiety. However, the one who was even more anxious was Zuki Mangetsu, who stood beside him by the lake. Although reluctant to place his trust in this rogue from Konoha, Zuki found himself with no other choice. The slightest whim from Uchiha F could irrevocably alter his destiny. Perhaps after today, he would find himself branded a traitor of the Hidden Mist due to Uchiha F's defection. With these thoughts, Zuki rubbed his hands together. Presenting a sycophantic smile, Lord Uchiha F, the 4th Mizuki, Kogetsu Yagura, is no match for your prowess. For the sake of his future and that of the Hidden Mist, Zuki decided to temporarily cast aside his pride. Uchiha F frowned, clearly growing impatient. If you keep bothering me, I will toss you out when Yagura arrives. Zuki, hearing this, quickly pressed his lips together and nodded repeatedly, understanding that ensuring Uchiha F's willingness to act was paramount. Yet, everything Zuki perceived was merely an illusion. After his 21st attempt to curry favor with Uchiha F, F could no longer contain himself and used Jinjutsu to immobilize him, allowing him to amuse himself in solitude. Thus, to an outsider, it appeared as though Zuki was merely talking to himself. As he sensed an approaching presence, Uchiha F released the Jinjutsu. The 4th Mizuki, the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Kogetsu Yagura, had arrived. Chapter 36, The Three Tails Activate. At the bottom of the heavenly pool, the enigmatic Kazuki Mangetsu was employing a water transformation technique to conceal himself, yet the potent aura of the 6 tails emanating from him was unmistakable to Yatsukura, another Jinchuriki. Moments later, Yatsukura surfaced with 6 members of the Mist's Umbu, attuned to the presence of the 6 tails. After pinpointing the location of the 6 tails, he signaled for the Umbu to retreat, intending to use the tail beast ball to force the 6 tails out of the water. Lord Mizuki, we can discuss this. Kazuki Mangetsu, sensing the gravity of the situation, revealed himself. The sight of this familiar face caught Yatsukura off guard, and he questioned with a hint of anger, Mangetsu, you had better explain the situation. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the Mizuki, Kazuki's body nearly reverted to liquid form. But the thought of his future steadied his trembling voice as he replied, Lord Mizuki, I discovered a few days ago that the 6 tails Jinchuriki was on the verge of death. If I were to bring him back to the mist, he may perish along the way. To prevent the mist from losing the 6 tails, I sealed him within myself. During this time, I have been unable to return to the mist due to the need to suppress the tailed beast. Yatsukura found Kazuki's explanation dubious, yet acknowledged that since the 6 tails resided within Mangetsu, he could devise a plan once he brought him back. Contemplating, Yatsukura completed his hand signs and prepared to act, water style, water mirror technique. With his black staff, he drew an arc in the air, and a water mirror materialized, reflecting an image of Kazuki Mangetsu, devoid of expression. The mirror image lunged towards the real Mangetsu. As Kazuki prepared to confront this apparition, a figure enveloped in lightning descended from the sky. The force of the impact shattered the water mirror, scattering it into droplets, while the paralysis from the lightning prevented the mirror image from reforming. Uchiha Kaze stood with his back to Mangetsu, calmly stating, the Mist's Umbu has been dealt with. They had previously devised a strategy. Once Yatsukura and the Umbu separated, Kazuki would reveal himself to distract Yatsukura, while Uchiha Kaze would eliminate the Umbu to avoid interference in the ensuing battle. Now back in the heavenly pool, Uchiha Kaze declared, leave the rest to me. Kazuki Mangetsu, feeling a weight lifted, nodded earnestly and swiftly concealed himself within the trees bordering the lake. Uchiha Kaze. After a brief moment of surprise, Yatsukura recognized the newcomer. As the Mizukage, acquiring information on a rogue ninja from Konoha was effortless, and Uchiha Kaze, as the most notorious defector, had drawn Yatsukura's attention. Earlier, Madarumi had informed Yatsukura that the Six Tails resided in the Heavenly Pool, yet upon arrival, he found only Gizuki Mangetsu and Uchiha Kaze, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Reluctant to become entangled in the affairs of the Heavenly Pool, Yatsukura employed the water-style, water mirror technique once more. This technique could entirely replicate the abilities of its target. When faced with multiple opponents, cooperation could unravel it. However, in a one-on-one scenario, the only limitation was the caster's chakra. The stronger the copied target, the greater the chakra consumption. By infusing a significant portion of chakra, Yatsukura aimed to prolong the technique's effectiveness. After executing the technique, Yatsukura turned to flee, intending to leave the water mirror clone to occupy Uchiha Kaze. Yet before he could take more than a few steps, numerous branches erupted from the lake, attempting to ensnare him. Startled, Yatsukura evaded them, yet confusion took hold. While he was not surprised by Uchiha Kaze's wood release, having studied his techniques prior to his defection, he was perplexed as to how Kaze could wield wood release while countering the water mirror technique. Regaining his composure, Yatsukura glanced towards Uchiha Kaze, only to find the clone from the water mirror technique had vanished, and Kaze's eyes had transformed into the intricate patterns of the Mangeki Sharingan. The Mangeki Sharingan. Observing Kaze's peculiar demeanor, Yatsukura reached a conclusion. It was Yurei technique. At the moment the water mirror technique was activated, Uchiha Kaze had already unlocked his Mangeki Sharingan, using the right Isk Ka to obliterate the clone. Although Yatsukura was unaware of the specific ocular technique, he surmised that the oddity before him stemmed from the Mangeki Sharingan. Realizing escape would not be simple, Yatsukura relinquished his black staff, and a surge of crimson chakra enveloped him. This chakra intensified, morphing into a dark, crimson entity that enveloped his body, sprouting 3 black-red tails behind him. What is this? Though he had heard of Jinchuriki harnessing the power of tailed beasts, Uchiha Kaze had never witnessed the tailed beast chakra mode before. In the next moment, Yatsukura propelled himself off the water's surface, hurtling towards Uchiha Kaze like a crimson projectile. To Yatsukura's surprise, Uchiha Kaze did not evade. Instead, he charged forward. As they sprinted, Yatsukura unleashed several miniature tailed beast balls, which Kaze easily evaded thanks to his Sharingan. However, even having dodged the tailed beast balls, Uchiha Kaze could not withstand the impact of Yatsukura's semi-tailed beast transformation. Just as their forms were about to collide, a flash of red light flickered in Kaze's left eye. Inversion. In Uchiha Kaze's perspective, the crimson chakra enveloping Yatsukura disintegrated in an instant. The tailed beast chakra mode had been deactivated, yet Yatsukura's assault could not be halted. He continued to charge towards Kaze, albeit with diminished speed and strength, making it an easy target for Kaze. A slight sidestep allowed Kaze to evade the frontal collision, after which he grasped the back of Yatsukura's head, exerting pressure to align their gazes. Jinjutsu. Even for the Mizukage, a close-range Mangeki Sharingan Jinjutsu was insurmountable. After a brief struggle, Yatsukura's eyes lost focus, his expression becoming vacant and devoid of consciousness. With Yatsukura under control, Uchiha Kaze intended to further seal him with wood release before summoning Gizuki Mangetsu to assist in sealing the 3 tails. Yet in the next instant, Yatsukura's pink pupils turned crimson, and his expression shifted from vacant to alert. 3 tails, activate. At the moment Yatsukura was completely subdued, the 3 tails seized control of his body. With his left hand coalescing a red chakra, Yatsukura unleashed an assault towards Uchiha Kaze. Having maintained a close proximity to control Yatsukura, Kaze could not evade this strike. Coral Palm. The blow struck home, sending Uchiha Kaze careening backward, the impacted area sprouting greenish-blue coral. In the nearby woods, Gizuki Mangetsu watched the unfolding drama with mounting anxiety. Who do you think will win? Unbeknownst to him, a woman clad in red had appeared beside him. Speaking naturally, I believe Uchiha will ultimately prevail. Chapter 37. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar woman startled Akari Manzuki. Logically, there should have been no unexpected visitors in the battleground meticulously set up by Kagayame. Though Akari intended to ascertain the stranger's identity, an inexplicable impulse restrained him from turning to observe. After a brief internal struggle, the desire to confirm her identity vanished, and he redirected his focus back to the battlefield. In the Hidden Mist Village, after Uchiha initiated his move, Akari Manzuki, who had been concealed nearby, launched a flare. This signaled the commencement of the coup. Upon receiving the signal, the villagers of the Hidden Mist immediately sprang into action. Although the Blood Mist faction wielded considerable power, true authority resided only with a select few high-ranking members. The majority were mere pawns at the behest of their leaders. Thus, when faced with the coup, many Blood Mist ninjas exhibited a lack of fervor in their resistance, merely feigning opposition out of fear of the 4th Mizukage and his elite. Before long, the majority of Blood Mist ninjas had been subdued and taken captive. For them, this was the optimal choice, free from the peril of death in battle and the repercussions of a failed coup at the hands of the fourth Mizukic. Ultimately, the remnants of the Blood Mist faction congregated within the Mizukic Tower, whereas Yakura, the leading man, with his eyes tightly shut, wore a calm expression that belied an undercurrent of rage. Lord Third, spoke Suigetsu, the pufferfish of Suigetsu Mountain. Yakura has gone out to capture the Six Tails. A woman clad in white interjected. Kagaya Mei is currently approaching the Mizukic Tower, and she had previously informed Yakura about the Six Tails. I believe we must prepare for the possibility that the fourth will not return. As she spoke, an icy aura emanated from her. Frost Ninja SH Kin. Should we deploy that? Inquired Raiga, one of the current 7 ninja swordsmen and user of the Raijin sword. The third shook his head decisively. No, recklessly unsealing it could harm the hidden mist. We absolutely cannot release the seal. After a moment's contemplation, the third reached a conclusion. Suigetsu, SH Kin, and Raiga. You three will guard the seal in the basement of the Mizukic Tower. Do not let Kagaya Mei approach. Remaining here is tantamount to waiting for our demise. I shall take the remaining ninjas to ascertain Kagaya Mei's true intentions. Both Kagaya Mei and the third Mizukic feared that unsealing would endanger the hidden mist. Thus, in the absence of certainty regarding Kagaya Mei's capability to breach the seal, the third resolved to dispatch a small team to ensure the village's safety. As for the true objective of Kagaya Mei, further verification was necessary. Moments later, the third Mizukic, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas, stood before the Mizukic Tower, awaiting Kagaya Mei's arrival. Nearby, as the third Mizukic exited the building, Mio, who had activated her Byakugan, detected movement. She turned to her fellow Mist Ninja and remarked, "Someone is heading toward the basement of the Mizukic Tower." Tasked with protecting Hinata Mio were elite Jonin Zabuza, Akari Manzuki, Kisame Hashigaki, and Ao. Kagaya Mei had sought out Zabuza and Akari Manzuki, who had defected following the coup's failure, assigning them to the guard duty. Zabuza harbored some discontent, feeling he should be fighting on the front line rather than protecting a young girl, especially one who had once been his adversary during the Third Shinobi World War. Among the four, Ao also possessed Byakugan, but with only one eye and lacking the Hyuga bloodline, he could not fully harness its potential. Thus, enlisting Hinata Mio's assistance for surveillance was the wiser choice. Akari Manzuki, having been a subordinate of Mio in the past, held no grievances and replied, "Mio, there is no need to rush. The Blood Mist faction is unlikely to unseal the barrier without caution. We merely need to slip into the Mizukic Tower amidst the ensuing chaos of battle." In the sky pool, Uchiha F was ambushed by Yakura's sudden coral palm attack, sending him hurtling backward and carving a long water wall across the lake's surface. He managed to stabilize himself, thanks to the chakra he gathered at his feet. Even as coral continued to sprout from the spot struck by the coral palm. Left with no choice, Uchiha F activated reverse command to restore his state. Has no one taught you not to use Jinjutsu on a perfect Jinchuriki? At that moment, Yakura's Jinjutsu was dispelled, and his pupils returned to a rosy hue. Making my tailed beast chakra vanish and restoring the coral on you. Both are the effects of your ocular technique, aren't they? Uchiha F, unfazed by Yakura's taunt, retorted. While your Jinjutsu may have failed, your attacks are equally ineffective. As the perfect Jinchuriki and fourth Mizukic, surely you can achieve more than this? Yakura, caught off guard by the retort, found it hard to maintain his composure. I'll grant you that. With that declaration, he enveloped himself once more in dark red chakra. However, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, surmising that the time limit on Uchiha F's technique to reverse his state must be approaching. Uchiha F chose not to directly employ reverse command to dispel Yakura's partial tailed beast transformation, without an unexpected effect. Using it would merely aid Yakura in regaining chakra. In their standoff, Uchiha F made the first move, Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique. 2 wooden dragons rose beside Uchiha F, lunging toward Yakura with ferocity. As they closed in, Yakura leaped into the air, and the 2 wooden dragons sharply altered their trajectory just before colliding. In midair, Yakura unleashed several tailed beast balls at the pursuing wooden dragons, prompting Uchiha F to deftly maneuver them aside. The tailed beast balls grazed the wooden dragons, showing no sign of slowing. That trajectory. It is aimed at Uchiha F. Yakura's true target was not the wooden dragons. Wood Release, Barrier Technique. Realizing the imminent threat, Uchiha F quickly summoned wooden pillars to shield himself. After 2 explosive impacts, the wooden defense lay in tatters. In the instant following the destruction of his defenses, Yakura's half-tailed beast transformation claw loomed before Uchiha F. In the wake of the tailed beast ball explosions, Yakura had raced down along the wooden dragon, utilizing the chaos of the blasts to mask his assault. In a heartbeat, Yakura's massive claw had swept across Uchiha F's form, freezing his expression in a moment of astonishment. Yet, as his body was cleaved into pieces, its hue transformed to a deep green reminiscent of wood. Wood clone. While defending against the tailed beast balls with the wood barrier, Uchiha F had left behind a wooden clone, concealing his true self nearby. Wood Release, 9 Dragons Seal Technique. Prepared in advance, Uchiha F relinquished control of the wooden dragons, instead invoking the sealing technique. 9 small wooden dragons surged forth, each snapping at Yakura from various angles. As they lashed onto him, the red hue enveloping Yakura gradually faded, with the wooden dragons voraciously consuming his tailed beast chakra. Chapter 38. Complete tailed beast transformation in the Hidden Mist Village. At the Water Shadow Building, Terumi Mei stood poised, confronting the third Mizukage, Yagura, alongside a cadre of ninjas. Terumi Mei broke the silence, addressing Yagura. Surprisingly, you, the progenitor of the Blood Mist policy, have survived to this day. As the architect of the Blood Mist policy, the third Mizukage had amassed numerous enemies within the village. However, it was not the dissenters who acted first, but the Three Tails. Terumi Mei recalled the tales of yore. Whereupon the resurrection of the Three Tails in the Land of Water, Yagura had sacrificed himself to seal the beast, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. In turn, the one who succeeded him, Chojuro, did not abolish the Blood Mist policy. Rather, he became a vigorous proponent of it. Terumi Mei, however, had no time to delve into the underlying reasons. She was acutely aware that at this moment, the third Mizukage stood as her adversary. What do you intend to do? Terumi Mei? Despite his long absence from the public eye, the third Mizukage's presence remained formidable. Yet, Terumi Mei showed no sign of retreat. It is quite simple. I aim to put an end to the era of the Blood Mist. Yagura scoffed at her words, dismissing them as the naive dreams of a fool. Having lived through the First Shinobi World War, he was well aware of the brutality of conflict. However, the actions of Hashirama during the first 5 Kage Summit had once ignited a flicker of hope within him. On that day, he first entertained the notion that perhaps the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages could indeed usher in peace. But that fantasy was soon shattered. After the death of the first Hokage, the absence of absolute power allowed the various villages to stir restlessly, with the Hidden Cloud village initiating hostilities. The Second Shinobi World War erupted once more. Peace, for the shinobi world, remained but an elusive dream. Simultaneously, the feudal lords continued to slash the funding for the Hidden Mist village, citing its geographical safety as justification. A barren village could scarcely sustain inept ninjas. Rather than allow them to become fodder in war, it was deemed preferable to let them nourish the growth of other ninjas. Thus, the era of the Blood Mist commenced. Before the battle formally began, Terumi Mei had attempted to persuade her adversary to minimize casualties. Nevertheless, the ravages of war and years of steadfastness had ingrained a profound imprint in Yagura's mind. The Blood Mist policy had become his sole answer. Mere words could not alter his deeply entrenched views, especially not those of a decrepit dictator. The clash was now unavoidable. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Realizing that persuasion would yield no fruit, Terumi Mei resolved to take the initiative. In tandem, the two factions of ninjas surged into a chaotic melee. In the Hidden Mist village, within the secret passage of the Water Shadow Building, the battle had only just begun when Myohei stealthily infiltrated the Mizukage building with 4 accompanying guards, making their way toward the underground ceiling array. The winding staircase beneath their feet was the sole path leading to the ceiling chamber. Consequently, the Blood Mist faction stationed below quickly detected the intrusion. They're here. Myohei warned his comrades, his Byakugan activated. In the next heartbeat, 6 colossal ice spikes erupted from the ground. The 5, prepared, leaped in different directions to evade the icy projectiles. The surface of the ice spikes reflected a singular figure, the Ice Ninja, Shokyu. The 6 reflections formed hand seals simultaneously. Ice release, mirror ice crystal. A chilling aura enveloped the entire space, and countless ice mirrors materialized around Myohei and his companions, each reflecting Shokyu's image. After a moment of silence, Zabuza finally spoke. Only one is the true body, the rest are mere illusions. Having once served in the Mist Zambu, he clearly possessed a deeper understanding of ice release techniques. Upon receiving the warning, Myohei scrutinized the ice mirrors with his Byakugan, though each reflection emitted a chakra response. Careful observation revealed discrepancies. Locking onto a target, Myohei decisively executed 8 trigrams air palm. An ice mirror shattered into shards, but he observed that the unique chakra was already slipping into another mirror before being struck. She can maneuver freely within the mirrors, Zabuza cautioned. There are 2 approaching. Myohei noted, still vigilant amidst the combat. He perceived an anomaly. One figure was portly, bearing a cylindrical object, while the other wielded a bifurcated blade. They were none other than the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu and Raiga. Every ninja from the Hidden Mist was familiar with the 7 ninja swordsmen. After a brief contemplation, Myohei assessed the current situation. Leave this to me. You go deal with them. Among the assembled ninjas, only Hinata Myohei and Ao could pinpoint the location of the Ice Ninja, unbeknownst to Myohei that Ao also possessed Byakugan. Thus, she deemed it more prudent to send the others to confront the remaining foes rather than keep them within the mirror ice crystal, where they would be of little assistance for the time being. The others acquiesced to Myohei's plan. After shattering a piece of ice, they swiftly exited the confines of the mirror ice crystal. Due to the water release technique of the Hozuki clan being countered by lightning, the battlefield had naturally fragmented into 3 segments. Hinata Myohei faced off against the Ice Ninja Shokyu, while Hozuki Mei and Kisame battled Suigetsu. Zabuza and Ao confronted Raiga. At the Celestial Pool, Yagura, ensnared by 9 small wooden dragons, gradually found his capacity to struggle waning, and the chakra of the tailed beast within him weakened. Having previously faltered, Uchiha Kaze remained vigilant, tightening his control over the wooden dragons. In a tense standoff, Yagura suddenly surged forward, but 2 wooden dragons still clung to him, tearing away flesh as he lunged. Yet, this self-inflicted injury inadvertently reduced the control over the wooden dragons. From the gaping wounds on Yagura's back, a violent chakra surged forth, enveloping his body and pushing away the remaining small wooden dragons. Under the influence of this chakra, the gruesome wounds visibly began to mend. Noticing this, Uchiha Kaze hastily unleashed Wood Release, 9 Dragon Sealing Technique. The 9 small wooden dragons launched forth once more, but unlike before, as they neared Yagura, a massive greenish-blue tail emerged from his back, sweeping through the wooden dragons. With a mere strike, the wooden dragons disintegrated into splinters. Behold the power of a perfect Jinchuriki. A tempest swirled around Yagura, lifting countless waters from the lake, sending everything outward, forcing Uchiha Kaze to retreat momentarily. He could sense the tailed beast's chakra within Yagura coalescing, heralding the emergence of a more fearsome entity, the complete tailed beast transformation. As the towering water wall dissipated, it revealed the immense form of the 3 tails. Its colossal red eyes fixated on Uchiha Kaze, akin to a predator surveying its prey, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Chapter 39. Susanoo at the Celestial Pool. A colossal 3-tailed beast floated upon the surface, its maw rapidly gathering red and blue chakra, gradually compressing it into a dark purple orb. One could not afford to be struck by this attack. The terrifying aura made Uchiha Kazuki acutely aware that this tailed beast bomb was far more formidable than any he had encountered before. With deft hands, Uchiha Kazuki formed hand seals, summoning 2 massive wooden dragons, while simultaneously utilizing reverse command to replenish the chakra consumed in this technique. The 2 wooden dragons surged toward the 3 tails, crashing upwards against its head. The fierce impact caused the aim of the tailed beast bomb to veer off course, launching into the sky. With one attack thwarted, the 3 tails swiftly redirected its focus toward the wooden dragons. Before the dragons could alter their course, one was seized in the beast's jaws, and with a violent twist, 3 tails lashed out, ensnaring the second dragon, without granting the wooden dragon a chance to struggle. The 3 tails concentrated chakra and unleashed 2 small-tailed beast bombs in quick succession, reducing the wooden dragons to mere ashes. This was untenable. The power of wood release was insufficient. The wooden dragons controlled by Uchiha Kazuki were effortlessly dispatched by the 3 tails, starkly contrasting with the legendary wood release of Konoha, which could easily subdue tailed beasts. What was the underlying issue? After dispatching the wooden dragons, the 3 tails advanced, eclipsing Uchiha Kazuki's line of sight with its immense form. Upon reaching him, the 3 tails raised a colossal paw and struck down with tremendous force, an assault that no ordinary ninja could hope to withstand. Kazuki did not evade. The blow unerringly struck the ground where he stood. A moment of confusion washed over Yagura, as he found the ease with which the attack landed rather peculiar. Believing Uchiha Kazuki possessed the capability to evade it, his suspicions were quickly dispelled when Yagura lifted his hand, revealing Kazuki encircled by several layers of dark blue skeletal structures. Allow me to demonstrate. As he spoke, the skeletal frame began to grow, transforming into the upper half of a giant. Uchiha Kazuki's tone brimmed with pride, the ultimate power unique to the Uchiha clan. The half-formed skeleton sprouted muscles and was enveloped in armor, evolving into a half-warrior wielding a longsword. Susanoo. Even in its complete tailed beast form, Yagura could sense the ominous aura emanating from Susanoo. As the Mizukage, he had reviewed the Uchiha clan's documents and understood the might of the Mangeki Sharingan, yet standing before Susanoo for the first time left him somewhat awestruck. However, he soon realized that the Susanoo before him was not in its complete form. The fully realized Susanoo, as recorded by the Hidden Mist Village, was a colossal giant capable of cleaving mountains with a mere swing of its sword. Yet, Uchiha Kazuki's manifestation was merely the upper half, evidently not a full embodiment. Regaining his composure, Yagura launched another attack. Though Susanoo boasted formidable defensive capabilities, it possessed a notable weakness. Its form could not withstand attacks from below. For Yagura, the Celestial Pool was the perfect battlefield. Understanding his adversary's vulnerability, Yagura commanded the 3 tails to plunge into the water, preparing to strike from beneath. Uchiha Kazuki was equally aware of his own shortcomings, maneuvering Susanoo to anticipate an underwater assault. Eager to expedite the confrontation, Yagura rapidly concentrated tailed beast bombs underwater, launching them toward Uchiha Kazuki. The relentless barrage of tailed beast bombs erupted from the depths, transforming the Celestial Pool's waters. Kazuki wielded Susanoo to deflect the bombardment, sending the tailed beast bombs scattering across the celestial pool. Yet, a portion of the blast still detonated nearby, causing the waters of the pool to surge skyward, unable to conceal the massive form of the three tails. Even in the absence of explosions within Susanoo, the aftermath of countless detonations rendered the half-formed Susanoo hard-pressed to withstand the onslaught. The battered half-Susanoo and the three tails, whose chakra was now diminished, stood in stark opposition within the nearly desiccated celestial pool. The waters, propelled skyward by the tailed beast bombs, fell back as droplets, heralding a torrential rain upon the land of water. Uchiha Kazuki's ocular prowess and chakra had also been severely taxed throughout the skirmish. Faced with a fully transformed three tails, merely activating the half Susanoo again would likely prove insufficient for victory. To alter the tide, he needed to employ a more potent technique. Thus, Uchiha Kazuki dispelled Susanoo, attuning himself to the flow of chakra within his body. Susanoo not only drained ocular power, but also consumed chakra. The legendary complete Susanoo wielded cataclysmic might, yet it demanded an exorbitant amount of chakra and ocular energy from its user. To elevate Susanoo's completeness, one must not only enhance their ocular prowess, but also amplify their chakra volume. Ordinarily, Uchiha Kazuki, having unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan, possessed chakra reserves far exceeding those of an average ninja. However, even with such a considerable reservoir, activating a complete Susanoo with merely the standard Manjiki Sharingan was nearly impossible. Kazuki had hoped to harness the abundant chakra bestowed by the cells of Hashirama to activate the complete Susanoo. Yet he sensed that this chakra could not be utilized in that context. Fortunately, he possessed a technique that could exponentially augment his chakra reserves. The 8 gates, 6th gate. Open. Over the past 2 months, having escaped surveillance, he had freely trained in the 8 gates using the abilities of his Manjiki Sharingan, with reverse command allowing for an astonishingly rapid training pace. At this moment, Uchiha Kazuki had successfully opened the 6th gate. A surge of azure chakra erupted from Kazuki, dissipating the fatigue that had previously weighed him down. Yet, he understood that this reprieve was fleeting, if he did not employ reverse command within half a minute. The subsequent weakness from opening the 8 gates would render him incapable of combat. Time was of the essence. Uchiha Kazuki's eyes glowed a vivid crimson as the dark blue skeletal structure evolved once more around him, this time not halting at the half-formed stage. Susanoo ascended, culminating in a towering figure clad in armor and wielding a massive sword. The complete Susanoo. Standing atop Susanoo's brow, Uchiha Kazuki gazed down upon the three tails, his tone imbued with confidence as he declared, "You should consider yourself fortunate, for you are the first to witness my complete Susanoo." A declaration of inevitable victory. As he spoke, Uchiha Kazuki commanded Susanoo to unfurl its wings and soar toward the three tails. Yagura, suppressing his astonishment, swiftly devised a countermeasure. He intended to utilize the tailed beast bomb to delay his opponent's advance, then leverage the three-tail shell for defense against subsequent assaults. Convinced that such a technique would be immensely taxing, he resolved to prolong its use. This technique cannot be sustained for long. Indeed, it could not endure indefinitely. But it was sufficient. Uchiha Kazuki guided Susanoo, swinging the colossal sword toward the three tails. Nearby, in the thickets, upon hearing Kazuki proclaim, "You are the first to witness my complete Susanoo," the figure of Hozuki Mangetsu raised his hand and said, "Then I shall be the second." Beside him, a woman in red found the exchange amusing and imitated Mangetsu, raising her hand to declare, "I am the third. Your ally may not be able to hold out for long," she continued, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Chapter 40. The Great Sword of the Shark Skin in the Hidden Mist Village, within the Water Shadow Tower. The engaged ninjas exhibited a tacit understanding by clearing a space for Terumi Mei and the third Mizukage, Kagaya Wairi. After a period of skirmishing, the heavens suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour, a weather that resonated profoundly with the ninjas of the mist. Following several rounds of probing, Terumi Mei discerned a marked decline in Wairi's stamina. Third Mizukage, at this rate, defeat is inevitable. It would be prudent to surrender now and mitigate the casualties of the mist. Casualties. Wairi scoffed at Terumi Mei's words, deeming her naive. Only the incompetent ninjas face death. Rather than sacrificing oneself on the battlefield later, it is far more advantageous to perish today, thereby conserving resources and serving as nourishment for the emergence of superior ninjas. Even having been raised amidst the blood mist ideology, Terumi Mei found his remarks utterly incomprehensible, retorting, "Are you also of this mindset? I am a ninja of the mist, thus I share the same sentiment," Wairi replied, a hint of melancholy shadowing his aged visage. "Should I fall to your hand, then dying today to pave the way for other mist ninjas would be my most honorable end. As the architect of the blood mist, the third Mizukage's commitment to its principles surpassed that of all others. Then let us proceed," Terumi Mei declared, her resolve to end the blood mist equally unwavering. Dissolution technique. Dissolving monster technique. She expelled an orange acidic liquid towards Wairi. In response, Wairi formed hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water dragon bullet. Employing two techniques in succession, he managed to thwart Terumi Mei's assault, though a sheen of perspiration now graced his forehead. His age rendered him incapable of wielding ninjutsu as freely as in his youth. He realized that if he continued to engage from a distance against the more potent and chakra-abundant Terumi Mei, defeat was inevitable. Thus, the most effective approach to victory lay in close combat, narrowing the chakra disparity. While Wairi contemplated his strategy, Terumi Mei completed her hand seals, boil release. Crafty mist technique. The mist she conjured could instantaneously dissolve any object it touched, including the water release, which would be directly vaporized upon contact. To find a chink in her defenses, Wairi resolved to take the necessary risk and formed hand seals once more. Water release, water dragon bullet. This time, however, Wairi did not intend to counter the crafty mist technique with the water dragon bullet. Instead, he commanded the water dragon to envelop him, allowing his body to penetrate the crafty mist along with the dragon. He aimed to utilize the water dragon bullet as a protective technique, minimizing the damage inflicted by the boil release. Yet, within the vapor produced by the boil release, the water dragon bullet swiftly dissolved, dissipating entirely after traversing only a third of the distance. Unyielding, Wairi formed another set of seals, water release, water iron cannon. With no time to execute another water dragon bullet, he resorted to the quicker water iron cannon for defense. However, the smaller scale of the water iron cannon proved insufficient against the boil release, lasting only a fleeting moment. One was not enough, thus he unleashed another, a relentless barrage of water releases to withstand the encroaching boil release. Had he been the youthful third Mizukichi, perhaps a mere pair of techniques would have granted him an opportunity for close combat, yet now, his potency had waned with age. Finally, after the 8th water iron cannon, Wairi succeeded in closing the distance, securing a chance for hand-to-hand combat. Gripping a short blade tightly, he lunged towards Terumi Mei's vital points. Engaging in a desperate struggle at close quarters was his sole chance. In the hidden mist village, within the dark passages of the Water Shadow Tower, Myohei had executed several 8 trigrams empty palm strikes, all deftly evaded by SH Kentucky. The latter maneuvered freely within the mirror ice crystal, making it exceedingly difficult to land a hit without long-range ninjutsu. However, Myohei had not come to vanquish her opponent. Her goal was merely to ensure that the enemy did not activate the seal. She had confirmed through her Byakugan that there were only 3 adversaries within the depths of the Water Shadow Tower. If they remained preoccupied with her, they would be unable to initiate the seal. Moreover, the other skirmishes were 2 against 1, and conserving chakra while awaiting the conclusion of those battles appeared to be the wisest strategy. Conversely, SHKY only needed to prevent these individuals from accessing the underground. Thus, a peculiar equilibrium formed within the mirror ice crystal. After several failed attempts, both sides tacitly refrained from engaging. However, the circumstances on the other 2 battlefronts were markedly different. Suigetsu and Raiga, aligned with the Blood Mist faction, faced off against Zabuza and Hozuki Mangetsu, who were defectors from the Mist, with neither side holding back in their resolve. Furthermore, the former subordinate, Kisame Hashigaki, had long harbored discontent towards his former superior, while Ao sought to conclude the conflict swiftly to ensure Hinata Myohei's safety. In the chaotic melee, the battlefield under Suigetsu's command reached a resolution first. During the fray, Suigetsu fully unleashed the Great Sword of Shark Skin. After several exchanges, his chakra dwindled significantly, yet the shark skin possessed the ability to absorb the chakra of its opponents for its own use. Hozuki Mangetsu, endowed with the technique of water transformation, rendered it nearly impossible for Suigetsu to absorb her chakra using the shark skin. Thus, Suigetsu shifted his focus onto Kisame. In the throes of close combat, he seized an opportunity to strike Kisame with the shark skin. Yet, in the next instant, he felt no chakra being transmitted through the blade. Instead, a sharp pain coursed through his palm. Involuntarily dropping the shark skin, he observed with astonishment that the hilt was now adorned with barbs. Though he had known of the blade's sentience, he had never anticipated it would turn against its owner. What transpired next astounded him further. The shark skin slithered towards Kisame, nuzzling against him like a docile pup. Kisame, who had long coveted the great sword of shark skin, was elated to see it approach him, a broad smile gracing his face as he taunted Suigetsu. Apologies, Suigetsu. It seems the shark skin prefers me. In contrast to Suigetsu's decaying chakra, the shark skin was drawn to Kisame's vibrant, surging energy. Thus, after savoring Kisame's chakra, the shark skin chose to abandon its former master and embraced Kisame. With the great sword of shark skin now in a new grasp, the outcome of the battle became inevitable. Deprived of his ninja blade, Suigetsu could not withstand the combined onslaught of Kisame and Hozuki Mangetsu, and soon found himself defeated. The delicate equilibrium on the battlefield was shattered in an instant. The tides of battle had turned. At the heavenly pool, the anguished wails of the 3 tails echoed through the skies. Nearby, a woman in red rose to dust herself off, remarking, "I suppose it is time for me to take action." Sitting nearby, Hozuki Mangetsu appeared indifferent to the movements of this unfamiliar companion. Chapter 41. Wagering life at the pool of heaven. At the almost desiccated lakebed, the complete Susanoo unfurled its wings and soared towards the three tails. Observing this, Yagura hastily siphoned the remaining chakra from within the beast, unleashing a frenzied barrage of tailed beast balls. The Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Kaze activated. The duration for which the complete Susanoo could be maintained was fleeting, and Uchiha Kaze was intent on not allowing the tailed beast balls to delay his assault. He promptly employed the technique of Emmetsu to nullify a portion of the tailed beast balls. Affected by Emmetsu, the already dwindling chakra of the three tails dwindled even further. Susanoo closed in at this moment, leaving no avenue for evasion. Now fully transformed into a tailed beast, Yagura swiftly turned, attempting to shield himself with the resilient shell of the three tails. Confronted with the three tails' defense, the strike from the Susanoo under Uchiha Kaze's command was executed without hesitation. A flash of cerulean light swept through, as the colossal sword of Susanoo cleaved through the form of the three tails. Though it did not split the shell, it severed two of its tails and one hind leg. The anguished roar of the three tails echoed throughout the pool of heaven. Following this strike, Yagura's transformation was completely undone, and with chakra nearly depleted, the three tails succumbed to a deep slumber. As the smoke dissipated from the cessation of the transformation, Yagura remained stationary, gripping the ornate black staff, having transferred his last vestiges of chakra to the three tails before it fell into a complete slumber. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaze released Susanoo and utilized his left eye's reversal to restore his physical state, the discomfort following the opening of the 8 gates vanishing instantaneously. Yet, at this moment, his ocular power was nearly exhausted. Although reversal could restore chakra consumption, it could not replenish the depletion of ocular strength. The forced activation of complete Susanoo and the nullification of several tailed beast balls through Emmetsu had demanded a considerable expenditure of ocular energy. Uchiha Kaze silently assessed his condition. Chakra remained ample, but his ocular power could only sustain 2 further uses of reversal. While the effectiveness of Emmetsu depended on the intensity of the opponent's techniques. Sufficient. Having devised a strategy, Uchiha Kaze initiated his next move, would release, insertion technique. Several branches sprouted beside him, swiftly darting towards Yagura. Taken by surprise, Yagura was struck by the insertion technique, yet his form transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone. Amidst the dissipating smoke from his recent transformation, a replenished Yagura substituted himself with a water clone. At the moment the water clone dissipated, Yagura reappeared behind Uchiha Kaze, launching an assault. Water release, 1,000 needle water kill. The remaining waters of the lake, under Yagura's manipulation, morphed into countless fine needles, piercing towards Uchiha Kaze from all directions, while Yagura concealed himself within the water, launching his attack alongside the water needles. Faced with this omnidirectional onslaught, Uchiha Kaze was compelled to summon wood vines to envelop himself. However, in the next instant, Yagura's black staff tore through the protective sphere formed by the wood vines, merging with the water needles to breach Uchiha Kaze's defenses. With a piercing sound, Yagura's staff penetrated Uchiha Kaze's chest, followed closely by the water needles, leaving a multitude of wounds upon him. Where will you hide? After being deceived by a wood clone previously, Yagura did not believe Uchiha Kaze could be easily subdued this time. Yet, Uchiha Kaze did not transform into wood as he had before. Sensing something amiss, Yagura attempted to withdraw the staff, but no matter how he strained, it remained firmly lodged. Uchiha Kaze fixed a fervent gaze on Yagura. A manic grin spread across his face. I've caught you. Yagura's black staff was tightly grasped by Uchiha Kaze. As Yagura contemplated relinquishing the staff and retreating, Uchiha Kaze's other hand seized his wrist. Even without the tailed beast, Yagura was indeed a formidable water shadow, and to seize a chakra-rich opponent as swiftly as possible required a significant sacrifice. For Uchiha Kaze, the wager was his very life. 25 seconds. The time limit of reversal was 30 seconds. 5 seconds had already elapsed. He needed to completely control Yagura and extract the staff within 25 seconds to have a chance of using reversal to heal his injuries. Realizing he could not escape, Yagura hastily closed his eyes. The three tails remained in slumber. If he were ensnared by Genjutsu now, he would lose all combat capability. With one hand controlled by Uchiha Kaze, he could only form seals with his other hand. Water release, water fawn blade. Yagura wielded the water blade with one hand, aiming it at Uchiha Kaze. Yet, for Uchiha Kaze, each wound sustained during these 30 seconds mattered little. He likewise formed seals with one hand, causing 2 wooden vines to sprout from the ground behind Yagura, piercing into his shoulders. Ah! Yagura cried out in pain, yet his tightly shut eyes showed no sign of opening. The wood vines summoned by Uchiha Kaze pinned Yagura's hands, freeing his own. Taking a step closer, although this action drove the staff deeper into his chest, it also brought him nearer to Yagura. Uchiha Kaze extended his right hand to grip Yagura's eyes, forcing him to open his left eye. In the next instant, Yagura's vision was engulfed by the crimson light emitted from the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his limbs simultaneously losing strength as he ceased to struggle. 15 seconds remained. Uchiha Kaze withdrew the staff, calculating the time, and utilized reversal to mend his wounds. A mere 15 seconds had passed since Yagura had pierced him, and the battle was already concluded. Concerned, Uchiha Kaze employed would release once more, summoning vines to bind the unconscious Yagura. The pool of heaven fell silent once more. With only the severed limbs of the three tails and the horrific sword marks left by the complete Susanoo bearing witness to the reality of the recent conflict. After concluding the battle, Uchiha Kaze intended to summon Suigetsu, but the sudden sound of applause interrupted his thoughts. A woman clad in red applauding stepped into Uchiha Kaze's view. What an exhilarating battle. The woman in red paused beside Yagura. Uchiha Kaze wished to observe her features, yet an inexplicable aversion surged within him, prompting him to avert his gaze. This strange sensation was not new. He quickly recalled a previous encounter. You are the woman from the Red Mist Inn? You have a good memory. The woman in red spoke with a relaxed tone. I wish to propose a deal. At this moment, Uchiha Kaze's ocular strength was nearly depleted, and the composure of the woman before him did not seem feigned. Reluctantly, he inquired, what deal? An unseen force suppressed his desire to look up, and in his struggle, he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, using the remnants of his ocular strength to momentarily suppress the strange thoughts swirling in his mind, forcing himself to raise his head. Yet, he could only glimpse the smiling corners of the woman's mouth. With a smile, the woman in red stated, the Three Tails host, Yagura, is to be left to me. In exchange, I shall reveal to you a secret. Chapter 42, Bloodline Elimination Impossible. Uchiha Fong found the request utterly absurd and instinctively rejected it. However, as the words left his lips, a wave of regret washed over him, realizing he ought to have acquiesced. I believe you currently lack the grounds to refuse me, the woman in red remarked, her tone devoid of any irritation. Yet, I do not enjoy forcing others into a corner. You may ponder over it further. The secret I shall reveal will undoubtedly satisfy you. After some contemplation, Uchiha Fong deemed her proposal remarkably reasonable. His weakened combat abilities had significantly diminished, and the confidence in her voice did not seem to be mere bravado. She could effortlessly seize the opportunity for herself, and offering a secret in exchange appeared to be a concession. What perplexed him was whether this line of thinking stemmed from his own mind or was a result of the woman's peculiar abilities. Very well, I agree. Uchiha Fong ultimately acquiesced to her request. Although he might have been influenced by her extraordinary powers, at that moment, he believed that agreeing was the most prudent choice. Excellent. The woman in red replied, clearly pleased. What I am about to disclose pertains to the secrets of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. To elucidate this secret, we must first discuss your wood release. As a former ninja of Konoha, he should have heard of the formidable power of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who could instantaneously summon vast forests and command colossal wooden beings to battle. You must be curious as to why your wood release, despite being similar, pales in comparison to Hashirama's, she continued. Uchiha Fong indeed yearned to understand why his wood release was so inferior to Hashirama's and inquired, why is that? With a light laugh, the woman continued, it is quite simple. Your wood release merely merges the chakra of water and earth attributes. In contrast, Hashirama's wood release integrates the chakra of water, earth, and yang attributes. Bloodline elimination? Uchiha Fong had only heard of bloodline elimination in relation to the third Tsuchikage's dust release. He never imagined that within wood release, there existed a distinction between bloodline limits and bloodline eliminations. Indeed, Hashirama infused yang attribute chakra into his wood release, allowing him to create a thriving forest with significantly less chakra and to summon wooden beings capable of combat with just a single chakra expenditure. Her explanation resolved a significant doubt in Uchiha Feng's mind, yet it birthed another. But what does this have to do with the Uchiha and Senju clans? As soon as his question arose, the woman promptly responded, members of the Senju clan naturally possess yang attribute chakra, whereas the Uchiha clan inherently possesses yin attribute chakra. Conversely, no member of the Senju clan possesses yin attribute chakra, and none from the Uchiha clan holds yang attribute chakra. Prior to the establishment of the ninja village system, the Uchiha and Senju clans were sworn enemies, possibly due to deeper reasons. Regrettably, both clans have dwindled to near extinction. I hope you can uncover the truth. The absence of yang attribute chakra is the Uchiha clan's fate, and even if you were fortunate enough to master wood release, the outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, your wood release is destined to never reach Hashirama's level. However, perhaps you could integrate your yin attribute chakra into your wood release to forge a new bloodline elimination. After saying this, the woman turned away. Though the Uchiha clan was inherently deprived of yang attribute chakra, this might not hold true for Uchiha Fong, who had transplanted Hashirama's cells. With her departure, the oppressive thoughts that weighed heavily on Uchiha Fong began to dissipate. He lifted his gaze towards the woman's silhouette, her white hair betraying no sign of age. From behind, the only adornment she bore was a wooden butterfly hairpin nestled within her hair. Return to the hidden mist. Your little girlfriend may soon encounter danger, the woman interjected, interrupting Uchiha Fang's thoughts once more. Upon hearing her words, a wave of concern surged within him, and he lost interest in further inquiries, disregarding the implications of how she referred to Mei Ping. His sole focus was on one matter, returning to the hidden mist village. If Maderumi's words held any truth, then after the fourth Mizuki's departure from the village, the remaining members of the Blood Mist faction posed little threat. Therefore, if Mei Ping were in peril, the only potential issue lay with that ceiling formation. At the entrance of the Mizuki Tower in the hidden mist village. Boil release, unmatched strength. Terumi Mei harnessed her boil release to enhance her power, sending the third Mizuki, Yagura, flying with a single kick. Although Yagura had found an opportunity to close the distance and engage Terumi Mei in close combat, even in this scenario, she held absolute superiority. Yagura had intended to leverage his taijutsu to suppress Terumi Mei and prevent her from continuing her ninjutsu, but in close quarters, her youthful physique and quicker reflexes granted her the upper hand. Furthermore, Terumi Mei's bloodline limits, lava release and boil release, were inherently unsuitable for long-range combat at close range. The ninjutsu derived from these bloodline limits was nearly impossible to evade. The boil release, coupled with her extraordinary strength, further amplified her advantages in close combat. After several exchanges, Yagura revealed an opening and was sent crashing against the entrance of the Mizuki Tower, losing his ability to resist. I do not wish to kill you. Terumi Mei's reluctance to engage was not born of sympathy, but rather a desire to refrain from dealing fatal blows to a comrade, unlike the Blood Mist faction. Terumi Mei, you are still too young, Yagura replied with unwavering resolve, as though he were the victor in this confrontation. If you do not eliminate me, how will you establish your foothold in the hidden mist village? Weakly leaning against the entrance of the Mizuki Tower, Yagura adopted the demeanor of a teacher, imparting wisdom to Terumi Mei, a fellow ninja. In the past, Zabuza wished to transform the blood mist, just as you do now, but that was merely a fool's dream. The blood mist will never end. Yagura shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his expression. No one is born for slaughter, yet in the world of ninjas, weakness inevitably leads to death. Terumi Mei had heard such sentiments before. No, the weak also have the right to survive. The weak may live until the day war begins, only to have their lives snatched away by foreign ninjas, Yagura countered. To nurture these weak ninjas until the day they face battle requires consuming greater resources. Those who could have survived the war may perish instead, resulting in even more casualties. Dismissing Terumi Mei's opportunity to speak, Yagura gazed toward the sky above the hidden mist village and continued, Terumi Mei, you are too young. Many things cannot be accomplished merely by desire. Even after you become Mizuki, the blood mist will not conclude. As he spoke, Yagura regarded Terumi Mei with a tinge of regret. Yet I still look forward to the day when the blood mist truly comes to an end. With those words, Yagura suddenly rose, grasping a short sword and hurling it at Terumi Mei. However, the feeble attack he launched was equally weak, and Terumi Mei easily caught the short sword in her grasp. What Terumi Mei did not anticipate was that in the next instant, Yagura would employ body flicker technique to advance. Thud! The short blade in Terumi Mei's hand pierced Yagura's heart. The creator of the blood mist, the third Mizuki, Yagura, fulfilled his lifelong philosophy one last time with his own life. Chapter 43. The first Mizuki in the depths of the Mizuki building. After the defeat of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, the delicate equilibrium of the battlefield was abruptly shattered. With the arrival of Kisame Hashigaki and Mei Terumi at another front, Raiga Kurisuke swiftly succumbed to defeat. The only remaining blood mist ninja still fighting was the ice user, Shaken. Recognizing the dire situation, Shaken formed a series of hand seals. Ice release, ice mirror corridor. A chilling aura emanated from her, enveloping the surrounding walls and instantaneously creating an airtight spherical ice chamber. This spherical ice structure was meticulously assembled from countless smooth ice panels, encasing Hinata Moa and the four from the mist village within. Zabuza Momochi struck the ice wall with his decapitating blade, but to his astonishment, it was the blade that fractured upon impact. This ice wall was significantly more resilient than the previous one. Zabuza, perceiving the feedback through the hilt, made an assessment. Ice release, 1,000 ice kills, Shaken commanded. Her voice resonating as her reflection appeared on every small ice panel, executing identical hand seals. The ice walls were soon adorned with a multitude of ice needles, which, in the next moment, shot forth simultaneously, blanketing the entire ice domain. Reversal, Hinata Moa invoked, utilizing the reversal technique to block the onslaught, then declared, yield. You have already lost. With his Byakugan activated, Moa could discern that the third Mizuki had fallen, and he had no desire to engage in a futile struggle any longer. Shaken, too, sensed the dissipating chakra of Kagaya's presence, yet the fire of rage within her prevented her from remaining composed. At the moment her comrade met their demise, even as a member of the Blood Mist faction, she could not endure it. The Blood Mist was ultimately a political ideology, incapable of eradicating human emotion. You conspired with the Leaf Ninjas to slay the Mizuki. You traitors. The death of the third Mizuki shattered the last bastion of Shaken's resolve. Countless ice mirrors reflected her visage, filled with the same fury, the same hysteria. I will slay you. I shall never allow the Mist Village to fall into the hands of you traitors. Once more, a more ferocious ice release attack was unleashed as Shaken harnessed her chakra to mount a frenzied counteroffensive. The 5 within the ice chamber struggled to withstand the relentless assault, each employing their own methods for defense. While fending off the ice release ninjutsu, Mohes Byakugan detected a surge of chakra descending towards the earth, underground. She is approaching the underground. Shaken was feigning an assault. Her true objective lay within the ceiling array beneath. As she understood that relying solely on herself would not suffice to eliminate these ninjas, nor could she avenge her fallen comrade. A slender ice spike plunged deep into the ground, with Shaken rapidly ascending along its length. Zabuza heard her and, wielding his fractured decapitating blade, struck the ice wall once more. Without Shaken's ice release chakra shielding it, the wall shattered upon impact. Mo had no time to spare. Continuing to monitor the situation below, she has reached the underground. What should we do? Kisame Hashigaki swiftly made a judgment and spoke to the others. It may be too late. You all take Mo and retreat. With that, he leaped down, prepared to confront Shaken alone, prioritizing Mohes' safety as one of his own responsibilities. The 3 from the mist hesitated not, decisively retreating with Mo, recognizing that even if they descended to assist, their efforts would likely be in vain. Ensuring Mo's safety before reporting to Terumi Mei was the wisest course of action. At the entrance of the Mizukage building in the Mist Village, Terumi Mei, having just concluded her battle, was poised to enter the building to finalize the cleanup. When the trio from the Mist Village, accompanied by Hinata Mo, suddenly burst forth. Before Terumi Mei could inquire, the anxious AO began his report. Lady Terumi Mei. Shaken may be about to activate the ceiling array, and Kisame is. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed. A towering black water column shattered the entirety of the Mizukage building. Terumi Mei gazed in the direction of the building, stunned. The seal has been broken. Swiftly regaining her composure, she commanded the remaining ninjas. All ninjas, retreat. No one is permitted to approach without my consent. With the 3rd Mizukage deceased and the 4th absent from the village, Terumi Mei had become the most reliable ninja within. And though she had yet to assume the title of Mizukage, she aspired to fulfill the responsibilities incumbent upon one. Upon receiving the order, the surrounding ninjas promptly retreated. For these warriors who had long endured the blood mist, when the superior issued a command, they had little choice but to comply. Once all ninjas had retreated, only Terumi Mei remained before the Blackwater column. She could sense the ferocious chakra emanating from ahead, bloodthirsty, chaotic, as if it longed to consume all. Previously, when dispatching Kido to solicit Mohes' assistance, Terumi Mei had intentionally concealed certain details. She was aware of what lay sealed beneath the Mizukage building. Yet this was a blemish on the mist, one she did not wish outsiders to know. Faced with the monstrous entity sealed beneath the Mizukage building, Terumi Mei was prepared to seal it at the cost of her own life. As the water curtain gradually descended, a figure emerged. The creature, with 8 limbs, was shrouded in dense black mist, yet it bore a human face atop its monstrous form. Terumi Mei recognized its identity, the first Mizukage, Hakuren. While she had heard tales of the first Mizukage, never had she imagined encountering him under such dire circumstances. Rooted in place, Terumi Mei stared at Hakuren, hesitant to make a move as beads of sweat formed on her brow. The monstrous Hakuren surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Terumi Mei, as if pondering something. Suddenly, its neck elongated, twisting grotesquely as its head reached towards her. Terumi Mei instinctively attempted to evade, but the monster's head surged back to its original size, its maw gaping wide, swallowing her whole in a manner unimaginable to any ordinary human. Boil release, mist technique. Terumi Mei's voice echoed from within the creature's form. In the next instant, the mist generated by her boil release began to dissolve half of Hakuren's face, providing her the opportunity to leap free. Having narrowly escaped, Terumi Mei rolled upon the ground a few times to stabilize her stance. Looking back at the monstrous Hakuren, its inflated head and neck reverted to their initial state. Even the facial injury sustained from the boil release was healing at a visible pace, reverting it to its original form. Before Terumi Mei could devise a strategy, she felt a sudden sharp pain in her left hand. Glancing down, she discovered a wound from earlier, a result of her evasion. Strangely, a wave of numbness surged through her left hand, accompanied by an inexplicable force longing to burst forth. In an instant, a black hand emerged from her laceration. Chapter 44. The Art of Defilement. Is this the technique of the first Hokage? Terumi Mei gazed in disbelief at the black hand that had sprouted from her wound. After a brief moment of astonishment, she donned a resolute expression. I am already the strongest ninja of the hidden mist village, even in death. I shall take you with me. No, the strongest ninja is I. A gentle male voice resonated beside Terumi Mei. Uchiha Kaze had arrived on the battlefield. Upon hastily returning to the hidden mist village, Uchiha Kaze first sought out Mio to confirm her safety. And then he engaged with the mist ninjas to gather information regarding the village's situation. Upon learning that the seal had been broken, he felt compelled to head to the battlefield. However, Mio was reluctant to allow him to put himself in danger once more. She believed that he had fulfilled his promise, and the remaining matters should be entrusted to the mist ninjas. Yet this time, Uchiha Kaze would not acquiesce to Mio's request. If Terumi dies, we will receive no reward. Rest assured, I shall return safely. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Uchiha Kaze immediately noticed Terumi's distress and promptly activated his reverse to rectify her condition. Had I arrived even a moment later, my ocular techniques may have proved ineffectual. With the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, the recovery of his eye power had significantly accelerated, allowing him to regain a portion of his ocular strength on the journey back to the Hidden Mist Village. Thank you. I have a new request. Terumi stated with utmost seriousness. Protect me. She pointed toward the monstrous Hakurin and continued. The first Mizukage, Hakurin. The first Mizukage? Uchiha Kaze gazed at the eight-legged creature in disbelief. Before either could continue their conversation, the restored Hakurin, having recovered from its injuries, extended its 8 limbs and launched an assault. The dire circumstances left no room for Uchiha Kaze to ponder further. He dodged the attacks while inquiring. I will ask you about the first Mizukage later. First, tell me what abilities he possesses. Terumi responded while evading the strikes. He may possess a Kekii Genkai that merges the 3 chakra natures of water, yin, and yang. I am uncertain of its precise effects, but after he struck me, limbs sprouted from my wound, and I fear I will soon lose control of my actions. Another Kekii Genkai? Whether it be a Wagakure's dust release or Hashirama's wood release, any Kekii Genkai signifies formidable power. Uchiha Kaze silently lamented that, fortunately, Hakurin appeared to have lost its sanity, making it potentially easier to subdue. However, losing its sanity also meant its attacks would be more frenzied. After dodging another strike, Terumi spoke again. 1 minute. Protect me for 1 minute, and do not allow him to harm me during that time. With little explanation, Terumi completed her instructions and summoned a sealing scroll, unfurling it upon the ground. As she infused her chakra into the scroll, a series of incantations began to spread from its center. The creature seemed to sense something amiss. Abandoning its assault on Uchiha Kaze as its twisted 8 limbs suddenly shifted direction toward Terumi. Be reasonable. Uchiha Kaze activated his reverse, restoring Hakurin to its state before it launched its attack. With its limbs returned to their normal length, it did not immediately strike again, but instead grotesquely altered its form. The creature stood upright on its hind legs, revealing that this 8-legged monstrosity possessed a pair of legs and 6 arms. It supported its weight on its legs while the remaining 6 hands began to form hand seals in pairs. Sensing an ominous turn of events, Uchiha Kaze hesitated to attack, as he needed to ensure Terumi's safety and thus opted to observe what Hakurin intended to do. Upon completing its hand seals, the creature expelled a black liquid from its mouth, not shooting forth like ordinary water release but rather spewing it onto the ground. The surface, drenched in the black liquid, transformed into a darkened expanse, which steadily spread outward. Uchiha Kaze swiftly activated his reverse once more, causing the creature to cease its expulsion. Yet the black liquid continued to expand. Where the black water spread, numerous tiny black hands sprouted, as if tainted by sinister forces. As it threatened to encroach upon the magical array crafted by Terumi, Uchiha Kaze immediately summoned his half-body Susanoo to envelop himself and Terumi's space, seeking to block the advancing darkness. However, as the black taint approached the Susanoo, it showed no signs of halting. The black liquid gradually climbed up the Susanoo, staining it as well. Initially, Uchiha Kaze was unconcerned, for even if the Susanoo were tainted, it mattered little as long as the internal space remained unaffected. He could dispel the Susanoo at will. He had summoned it solely for temporary defense. Yet, as the Susanoo became largely covered in black, Uchiha Kaze sensed that it was beginning to slip from his control. As black hands sprouted from its surface, the Susanoo, in defiance of Uchiha Kaze's will, moved unexpectedly. Realizing something was amiss, he attempted to dispel the Susanoo, but even as he tried to cancel the technique, it did not vanish. Uchiha Kaze looked up to see a black samurai, born from Hakurin's corruption, seemingly gazing down upon him. Oblivion. Uchiha Kaze activated the ocular technique of his right eye in an attempt to nullify this bizarre technique. The reason he had refrained from using Oblivion earlier was that he was uncertain of the strength of the opponent's technique, if it proved too potent. Recklessly utilizing Oblivion could deplete his ocular power once again. Yet, he had no choice now. Oblivion was unleashed. A scarlet light emanated from Uchiha Kaze's right eye, repelling the encroaching black corruption, and the Susanoo transformed back into its azure half-giant form, while the black liquid on the ground gradually receded to Hakurin's feet before vanishing entirely. My ocular power is nearly exhausted. Uchiha Kaze assessed the drain on his strength. Terumi, sensing Uchiha Kaze's weakness, spoke again. Just 10 more seconds. The previous creature's hand seals and the spreading black water had consumed some time, so now they only needed to endure for 10 more seconds. Understood. Uchiha Kaze resolved to maintain the Susanoo. After its failed attempt, the creature utilized its malleable limbs to launch another attack. Yet it could not shake the Susanoo in the slightest. Realizing it could not penetrate the defense, the creature stood upright once more, attempting to form hand seals again. Merely from the chakra aura, Uchiha Kaze could sense that this next ninjutsu was far more dreadful than the last. But Terumi Mei acted even faster. It's over. As soon as Terumi Mei's words fell, a number of black iron chains erupted from the incantations beside her, binding Hakuren's limbs and body from various angles. Once its limbs were restrained, its hand seals came to a halt. Under the pull of the chains, Hakuren was uncontrollably drawn toward the location of the incantations, ultimately forming a new seal upon the ground. After everything concluded, Terumi Mei sat weakly on the ground, uttering 2 words, defilement. Chapter 45. After the war, upon hearing Terumi Mei's words, Uchiha Kazuki could not help but inquire, dirt release? Is this his bloodline limit? Terumi Mei, fatigued, closed her eyes and nodded slightly. This is the bloodline limit that the first Mizukage attempted to develop, but it turned him into a mindless monster. Without allowing Uchiha Kazuki to probe further, she continued, I will explain the specifics later. I must first attend to the internal affairs of Kirigakure. In the aftermath of the coup, Terumi Mei needed to address the matters within Kirigakure, while Uchiha Kazuki and his companions were accommodated at the Red Mist Inn. Unlike before, when they had to conceal their presence, they no longer required the family suite and instead occupied 2 separate rooms, one for Uchiha Kazuki and another for Reihei and Shiro. Reihei expressed some dissatisfaction, yet Uchiha Kazuki remained oblivious to his emotions, instead reflecting on how Terumi Mei was quite amiable. At that moment, Uchiha Kazuki was in his own room, revisiting the proposition made by the woman in red. Alone. He confirmed that he had not been affected by her peculiar abilities and still believed he should have acquiesced to her demands. Bloodline limits. Wood release. Dirt release. Uchiha Kazuki had initially contemplated upgrading his wood release to a bloodline limit after the coup, but the terrifying visage of the first Mizukage, Byakuren, temporarily dissuaded him from this ambition. It would be prudent to wait until he had inquired about the first Mizukage from Terumi Mei before making any plans regarding the bloodline limit. He then recalled another statement from the woman in red. The Uchiha clan is destined to lack yang release chakra, yet I, fused with Hashirama's cells, am an exception. The cells of Hashirama had significantly enhanced his regenerative abilities, rooted in the creation and regeneration techniques stemming from yang release chakra. After fully integrating Hashirama's cells, this technique had begun to manifest gradually. This served as proof of his possession of yang release chakra. If, as she claimed, there existed a deeper connection between the Uchiha and Senju clans, what would it signify for him to possess the power of the Senju? Uchiha Kazuki felt the flow of Senju power coursing through him, a tranquil force that nourished and complemented his inherent Uchiha strength, yet remained distinctly separate. In essence, the power of the Uchiha and the power of the Senju engaged in a rivalry within him, akin to an arms race, each escalating in strength. However, the enhancement of ocular power and Uchiha chakra would not strengthen the creation and regeneration technique, nor would the augmentation of Senju chakra prolong the duration of Susanoo. This anomaly was indeed perplexing. One would assume that the growth of a ninja's chakra would yield a comprehensive enhancement. If a ninja were to assert, my lightning attribute chakra has increased, yet my wind attribute chakra remains unchanged, it would only lead others to question their sanity. Yet this peculiar circumstance indeed transpired within Uchiha Kazuki. He could not help but ponder. Is there a possibility of merging the powers of the Uchiha and Senju? He attempted several times, yet ultimately yielded no results. In his repeated endeavors, Uchiha Kazuki sensed an invisible barrier segregating his Uchiha chakra from the Senju chakra. No matter how he pressed against it, this limitation remained unyielding. After yet another failure, he concluded, I am currently incapable of this. I must wait until I acquire greater strength before attempting again. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Kazuki immediately contemplated the power beyond the Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, he was soon reminded of painful memories. Shirzue, Danzo. After a surge of anger, Uchiha Kazuki gradually calmed his emotions. Avenging Danzo was no simple task. To confront a cunning foe like Danzo required a long-term strategy. If he allowed rage to cloud his judgment, he would only meet with failure. He needed to consider how to enhance the strength of the ninja village. Far away in the land of bears, Akane should be leading the Uchiha clansmen in constructing their new home. Uchiha Kazuki had initially intended to harness the power of the tailed beasts through the coup, but the unexpected appearance of the woman in red had disrupted all his plans. Fortunately, Terumi Mei had promised compensation should Uchiha Kazuki fail to secure the 3 tails. Once more, the woman in red occupied his thoughts. Uchiha Kazuki began to ponder her true identity. It was difficult to ascertain her origins based solely on her attire. And while her white hair was rare, it was insufficient to determine her identity. Furthermore, her bizarre abilities were unlike anything he had encountered before. There were no clues. After exhausting his thoughts on her identity, Uchiha Kazuki shifted his focus to her abilities. When he activated the Mangeki Sharingan, he sensed the suppression she exerted weaken. Could this be her ocular technique? Did she also possess the Mangeki Sharingan? Uchiha Kazuki surmised that his Mangeki Sharingan could suppress a portion of her unique abilities, leading him to speculate that such powers could indeed be her ocular technique. The only ocular techniques he was aware of were the Sharingan and Byakugan, and it was evident that the Byakugan did not possess the strange abilities exhibited by the woman in red. Each iteration of the Mangeki Sharingan possessed distinct abilities. Thus, Uchiha Kazuki naturally suspected she too bore a Mangeki Sharingan. Could she be a lost member of the Uchiha clan? If she were indeed one of them, how could she possess white hair? Uchiha Kazuki recalled his memories of the clan and confirmed that there had been no white-haired women among them. Or could it be that her ocular technique derived from powers beyond the Uchiha? Although he had never heard of ocular techniques beyond the Byakugan and Sharingan, Uchiha Kazuki dared not assert that only two existed in the entire ninja world. With no further progress in his contemplation, he redirected his thoughts to his own state. After enduring these recent battles, his ocular power had undergone a significant enhancement. Throughout these encounters, Uchiha Kazuki's ocular prowess had been pushed to its limits, and his Mangeki Sharingan had thus been honed to become stronger. Without the infusion of Hashirama cells, these battles might have severely diminished his vision. Only through combat could one truly refine their ocular power, which was one of the reasons the Uchiha clan yearned for battle. In times of leisure, utilizing his left eye to practice the 8 gates technique was the most prudent choice. Having concluded his reflections, Uchiha Kazuki began to train in the 8 gates, striving to breach the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. Chapter 46. The Reward. 2 weeks later, in the Hidden Mist Village, following the destruction of the Water Shadow Building, Terumi May opted to handle affairs from the comfort of her home. As the 5th Mizukage, she once again perused the reports compiled by her subordinates. Kisame Hashigaki is missing. S.H. Rin is missing. The battle at Suigakure led to the deaths of the likes of F. Tun and Raijin. Kisame's blade is lost. Raijin's weapons are lost. The casualty report made Terumi May's head throb. Even though the coup had gone more smoothly than initially anticipated, the losses were still substantial. Not only were there numerous casualties among the ninja ranks, but the Water Shadow Building, ruined by the coup, also required extensive repairs. The Land of Water, being geographically remote and surrounded by water, rarely received commissions from other countries, and the feudal lord, citing the traditional peace of the Land of Water, continually reduced funding to the Hidden Mist Village. In such circumstances, addressing the financial deficit resulting from the coup became increasingly challenging. That feudal lord only cares for his own indulgence, showing no regard for our plight, Terumi May thought, her dissatisfaction growing as she envisioned the lord's corpulent cheeks, nearly oozing with greed. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted her reverie. It was Uchiha F, who had come to visit. I heard from Kirigakure that you have some time available recently. After reviewing the reports a few more times, Terumi May decided that since the internal matters of the Hidden Mist Village could not be resolved immediately, it would be prudent to first discuss the issue of rewards with Uchiha F. She instructed Kirigakure to extend an invitation to him. At that moment, Uchiha F received the invitation and arrived. Terumi May gestured toward a chair beside her and said, "Please, have a seat." Before delving into the matter of rewards, Uchiha F expressed his curiosity regarding the first Mizukage. Terumi May had promised to divulge this information and did not refuse. During the first 5 Kage summit, the might of Konohagakure instilled fear in the first Mizukage, K-Rin. He perceived the peace in the ninja world as merely a concession from Konoha, prompting him to seek the development of more powerful jutsu in order to seize control. He began experimenting with the fusion of water, yin, and yang chakra, aiming to create a new bloodline limit. Initially, he succeeded, naming this new bloodline limit K-Gai. K-Gai possessed terrifying capabilities, enabling it to corrupt and manipulate affected objects. However, before he could fully explore K-Gai's potential, a drastic turn of events occurred. He soon declared that he felt K-Gai was corrupting him, and he feared losing control over his own body. He expressed a sense of impending transformation into a mindless monster. Ultimately, he sealed himself away after leaving behind a scroll of sealing. Upon hearing Terumi May's account, Uchiha F gathered a rough understanding. It was not that bloodline limits inherently carried the risk of losing control, but rather that the peculiar nature of K-Gai had transformed the first Mizukage into a monster. In the ninja world, there were indeed many bloodline limits that could harm the body, such as the Mangeki Sharingan leading to blindness or the Kagaya clan's Shikatsu Miyaku shortening the user's lifespan. Therefore, it would not be surprising if a technique as complex as a bloodline limit bore even greater negative repercussions. Nevertheless, making a decision solely based on Terumi May's words seemed somewhat reckless. Caution was warranted regarding bloodline limits. Could you provide me with information regarding K-Gai? I would consider it a reward for assisting you in sealing K-Rin. Although K-Gai was forbidden in the Hidden Mist Village and thus not easily learned, its value was diminished. Considering the financial difficulties faced by the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi May readily agreed. I am already aware of the situation concerning the 3 tails, as Kirigakure has informed me. With the discussion of K-Gai concluded, Terumi May shifted her focus to another matter, regarding that woman in red. We lack intelligence on her as well. I have dispatched the Umbu to search for information, but there have been no results yet. Uchiha F nodded. Please contact me if you receive any updates. Of course, Terumi May continued, I can provide you with information on Inyang release alongside K-Guy. As for compensation for not capturing the three tails, do you have any thoughts? Uchiha F had already contemplated this question and replied straightforwardly. Take me to the orphanage in the Hidden Mist Village. I wish to adopt 5 orphans. Additionally, I would like to rent some ninjas from the Hidden Mist. Due to the Blood Mist policy, orphans were abundant in the Hidden Mist Village. Yet very few children from the orphanage survived to adulthood. Uchiha F believed that selecting potential ninjas from the orphanage would be the best choice to enhance his faction strength. Furthermore, for the already struggling Hidden Mist Village, raising the children from the orphanage was an additional burden. Thus, Terumi May harbored no objections. Though she remained concerned about Uchiha F's second request, how do you intend to rent them? Given that every ninja was a valuable asset to the current Hidden Mist, she needed to clarify this point. Seeing that Terumi May did not oppose his proposal, Uchiha F elaborated. I do not ask for much, just 2 elite J-nin. Rented for 10 years, during which they must sever all ties with the Hidden Mist. Terumi May paused momentarily, then quickly acquiesced, fearing he might change his mind. Uchiha F's demands were far simpler than she had imagined. She had expected him to make exorbitant requests after failing to capture the three tails. Yet he was instead quite reasonable. The ninjas I wish to rent are Kirigikure's Mei Terumi and Zabuza Momochi. Uchiha F aimed to enlist elite J-nin for future educational and protective efforts within his ninja village. The amiable Mei Terumi would be suitable for teaching ninjas, while Zabuza would excel in safeguarding the village. You intend to establish a ninja village? Although young, Terumi May was astute, having played a pivotal role in the coup, and quickly sensed the underlying implications of Uchiha F's request. Uchiha F smiled slightly, but refrained from answering. Since you prefer silence, I shall not pry further. Terumi May paused, then continued, though the Water Shadow building has been destroyed, we have backups of all the Hidden Mist data. I shall have Kirigikure provide you with the documents shortly. Let us keep our transaction confidential. Terumi May added, aware that Uchiha F would cherish such discretion. He did not wish for Konohagakure to discover his ties to the Hidden Mist, and if their dealings became known, it might jeopardize his plans to establish a ninja village. After concluding their discussions, as Uchiha F stepped out the door, Terumi May called out to him once more. Is there anything else? Uchiha F inquired. Terumi May appeared somewhat conflicted, as if grappling with something she found difficult to articulate. Chapter 47. The abduction of the daimyo. There is one more matter I wish to request your assistance with. Terumi May bit her lip, her gaze evasive. I would like to entrust you with the task of abducting the daimyo. Uchiha Wind was taken aback, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Abducting the daimyo of a foreign nation? Are you seeking to incite war? Realizing the misunderstanding, Terumi May hastily shook her head. No, not the daimyo of another country. I wish to commission you to abduct the daimyo of the Land of Water. Ah. Uchiha Wind's confusion deepened. Although the Land of Water is geographically isolated, surrounded by the sea, it is not impoverished. Its industry and fisheries thrive, enabling it to export a plethora of distinctive goods to numerous nations. The flourishing industry has not only produced 7 legendary ninja blades, but has also allowed the Land of Water to sell arms to smaller nations. Thus, Terumi May's fury intensified upon reviewing the financial reports of the Mist Village. Prior to her, both the 3rd and 4th Mizukage had repeatedly petitioned the daimyo for increased funding, only to have their requests categorically denied. In the eyes of the daimyo, the geographically secluded Land of Water did not require the protection of the ninja village. It was merely an act of goodwill that they had accepted the Mist Village when the ninja village system was established. If the number of ninjas was too burdensome, then surely they could simply limit their numbers. This sentiment had originated from the previous daimyo. The actions of the daimyo indirectly led to the emergence of the Blood Mist policy. In the eyes of the previous 2 Mizukage, the daimyo was the sovereign of the Land of Water. Even if they felt discontent, they were obliged to maintain a facade of respect. Moreover, the Blood Mist policy had indeed resulted in an influx of elite jonin into the Mist Village. However, respect for the daimyo was undergoing a transformation among the new generation of ninjas. In contrast to a carefully tended garden, wild, untamed terrain is more likely to yield a vibrant array of blossoms. The same was true in the Mist Village. The oppressive atmosphere and bloody policies were altering the perspectives of every Mist ninja. While many became numb to the harshness, others, like Terumi May, began to cultivate diverse ideologies. Being younger, she was unbound by antiquated conventions. The daimyo? Merely a title. Ultimately, he is just an ordinary human devoid of ninja prowess. The complete eradication of the Blood Mist policy cannot be achieved overnight. A mere coup would only eliminate the most stubborn proponents of the policy. To realize her ambitions, Terumi May's first step was to target the daimyo. I want you to collaborate with me in staging a performance. Your role will be that of the kidnapper of the daimyo. As she spoke, Terumi May's expression was tinged with anxiety. After all, the target of this mission was the daimyo of the Land of Water. Should their plans be exposed, they might face an onslaught from other nations for violating the ninja village system. Furthermore, the only person Terumi May could rely upon was the Uchiha Wind before her. To abduct the daimyo, it was unthinkable to enlist the help of domestic ninjas, and equally implausible to select a ninja or rogue ninja from another country at random. Uchiha Wind just happened to be a rogue ninja from Konoha, with prior experience collaborating with her. If this opportunity slipped away, Terumi Mei's carefully devised plan might remain unfulfilled for an indefinite period. Fearing rejection, Terumi Mei added, "If you fear the repercussions, I can help conceal your identity." Uchiha Wind shook his head. "No, I not only do not require your assistance in concealing my identity, but I also need you to publicize my actions widely." He made this request because another objective of his mission was to attract the attention of Konoha. If Uchiha Wind were to abduct the daimyo in the Land of Water, Konoha would inevitably focus their attention here, allowing Akane to lead the remaining clan members in the Land of Fire to develop more discreetly. Moreover, this approach would make it difficult for others to discern his true intentions. After all, who would be foolish enough to provoke the 5 great nations before establishing a ninja village? "Very well, I accept your proposal," Terumi Mei stated. Uchiha Wind's requirements aligned perfectly with her expectations. If the identity of the abductor could be confirmed as a rogue ninja from Konoha, the daimyo would be even less likely to suspect her involvement. The only individual she needed to be wary of was the mysterious woman in red, who might surmise the connection between Uchiha Wind and the Mist Village. While she could argue that Uchiha Wind was indeed a dangerous element, with his attacks on the Mizukage and the daimyo serving as prime examples, such explanations could ultimately backfire. With this in mind, Terumi Mei resolved to intensify her search for the woman in red following their conversation. "You may commence your actions at any time. There is no need to notify me. Nor should you hold back. You simply need to act as a typical kidnapper." "Freestyle?" Uchiha Wind inquired, puzzled. Terumi Mei nodded. She did not expect a single abduction to entirely transform the daimyo's perspective. She merely wished to plant the seed of fear in his mind through this operation. While she could not directly confront the daimyo, she could allow Uchiha Wind to take action. Only when the daimyo was filled with fear and trepidation towards ninjas could Terumi Mei sit at the negotiating table with him. Thus, in her request, there was no need for Uchiha Wind to show restraint. No plan is the best plan. After concluding their discussion, Uchiha Wind prepared to leave. Yet, Terumi Mei called out to him once more. "Is there something else?" Uchiha Wind asked, bemused. A hesitant expression resurfaced on Terumi Mei's face. "There's also the matter of your remuneration." At that moment, Terumi Mei was feeling financially strained, uncertain of how to compensate him. She despised the notion of being indebted to others. So even though Uchiha Wind had not mentioned it, she felt compelled to bring it up. However, after mentioning the payment, Terumi Mei could not shake off her apprehension. After all, whether the Mist Village could fulfill his demands remained uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Wind replied, "For one favor, in the future, I will require the Mist Village to unconditionally assist me with something." Having achieved his objective in the Land of Water, Uchiha Wind felt he had gained sufficient rewards. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the long-term future. After establishing the ninja village, he would undoubtedly face more challenges. And securing a commitment from one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Mist Village, would be an immense advantage. Yet, this transaction also bore the risk of betrayal. Just as in the previous coup within the Mist, Terumi Mei had no choice but to place her trust in Uchiha Wind to accomplish her mission. The roles had shifted. Now it was Terumi Mei who needed to demonstrate her credibility. Years into the future, whether the current promise would still hold true remained a question. "I assure you." As the 5th Mizukage of the Mist Village, Terumi Mei vowed solemnly. Just as Uchiha Wind was about to depart, Terumi Mei's voice rang out once more from behind him. "Oh, and one last thing." With a hint of mischief, Terumi Mei remarked, "Uchiha men truly are quite remarkable." Chapter 48. Seeds of fear. Upon witnessing Uchiha Kaze's hasty exit from Terumi Mei's residence, Ghost Lantern Manua jested, "Is there something frightful within the Mizukage's abode?" Uchiha Kaze offered no reply, merely casting a glare in Ghost Lantern Manua's direction. Realizing the inappropriateness of his jest, Ghost Lantern Manua quickly shifted his demeanor, saying, "Lord Uchiha Kaze, allow me to escort you to retrieve the promised Inyang release scroll from Terumi Mei, along with the pertinent documents regarding the first Mizukage." Following Terumi Mei's directions, Ghost Lantern Manua guided Uchiha Kaze and Hyuga Rei to the orphanage in the hidden Mist Village. Rei activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing the children of similar age to Bai. Soon, he selected 5 orphans with the most promising ninja potential. They intended to return these orphans, along with Bai, to the Land of Bears. However, as only Ghost Lantern Manua was available to instruct the children of the Hidden Mist, they had to select those who were of comparable age to Bai for the sake of effective teaching. Fortunately, even with this age constraint, there were still numerous candidates available for selection. After completing their tasks, Uchiha Kaze and Rei departed from the Hidden Mist, their identities not conducive to remaining there. During this venture, Uchiha Kaze secured a decade-long promise of service from Zabuza and Ghost Lantern Manway, took in 5 orphans from the Hidden Mist, and acquired scrolls containing information on Inyang release and the first Mizukage. Although Rei did not successfully complete his mission, he received the promised reward from Terumi Mei, a shattered Byakugan and research documents concerning the Hidden Mist findings. In the past wars, the Hidden Mist village had managed to eliminate a member of the Hyuga clan, thereby acquiring 2 Byakugan. One was implanted in the Hidden Mist Ninja AO, while the other was retained for research to uncover its secrets. The Byakugan Rei received was the one taken for study. After tallying their gains, Uchiha Kaze and Rei devised a plan for their subsequent actions. Rei would return to the Land of Bears with Zabuza and company, ensuring their settlement before reuniting with Uchiha Kaze. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaze would remain in the Hidden Mist to prepare for the kidnapping of the daimyo. Land of Water. Daimyo's Manor. After bidding farewell to Rei, Uchiha Kaze proceeded directly to the daimyo's manor. With no pressing time constraints, he resolved to act immediately. As he approached the entrance, 2 samurai wielding long blades intercepted him, simultaneously gripping their hilts. One of them spoke, "Halt." Before the command could be fully uttered, the samurai fell unconscious. Ensnared by a genjutsu. "Intruder, we are being invaded." The remaining conscious samurai shouted in alarm. Uchiha Kaze intentionally spared the second guard. For a well-prepared performance ought to have an audience. The louder the better, he mused. As soon as the alarm was raised, the second guard succumbed to the same fate as the first. This outcry incited a flurry of activity within the daimyo's manor. Uchiha Kaze sauntered inside, where guards flocked to confront the intruder. Upon realizing that there was but a single assailant, the guards regained their typical bravado and charged forth. Their attacks, though ineffective against Uchiha Kaze, became increasingly bothersome, akin to the incessant bites of mosquitoes. "What a nuisance," Uchiha Kaze grimaced, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they had transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of a Sharingan. Susanoo, a greenish-blue skeletal figure, materialized beside Uchiha Kaze, shielding him from all assaults and preventing the guards from closing in. "Susanoo is truly remarkable," Uchiha Kaze mused, extending his hand through the gaps in the skeletal frame. He ensnared one guard with a genjutsu and extracted the location of the daimyo's chamber. Having acquired the information, Uchiha Kaze remained unhurried, ambling toward the daimyo's location as if on a leisurely stroll. The peak of human fear does not occur at the moment of impending danger, but rather in the instant before it arrives, when the threat is known yet not yet realized. As Uchiha Kaze drew closer to the chamber of the daimyo, an increasing number of guards attempted to obstruct his path. Yet, the ordinary guards, lacking ninjutsu, were rendered inconsequential before the activated Susanoo. An unusual scene unfolded within the daimyo's manor. A multitude of guards surrounded Uchiha Kaze, yet he advanced with unwavering confidence, undeterred by their presence, as if they were merely citizens welcoming their lord, instinctively parting to grant him passage. From a distant corner arose a shout. "Notify the Hidden Mist. Contact the Mizukichi. Urgently summon reinforcements." At this cry, a faint smile crept onto Uchiha Kaze's lips, contemplating that perhaps the objective of this venture was already half accomplished. After discerning Terumi Mei's true intentions for this operation, Uchiha Kaze resolved to orchestrate a conspicuous kidnapping plan for the daimyo, brazen yet unresisting. The guards of the daimyo's manor were rendered powerless against his intrusion, while Uchiha Kaze regarded them with indifference. This exemplified the true essence of a ninja's might. Upon entering the daimyo's chamber, Uchiha Kaze found the daimyo's figure had vanished, leaving only 2 trembling maidservants, an outcome he had anticipated. He activated a genjutsu, swiftly ensnaring the maidservants and extracting useful information through their minds. Not only did he ascertain the daimyo's whereabouts, but he also inquired about the location of his treasures. Aware that the daimyo was scurrying through a hidden passage beneath the bed, Uchiha Kaze did not rush to pursue him. Instead, he began to rummage through the treasures left behind by the daimyo, allowing time for the Hidden Mist to arrive. Understanding that Terumi Mei's intent was merely to instill fear in the Mizukichi, leaving an indelible mark of dread, Uchiha Kaze was not inclined to genuinely abduct the daimyo. For handling a living captive posed its own complications. Thus, the most favorable scenario for Uchiha Kaze was for the Hidden Mist to arrive in a timely fashion. Of course, if Terumi Mei acted too slowly, Uchiha Kaze would not hesitate to effectuate the kidnapping, for he understood that a performance must not reveal its seams. Terumi Mei. The deadline is before I've collected all the treasures, Uchiha Kaze resolved internally. Based on the maidservant's recollections, Uchiha Kaze located several of the daimyo's buried treasures. The guards, helpless, could only watch as he plundered wealth after wealth. However, being mere maidservants, their knowledge was limited, and thus Uchiha Kaze could only uncover a fraction of the daimyo's riches. After roughly 10 minutes, Uchiha Kaze placed the last batch of treasure into a sealing scroll. Now it begins. He formed hand seals to execute would release, causing robust green vines to sprout from the ground, extending in the direction the daimyo had fled. Found you. Approximately 3 kilometers away, a vine emerged, ensnaring a corpulent man. Upon confronting the now-revealed daimyo, Uchiha Kaze remained unhurried. Instead, he continued to stride slowly toward the daimyo's location, each step sowing the seeds of fear. Chapter 49. The Roots of Konoha. As Uchiha F gradually approached the daimyo, some of the guards surrounding him caught sight of the daimyo and attempted to abandon Uchiha F in their desperate bid for rescue. However, before they could reach him, They too were ensnared by the vines sprouting from the ground. The flickering hope within the Daimy's heart crumbled time and again. Once the last guard was ensnared, Uchiha F dispelled his Susanoo and approached the Daimy with a benign smile. Initially, when the vines first ensnared him, the Daimy managed to retain a semblance of composure. But as Uchiha F drew nearer, his mental state gradually deteriorated, until his final remnants of reason utterly shattered. What do you want? I will give you anything. Anything. The suspended Daimy, stripped of his usual calm demeanor, wept profusely, his trousers showing signs of dampness. Please, do not kill me. I will satisfy any of your demands. I am the Daimy of the land of water. If you slay me, the village of Kirigakure will not let you go unpunished. Yet Uchiha F showed no signs of halting his advance. The Daimy's frantic cries clashed with Uchiha F's composed demeanor as he stepped before the Daimy and slowly extended his right hand toward him. From his palm emerged several vines, moving at a pace slightly quicker than that of his hand, poised to make contact with the Daimy's face. The silence of Uchiha F at that moment was far more despair-inducing than any threats could be, akin to a beast incapable of communication. When the first vine reached the Daimy's face, he let out a shrill scream, reminiscent of a startled prairie dog. Suddenly, a blade of water erupted from the ground, severing the vine that was about to envelop the Daimy's head. The entire space fell silent, punctuated only by the Daimy's terrified cries. Huh! Uchiha F, sensing the arrival of reinforcements from Kirigakure, feigned confusion. In the next instant, a blue figure descended from the heavens. The force of the impact forcing Uchiha F to retreat several steps. The newcomer, wearing the Mizuki's hat, lowered her head to shield most of her face, standing protectively in front of the Daimy. Who else could it be but Terumi-me? Daimy, leave this to me, Terumi-me stated, her tone devoid of emotion as she turned her back to the Daimy. While speaking, she proceeded to corrode the vines ensnaring the Daimy and his guards with her lava release. Uchiha F retreated to a safer distance, his expression wary as he observed Terumi-me. Seeing the Daimy freed, he quickly formed hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball blotted out the sky, aimed at everyone present. The Daimy and his guards trembled uncontrollably at the apocalyptic scene before them. You all go first, Terumi-me's reassuring voice rang out. Water release, great waterfall technique. The enormous water sphere she conjured met Uchiha F's fireball head-on. The Daimy, witnessing this, fled without a second thought. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Uchiha F questioned during their close combat. You were here all along but chose to intervene only now. Terumi-me chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying his accusation. Shortly thereafter, reinforcements from Kirigakure arrived in Terumi-me's wake. Uchiha F pretended to be outmatched and withdrew. Some time later, the Daimy of the land of water, now clad in fresh garments, met with the fifth Mizuki, Terumi-me, within his estate. During their negotiations, the Daimy vehemently insisted that Terumi-me dispatch shinobi to guard his estate and search for the whereabouts of the assassin. However, Terumi-me repeatedly deferred, citing insufficient funding and manpower. Ultimately, she acquiesced to the Daimy's request, but in exchange, the funding for Kirigakure was increased to 5 times its original amount. The following day, a bounty was issued across the land of water. Yet, at that moment, Uchiha F had already departed, setting his sights on his next destination, the land of fire, Konoha village. Upon hearing of Uchiha F's actions, Danzo hastily summoned the upper echelons of Konoha. Hiruzen, is this the mess you've created? Danzo was the first to launch an attack as everyone gathered. In Danzo's view, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had not insisted on releasing Uchiha F, the current crisis would never have arisen. A ninja hailing from Konoha intruding upon a foreign land with the intent to abduct the Daimy was a grave misstep that could escalate into a war between nations if not handled with utmost care. If I had not let him go, the injured party would not have been the land of water, but rather Konoha, the third Hokage countered. Moreover, he merely acquired some wealth in the land of water and did not take any lives. You are far too timid, Hiruzen. Danzo scoffed at the third Hokage's cowardice on the night of the Uchiha massacre, seemingly forgetting that he himself had hidden in the roots that very night. It is meaningless to dwell on the past now. The third Hokage sought to avoid further pointless arguments, fully aware of Danzo's nature, and stated, I will send someone to express our condolences to the Daimy of the land of water and take responsibility for their losses. Seeing his objectives thwarted, Danzo declared, if we do not deal with Uchiha F, such incidents will recur. Upon learning of Uchiha F's possession of the Meijiki Sharingan and would release abilities, Danzo yearned more than anyone to capture Uchiha F and bring him back to Konoha. However, bound by the third Hokage's prohibitions, he had been forced to operate in secrecy for some time. Consequently, the forces he could deploy were limited, and facing an already formidable Uchiha F, a mere fraction of the root's power was clearly insufficient. Thus, Danzo sought to seize an opportunity through the incident involving the Daimy of the land of water, to justify his actions and enable himself to operate openly, utilizing the strength of the roots and Konoha to apprehend Uchiha F. That is but your conjecture. As long as he has not harmed the land of fire or Konoha, I will not permit you to act. Hiruzen firmly disagreed with Danzo's assertions. Danzo, upon hearing this, smirked slyly. I too will send someone to convey our condolences to the daimyo of the Land of Water and assure him that Konoha will spare no effort in pursuing the rogue ninja. To demonstrate our sincerity, Hiruzen's approach may not quell the daimyo's rage, but Danzo's plan sounded more like an extra layer of assurance. This was a tactic Danzo frequently employed, cloaked in the guise of Konoha's greater good, to fulfill his self-serving ambitions. In the past, Danzo had successfully used this method to compel the third Hokage to acquiesce to his request on multiple occasions. Yet, the repeated probing stirred a hint of anger in the usually placid third Hokage. Do not forget who the Hokage is. With that, the third Hokage stormed out, leaving Danzo seated in contemplation of how to capture Uchiha F. In his mind, since the third Hokage had ultimately refrained from issuing a strict prohibition, he believed he could proceed with his plans. Chapter 50, Bounty in the Land of Thunder, within the bustling capital. Two fierce-looking middle-aged men engaged in a conversation at a tavern about the recent happenings in their nation. Have you heard? That rogue ninja from Konoha has recently arrived in the Land of Thunder. I know him. I've heard he is a survivor of the Uchiha clan. He actually dared to strike against the daimyo of the water country. He must have gone mad from the trauma of his clan's annihilation. Haha. If he has truly lost his mind, that would be splendid. His bounty in the black market is quite substantial. If I happen to cross paths with him, I could strike it rich. A young man with a delicate face overheard their conversation and approached intently. Oh, what is his bounty? If we kill him, his corpse is worth 80 million ryo, but if we capture him alive, it could fetch a staggering 120 million ryo. Even information regarding his whereabouts can yield a handsome sum. That is indeed a considerable amount. Where can one exchange it? The youth continued, his curiosity piqued. What does a little brat like you know? Why are you asking? Of course, you exchange it at the exchange house. The two middle-aged men exchanged glances, slightly perplexed. Upon turning to look at the young man more closely, they felt an unsettling familiarity with his face. Uchiha, one of the men, having seen the bounty poster, recognized him instantly, nearly calling out loud, though he yearned for the bounty on Uchiha Kaze. A flicker of rationality reminded him that such a high bounty could not pertain to an ordinary individual. Thus, he stifled his surprise and discreetly placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. Observing their reaction, Uchiha Kaze patted the shoulders of the two men and walked past them. You may now proceed to the exchange house and inform them that I am right here. After a moment, the two middle-aged men regained their composure, only to discover their garments drenched in sweat. Uchiha Kaze had vanished from the tavern, as if he had never been there at all. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether it was merely an illusion. Am I losing my mind? The stress has been overwhelming lately. Beneath a pharmacy in the Land of Thunder, a clandestine exchange house lay hidden. Kakuzu meticulously counted the bounty he had received, sealing the box filled with notes. The amount is correct. The trader in the exchange house rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Lord Kakuzu, it is wise to be cautious, but after so many collaborations, I believe we should have built sufficient trust. Kakuzu shot him a glare, remaining silent. As he lifted the box to exit the exchange house, a figure clad in a black hooded robe entered. In such a place, most individuals preferred to conceal their identities, for many bounty hunters could potentially be among the wanted. Thus, the hooded visitor did not raise any suspicions, just as Kakuzu was about to step out. He heard the newcomer speak. I wish to sell information regarding the whereabouts of Uchiha Kaze. This proclamation instantly captured Kakuzu's attention. Uchiha Kaze had recently appeared on the bounty list with a staggering bounty of 12 million ryo, an amount rarely surpassed. Such a high bounty drew the interest of every bounty hunter, including Kakuzu. Furthermore, there was another reason for Kakuzu to seek Uchiha Kaze. The enigmatic leader of the Akatsuki organization had expressed a keen interest in this particular ninja. Kakuzu understood that if information about Uchiha Kaze's whereabouts were sold to the exchange house, countless bounty hunters would flock to it, even if they could not capture him alive. 80 million ryo would entice many desperate souls willing to take the risk. Consequently, capturing Uchiha Kaze would become increasingly challenging. Thus, he spoke, sell that information to me. I can offer a higher price. The hooded figure turned, the hood concealing most of his face, revealing only a small portion of his lower face, allowing for an approximate discernment of his gender and expression. A barely perceptible smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stated his price, 40 million ryo. Kakuzu frowned. Although he was determined to acquire this information, 40 million ryo seemed excessively high. He attempted to negotiate, 20 million ryo, 50 million ryo. The hooded man displayed no signs of urgency, as if he were confident that Kakuzu would agree to his terms, thus beginning to raise the price. Kakuzu gasped in disbelief. He had never encountered such brazen negotiation tactics. He quickly acquiesced, fine, I accept your offer. In his mind, he had already resolved to find this man after leaving the exchange house and kill him to reclaim the money. After reaching an agreement, Kakuzu produced 30 million ryo from a sealing scroll, adding it to the 20 million he had just acquired, making a total of 50 million ryo. The hooded man also pinned the information on a piece of paper. Next, they handed their prepared items to the trader, who served as a witness to their exchange of information and money. After counting the bounty, the trader picked up the note concerning Uchiha Kaze. Upon glancing at it, astonishment washed over his face. This information should be accurate. As the hooded man received the money, Kakuzu scoffed. Taking the note, You should understand the rules. This information must not be disclosed to anyone else. With that, he unfolded the folded note. But as he did, a wave of surprise surged within him, mirroring the trader's earlier reaction. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet the hooded man's eyes. In response to Kakuzu's stare, the man in the robe gradually removed his hood, revealing his visage. Uchiha Kaze, my information should be without issue, correct? Uchiha Kaze smiled at Kakuzu. Earlier, in the tavern, when Uchiha Kaze had patted the shoulders of those two men, he had discreetly planted an illusion, extracting the location of the exchange house and the method of transaction. Initially intending to barter his information for a modest sum, he had unexpectedly encountered Kakuzu, a lucrative target. Thank you for your 50 million. Kakuzu realized he had been outsmarted, his eyes instantly filling with bloodshot rage. Before either party could leave, Kakuzu struck within the exchange house. In the face of Kakuzu's wrath, Uchiha Kaze simultaneously activated his Sharingan. Preparing for battle, he tore away the covering of his garment, revealing black threads connecting his limbs and body. This was a secret technique from the village hidden in the waterfalls, Demon Lantern. This technique allowed the suturing of limbs and various organs with black threads, enabling the fusion of hearts with 5 different elemental chakras, granting him additional life and the ability to perform jutsu of 5 elemental types. Only by completely destroying all 5 hearts could he be killed. The fierce battle nearly obliterated the entire exchange house. In the end, Uchiha Kaze could not withstand Kakuzu's relentless assault, collapsing amidst the ruins. After the battle concluded, Kakuzu released the Demon Lantern mode, preparing to bind Uchiha Kaze. However, the moment he touched Kaze's body, it transformed into a flock of crows, scattering in all directions, while the surrounding scenery began to whirl. When he regained his senses, the nearly ruined exchange house had returned to its pristine state, and Uchiha Kaze had vanished without a trace. Only the trader remained. Having witnessed the unfolding events in silent observation, Kakuzu seethed, gritting his teeth in a furious roar. Uchiha Kaze. Chapter 51. The Rapper. Upon receiving the 50 million ryo from Kakuzu, Uchiha Kazuki stored it alongside the treasures he had previously gathered in the Land of Water within the same sealing scroll. After all, the development of a ninja village requires substantial funding. He pondered how advantageous it would be to offer himself in exchange for money. Reminiscing about his bounty, a staggering 120 million ryo, a figure he had never dared to dream of before. As he envisioned his future, he suddenly felt several fervent gazes fixated upon him, emanating from the presence of ninjas. More than one person? Are they bounty hunters? From the roots of Konoha? Or perhaps ninjas from the hidden cloud? Realizing he was being tracked, Uchiha Kazuki swiftly deduced, a confrontation cannot occur here. With a considerable number of pursuers, any battle in the capital of the Land of Thunder would undoubtedly attract attention from various factions. If the conflict could not be resolved quickly, the focus of the Hidden Cloud Village and other ninja villages might turn towards him, putting him in a perilous position, especially considering the high value placed on his life. Feigning ignorance of the following ninjas, Uchiha Kazuki ambled along the street. At a corner, he suddenly accelerated and ducked into an alley. In the next instant, a dozen figures sprang from the alley, all of them Uchiha Kazuki's with clones. These clones were disguised with transformation techniques, making it nearly impossible for even the most experienced ninjas to discern the truth in such a short span. The tracking ninjas, upon witnessing this, immediately dispersed. But due to insufficient numbers, they could only pursue a few of the most suspicious clones. Kazuki's clones fled down the streets of the city in different directions, each drawing their pursuers away from the city. In the woods north of the main city, Kazuki's real body came to a halt, turning to face one of the pursuers. The tracking ninja sensed something amiss and halted, retrieving a signal flare to alert his teammates. However, before he could ignite the flare, Uchiha Kazuki, enveloped in green steam, swiftly extinguished the newly lit fuse. 8th gate of the chakra, 4th gate, the wounded gate. As Uchiha Kazuki intended to use his Sharingan to swiftly control the opponent, he noticed that the ninja's eyes were tightly shut beneath his mask. Changing his stance, Kazuki unleashed a powerful kick, enhanced by the strength bestowed by the 8th gate. But the opponent had already anticipated this, guarding his chest with his arms. The combination of the heightened speed from the 8th gate and the dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan allowed Kazuki to thoroughly assess the ninja within moments. No forehead protector. He is likely not a ninja from the Hidden Cloud. If he were from there, he wouldn't need to conceal his identity in the Land of Thunder. Wearing a mask and trained against the Sharingan, he cannot be a wandering ninja. He is from Konoha's roots. Though the tightly shut eyes could resist the control of the eye technique, Uchiha Kazuki found it effortless to subdue this root ninja without resorting to genjutsu. Utilizing the earth release in conjunction with the 8th gate's physical prowess, Kazuki swiftly buried the root ninja underground, leaving only his nose exposed for breathing. The actions of the roots were anticipated. Uchiha Kazuki's ostentatious behavior would indeed catch Danzo's attention. Having completed his task, Kazuki clapped his hands in satisfaction and dismissed his wood clones, preparing to depart. However, a robust ninja with dark skin and a hidden cloud forehead protector happened upon this scene. You fool! How dare you commit such an act in broad daylight in the Land of Lightning? I, Killer Bee, shall see who you really are. Without launching an attack, Killer Bee instead assumed a peculiar posture as he regarded Uchiha Kazuki. Having heard of the eccentricity of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud, Kazuki speculated on his true intentions. Perhaps he said that merely for the sake of rhyme? When Kazuki acted earlier, Killer Bee had already discerned that the buried ninja was not from the hidden cloud. He had no interest in the skirmishes of wandering ninjas. Therefore, his true motive for revealing himself was to showcase his rap skills. Yet to Kazuki, his rhymes were rather poor. With a sense of curiosity, Kazuki tentatively spoke. It's not that I wish to embarrass him. He was the one tracking me and intending to strike. In his past life, Kazuki occasionally listened to rap music, and he could easily come up with simple rhymes. However, these straightforward lines ignited Killer Bee's enthusiasm. Having lived in the Land of Thunder for so many years, few appreciated his rap, let alone someone like Kazuki who was willing to engage with him. Thus, as if encountering a kindred spirit, he formed a rap gesture with his hands and shaped his mouth into a perfect O as he sang, "Oh, you fool, you scoundrel. At our first meeting, I wish to make you my best friend, but I am being pursued by my brother, and I need your help to gain my freedom." Brother? Uchiha Kazuki inquired, puzzled. Realizing that the ninjas pursuing him were drawing nearer, Killer Bee hastily continued, "My brother is the fourth Raikage. If I get caught, I will be educated by his iron fist, which is called love." Even without organizing his rhymes, he naturally maintained the rhythm, prompting Killer Bee to marvel at his own talent once more. With that, he took the lead, turning back to give Kazuki a thumbs up, expressing complete trust and handing over his back to him. Observing Killer Bee's rapidly disappearing figure, Kazuki devised a plan. He excavated a portion of the buried root ninja, leaving a prominent head above ground. When the hidden cloud ninjas arrived and witnessed this bizarre sight, they would undoubtedly pause, granting Killer Bee the time needed to escape his pursuers. A moment later, the root ninja, now exposed to the light, gasped for breath amidst his curses. With a smile on his face, Kazuki waved goodbye and departed from the scene. Kakuzu, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and Konoha's roots. In just a day, Uchiha Kazuki felt that the Land of Thunder was far more chaotic than the Land of Water. The Land of Thunder revered strength, as long as one possessed sufficient power. Even wandering ninjas could be recruited into the hidden cloud village as ninjas of the five great nations. These wandering ninjas also constituted an essential military reserve for the Land of Thunder. Consequently, the Land of Thunder imposed no restrictions on the entry of wandering ninjas. But this very fact contributed to the ongoing turmoil, despite the formidable control exerted by the hidden cloud village. 2 weeks prior, Uchiha Kazuki had set out for the Land of Thunder. However, his arrival was not motivated by the unrestricted entry for wandering ninjas, but rather a piece of news he had heard from Terumi May on the day of his departure from the Land of Water. Orochimaru was currently in the Land of Thunder. Chapter 52. The Caged Bird. Although it was known that Orochimaru might be present in the Land of Lightning, the number of ninjas capable of locating him in the current shinobi world was virtually non-existent, as long as Orochimaru chose not to reveal himself. Upon arriving in the Land of Lightning, Uchiha Kazuki acted conspicuously, drawing the attention of Konoha's root. If Konoha's root could find Uchiha Kazuki, there was no reason Orochimaru could not do the same. Thus, after assisting Killer Bee in his escape, Uchiha Kazuki returned to the city. Meeting Orochimaru would be best accomplished by allowing him to come forth on his own. As for the root ninjas, Uchiha Kazuki believed that since some had been captured by the Cloud Village, they would likely be more subdued in the following days. As midnight approached, Uchiha Kazuki, seated alone in the inn, sensed a familiar yet foreign aura rising around him. Alongside the coldness he remembered, this presence was laced with an unmistakable scent of blood. A memory emerged from years past, recalling Orochimaru's words before his defection. "I have told you, should you ever leave Konoha, do not seek me. I feel the urge to seize your body growing uncontrollably." A chilling voice echoed in tandem with Uchiha Kazuki's recollection, reiterating fragments of his memory. Unlike the raspy tone he remembered, this voice now rang clear and bright. Uchiha Kazuki looked up to see a figure with long, raven-black hair, a curvaceous silhouette, and an exquisite visage, a young woman indeed. Yet, how could this aura not belong to Orochimaru? Orochimaru-sensei? Uchiha Kazuki ventured cautiously. He recalled Orochimaru's ambition to develop a technique for eternal life through the possession of others' bodies. "Long time no see, Kazuki," Orochimaru said, deftly brushing aside a strand of hair. Moving with the grace of a woman. Had it been their first encounter, none would suspect that within this form resided a man's soul. Through the technique of reincarnation, by occupying different bodies, one can extend their lifespan and steal their Kekkei Genkai. Before Uchiha Kazuki could inquire further, Orochimaru began to elucidate, like a diligent teacher. "You seem as fortunate as ever. I have only just completed my reincarnation and cannot yet take over your body," he continued, explaining his reasons for refraining from action. His tone bore an air of detachment, as if to remind Uchiha Kazuki that they were no longer bound by the master-disciple relationship. "Orochimaru-sensei, I wish to inquire about the Byakugan." Uchiha Kazuki disregarded Orochimaru's aloofness and persisted in addressing him as teacher. He then produced the Byakugan and associated documents obtained from the Mist Village, presenting them. "This is Mist research. They believe the Byakugan inherently possesses flaws, rendering it an incomplete power. They attempted to mend this deficiency using Yin-Yang release, but it has proven ineffective on the Byakugan." This revelation piqued Orochimaru's interest. Aside from the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, the Byakugan had been his primary focus over the years. After reviewing the Mist research materials, he remarked, from a certain perspective, The main house of the Hyuga clan could be seen as the cursed ninjas. What does that mean? Uchiha Kazuki asked, bewildered. He had heard of the fateful plight of the branch family from Mizuki and learned that the branch family's Byakugan was flawed. Yet, how could the main house be cursed? If the flaw was due to the Byakugan, what distinguished the main house from the branch family? Upon acquiring the main house's body and Byakugan, I conducted similar experiments using their flesh and Hashirama cells. Can you guess the outcome? Orochimaru's expression grew fervent, as if recalling an amusing incident, the branch family's flesh, marked by the caged bird curse seal, rendered Hashirama's cells entirely inert, while the so-called superior flesh of the main house was instantaneously devoured by those very cells. After performing various anatomical analyses on the main house's Byakugan, I reached the same conclusion as the mist. The main house's Byakugan is a mere facade, physically incomplete, not functionally deficient. One only needs to glance to see the flaws. I believe I may have found the answer. Orochimaru's excitement surged. Banishing his earlier indifference, the mist Yin-Yang release is ineffective on the Byakugan, but do you know of any techniques derived from Yin-Yang release that could alter the Byakugan? The caged bird curse seal. Uchiha Kazuki, having perused the records of the caged bird curse seal in the Hyuga clan's confidential scrolls countless times, immediately recalled this technique. The caged bird curse seal, a technique that, though rooted in Yin-Yang release, can affect the Byakugan, Orochimaru continued. I now have a hypothesis. The caged bird curse seal may not merely be a restriction of fate, but rather a key to unlocking even greater power. With that, Orochimaru lowered his head, his expression growing more sinister and frenzied, as if concocting some mad scheme. Orochimaru-sensei, there is one more matter, Uchiha Kazuki interrupted, pulling Orochimaru from his reverie, regarding wood release. He then divulged all he knew about wood release and the elimination of bloodlines, including the sordid tale of the first Mizukage. By Lien, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. He had believed that by perfectly merging the power of Hashirama with Uchiha's body, he could attain strength rivaling that of the first Hokage. However, the reality now suggested otherwise. The secrets held within Hashirama were likely more profound than he had anticipated. While the revelation regarding the first Mizukage surprised Orochimaru, it was not entirely unexpected. The elimination of bloodlines was inherently perilous, which was why he had refrained from exploring it lightly over the years. Nevertheless, having acquired this information, his desire to research bloodline elimination overcame his caution. Without further small talk, after discussing bloodline elimination, Orochimaru rose to take his leave. As he reached the door, he turned his back and stated, if my research progresses, I will seek you out again, if you are still alive. This statement from Orochimaru served as both a promise and a warning. Although Uchiha Kazuki's flamboyant approach made it easy for Orochimaru to locate him, it also meant that anyone with nefarious intentions could easily target him. Uchiha Kazuki smiled wryly at Orochimaru's words. Such a hazardous existence had become the most stable choice for him. Failing to act would allow Konoha to discover his whereabouts in the land of Bear prematurely, which would spell disaster for him. Orochimaru's words conveyed another implication. Uchiha Kazuki had now attained the qualifications for an equal exchange with Orochimaru. Unbeknownst to them, the dynamic between Uchiha Kazuki and Orochimaru had subtly shifted from that of former superior and subordinate to one of potential equality in negotiation. Chapter 53. The justification for war. After departing from Uchiha Kaze's residence, Orochimaru returned to his base, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Usually, regardless of how his visage altered, he could always recognize himself at a glance. Yet, at this moment, he found the image before him somewhat unfamiliar. He could hardly believe that he still harbored a flicker of conscience. His initial intention for this visit was to seize Uchiha Kaze's body. Hence he did not present himself in the familiar guise of Uchiha Kaze. Over the past few years, he had grown increasingly callous and bloodthirsty due to his reincarnation. However, as he stealthily approached the other's abode, a twinge of compassion unexpectedly surfaced within him. Thus, he revealed his presence and met with Kaze. The excuse of having just completed his reincarnation was merely a flimsy pretext. If he had truly just taken over this body, his movements could not have been so deft. His disciple remained as easily deceived as when they first met. Fortunately, the outcome of their meeting left Orochimaru immensely satisfied. For him, the intelligence divulged by Uchiha Kaze might prove far more valuable. In the capital of the Land of Thunder, Uchiha Kaze awoke to find a flyer lying at his doorstep. Evidently slipped through the gap beneath the door. Upon picking it up, he was struck by the bold inscription, World's #1 Rap Concert. Lowering his gaze, he quickly noticed a prominent name on the list of performers, lead vocalist, Killer Bee. Although Uchiha Kaze needed to assume the role of an ostentatious and attention-seeking ninja, he felt that this kind of revelry was best avoided. He secluded himself within the inn, practicing the 8 gates technique, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Yet tonight, the atmosphere seemed particularly raucous. Without needing to peer outside, Uchiha Kaze could ascertain from the commotion that a large crowd had gathered below. Suddenly, he recalled that he had overlooked the concert's location while perusing the flyer. With a sense of curiosity, he gazed outside. Standing in the center of the stage was none other than Killer Bee, accompanied by a reluctant young woman, the two-tails Jinchuriki, White Kimura. Just as Uchiha Kaze looked out, Killer Bee seemed to sense his presence and raised his head to meet Kaze's gaze. Oh! Uchiha Kaze quickly withdrew, shouting inwardly. Oh! My good brother is watching the performance just upstairs. As a master of rap, He should be on that stage. The audience responded to Killer Bee's call with a chorus of cheers. Surely, their enthusiasm was lacking. They needed to convey a more fervent uproar. The crescendo of applause surged, while Uchiha Kaze pressed his back against the wall of the room, too fearful to reveal even a hint of his form at the window. At this moment, from a certain perspective, he felt even more anxious than when facing the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Moments later, he heard the chants below grow increasingly synchronized. Come down. Come down. Come down. Thankfully, in the hurried separation from yesterday, Uchiha Kaze had not disclosed his name to Killer Bee. Otherwise, the crowd's fervent calls would have been for him. After a while, the shouts from below not only failed to diminish but grew even louder. The residents of the Land of Thunder were far more passionate than Uchiha Kaze had anticipated. Realizing that he could not escape this predicament, he reluctantly descended the stairs and approached the stage. The instant he stepped onto the stage, an unprecedented wave of applause erupted from the audience. Uchiha Kaze, Killer Bee, and Waikimaru lined up across the stage. Waikimaru offered Uchiha Kaze an awkward smile from behind Killer Bee. Now, let our rap genius introduce himself. Killer Bee continued to command the rhythm on stage. Uchiha Kaze took the microphone that Killer Bee handed him, curiosity peaking within him regarding how the audience would react upon learning his identity. With such a rare opportunity for attention, he felt compelled to seize it. As he brought the microphone to his lips, a distant, guttural roar abruptly interrupted his actions. B. Almost simultaneously with the sound, a yellow figure crackling with lightning descended from the heavens. The roar had originated from afar, yet the figure arrived almost instantaneously, its speed nearing the sound barrier. Moreover, at this moment, he was merely intending to teach Killer Bee a lesson, not going all out. The fourth Raikage, renowned for his speed and power. The fourth Raikage landed, smashing a gaping hole into the stage Killer Bee had painstakingly erected. Following this, muffled thuds echoed from the hole in the floor, accompanied by the sound of Iron Fist of Love. Moments later, the fourth Raikage hoisted Killer Bee by the collar of his shirt and leapt back onto the stage. Killer Bee appeared limp, as if he had lost consciousness. The fourth Raikage apologized to the audience for the trouble caused by himself and his brother, chastising Killer Bee for his thoughtlessness, before beckoning Waikimaru to leave the premises with him. Before departing, I cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Kaze, as if contemplating something. However, at that moment, Uchiha Kaze had no mind for such thoughts. The multitude of spectators below had now fixed their eager gazes upon him, and he felt utterly despondent. In the hidden cloud village, beneath the dim lighting of the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage was engaged in discussions regarding the affairs of the hidden cloud village with several trusted aides. Raikage-sama, the time is ripe. Konoha has recently suffered the loss of the fourth Hokage, the three legendary Sannin, and the Uchiha clan. Now is the optimal moment to instigate war. The fourth Raikage furrowed his brow, having heard these words countless times recently. War cannot be initiated on a whim. We require a legitimate justification. Should we launch an attack without cause, we would surely be met with the united wrath of the great nations. The principle of mutual destruction is well understood by the five great nations. Should the Land of Thunder obliterate the Land of Fire without reason today, then tomorrow, the more powerful Land of Thunder could similarly annihilate other great nations. Waging war under the guise of invasion is tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, during the previous Ninja World Wars, even when the reasons found were laughably flimsy, the Land of Thunder would not embark on warfare without justification. After listening to the Raikage's words, the aides immediately began deliberating on potential justifications for war. Did we not capture a ninja from another nation yesterday? If he hails from the Land of Fire, we would have a reason to wage war. One individual shook his head. That won't do. He committed suicide the moment he was captured and had been subjected to a certain jutsu, which destroyed his body upon his death. Danzo is notoriously ruthless towards the root ninjas, never allowing them to divulge any secrets about themselves. I have heard that Uchiha Kaze recently arrived in the Land of Thunder. Could we not leverage him? Another suggested. He is merely a rogue ninja from Konoha and does not represent the Land of Fire. A ninja in the corner revealed a sinister smile. That may be true, but Uchiha Kaze is a rogue ninja from Konoha, merely a one-sided claim from Konoha.